This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read and recorded by Betsy Bush. Marquette, Michigan, November 2006. 15,000 Useful Phrases, a practical handbook of pertinent expressions, striking similes, literary, commercial, conversational, and oratorical terms, for the embellishment of speech and literature, and the improvement of the vocabulary of those persons who read, write, and speak English. By Grenville Kleiser. Introduction. The most powerful and the most perfect expression of thought and feeling through the medium of oral language must be traced to the mastery of words. Nothing is better suited to lead speakers and readers of English into an easy control of this language than the command of the phrase that perfectly expresses the thought. Every speaker's aim is to be heard and understood. A clear, crisp articulation holds an audience as by the spell of some irresistible power. The choice word, the correct phrase, are instruments that may reach the heart, and awake the soul if they fall upon the ear in melodious cadence. But if the utterance be harsh and discordant, they fail to interest, fall upon deaf ears, and are as barren as seed sown on fallow ground. In language, nothing conduces so emphatically to the harmony of sounds as perfect phrasing, that is, the emphasizing of the relation of clause to clause, and of sentence to sentence, by the systematic grouping of words. The phrase consists usually of a few words which denote a single idea that forms a separate part of a sentence. In this respect, it differs from the clause, which is a short sentence that forms a distinct part of a composition, paragraph, or discourse. Correct phrasing is regulated by rests. Such rests do not break the continuity of a thought or the progress of the sense. Grenville Kleiser, who has devoted years of his diligent life to imparting the art of correct expression in speech and writing, has provided many aids for those who would know not merely what to say, but how to say it. He has taught also what the great Holmes taught, that language is a temple in which the human soul is enshrined, and that it grows out of life, out of its joys and its sorrows, its burdens and its necessities. To him, as well as to the writer, the deep, strong voice of man and the low, sweet voice of woman are never heard at finer advantage than in the earnest but mellow tones of familiar speech. In the present volume, Mr. Kleiser furnishes an additional and an exceptional aid for those who would have a mint of phrases at their command from which to draw when in need of the golden mean for expressing thought. Few indeed are the books fitted today for the purpose of imparting this knowledge, yet 2 centuries ago phrase books were esteemed as supplements to the dictionaries, and have not by any manner of means lost their value. The guide to familiar quotations, the index to similes, the grammars, the readers, the machine-made letter-writer of mechanically perfect letters of congratulation or condolence, none are sententious enough to supply the need. By the compilation of this praxis, Mr. Kleiser has not only supplied it, but has furnished a means for the increase of one's vocabulary by practical methods. There are thousands of persons who may profit by the systematic study of such a book as this, if they will familiarize themselves with the author's purpose by a careful reading of the preliminary pages of his book. To speak in public pleasingly and readily, and to read well, are accomplishments acquired only after many days, weeks even, of practice. Foreigners sometimes reproach us for the asperity and discordance of our speech, and in general this reproach is just, for there are many persons who do scanty justice to the vowel elements of our language. Although these elements constitute its music, they are continually mistreated. We flirt with and pirouette around them constantly. If it were not so, English would be found full of beauty and harmony of sound. Familiar with the maxim, take care of the vowels and the consonants will take care of themselves, a maxim that, when put into practice, has frequently led to the breaking down of vowel values. The writer feels that the common custom of allowing the consonants to take care of themselves is pernicious. It leads to suppression or to imperfect utterance, and thus produces indistinct articulation. The English language is so complex in character that it can scarcely be learned by rule, and can best be mastered by the study of such idioms and phrases as are provided in this book. But just as care must be taken to place every accent or stress on the proper syllable in the pronouncing of every word it contains, so must the stress or emphasis be placed on the proper word in every sentence spoken. To read or speak pleasingly, one should resort to constant practice by doing so aloud in private, or preferably in the presence of such persons as know good reading when they hear it, and are masters of the melody of sounds. It was Dean Swift's belief that the common fluency of speech in many men and most women was due to scarcity of matter and scarcity of words. He claimed that a master of language possessed a mind full of ideas, and that before speaking, such a mind paused to select the choice word, the phrase best suited to the occasion. Common speakers, he said, have only one set of ideas and one set of words to clothe them in, and these are always ready on the lips. Because he holds the Dean's view sound today, the writer will venture to warn the readers of this book against a habit that, growing far too common among us, should be checked. And this is the iteration and reiteration in conversation of the battered, stale, and trite phrases, the like of which were credited by the worthy Dean to the women of his time. Human thought elaborates itself with the progress of intelligence. Speech is the harvest of thought, and the relation which exists between words and the mouths that speak them must be carefully observed. Just as nothing is more beautiful than a word fitly spoken, so nothing is rarer than the use of a word in its exact meaning. There is a tendency to overwork both words and phrases that is not restricted to any particular class. The learned sin in this respect even as do the ignorant, and the practice spreads until it becomes an epidemic. The epidemic word with us yesterday was unquestionably conscription. Several months ago it was preparedness. Before then, efficiency was heard on every side and succeeded in superseding vocational teaching, only to be displaced in turn by life extension activities. Safety first had a long run, which was brought almost to abrupt end by strict accountability. But these are mere reflections of our cosmopolitan life and activities. There are others that stand out as indicators of brain weariness. These are most frequently met in the work of our novelists. English authors and journalists are abusing and overworking the word intrigue today. Sir Arthur Quillercouch, on page 81 of his book On the Art of Writing, uses it. We are intrigued by the process of manufacture instead of being wearied by a description of the ready-made article. Mrs. Sidgwick, in Salt and Savour, page 232, wrote, "But what intrigued her was little Mamma's remark at breakfast." From the Parliamentary News, one learns that Mr. Harcourt intrigued the House of Commons by his sustained silence for 2 years, and that London is interested in and not a little intrigued by the statement. This use of intrigue in the sense of perplex, puzzle, trick, or deceive dates from 1600. Then it fell into a state of somnolence, and after an existence of innocuous desuetude, lasting till 1794, it was revived, only to hibernate again until 1894. It owes its new release of life to a writer on the Westminster Gazette, a London journal famous for its competitions in aid of the restoring of the dead meanings of words. One is almost exasperated by the repeated use and abuse of the word intimate. In a recently published work of fiction by an author who aspires to the first rank in his profession, he writes of the intimate dimness of the room, a fierce intimate whispering, a look that was intimate, the noise of the city was intimate, etc. Who has not heard the idea? What's the idea? Is that the idea? Yes, that's the idea. with increased inflection at each repetition. And who is without a friend who at some time or another has not sprung meticulous upon him? Another example is afforded by the endemic use of sorts, which struck London while the writer was in that city a few years ago. Whence it came no one knew, but it was heard on every side. She was a woman of sorts. He is a Tory of sorts. He had a religion of sorts. He was a critic of sorts. While it originally meant of different or various kinds, as hats of sorts, offices of sorts, cheese of sorts, etc., it is now used disparagingly, and implies something of a kind that is not satisfactory, or of a character that is rather poor. This, as Shakespeare might have said, is sodden business. There's a stewed phrase indeed. Footnote. Troilus and Cressida, Act 3, Scene 1. End footnote. The abuse of phrases and the misuse of words rife among us can be checked by diligent exercises in good English, such as this book provides. These exercises, in conjunction with others to be found in different volumes by the same author, will serve to correct careless diction and slovenly speech, and lead to the art of speaking and writing correctly. For after all, accuracy in the use of words is more a matter of habit than of theory, and once it is acquired, it becomes just as easy to speak or to write good English as bad English. It was Chesterfield's resolution not to speak a word in conversation which was not the fittest he could recall. All persons should avoid using words whose meanings they do not know, and with the correct application of which they are unfamiliar. The best spoken and the best written English is that which conforms to the language as used by men and women of culture, a high standard. It is true, but one not so high that it is unattainable by any earnest student of the English tongue. Frank H. Visitelli. End of introduction.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 1 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria Moravi. How to use his book. The study of words, phrases, and literary expressions is a highly interesting pursuit. There is a reciprocal influence between thought and language. What we think molds the words we use, and the words we use react upon our thoughts. Hence, a study of words is a study of ideas, and a stimulant to deep and original thinking. We should not, however, study sparkling words and sonorous phrases with the object of introducing them consciously into our speech. To do so would inevitably lead to stiltedness and superficiality. Words and phrases should be studied as symbols of ideas, and as we become thoroughly familiar with them, they will play an unconscious but effective part in our daily expression. We acquire our vocabulary largely from our reading and our personal associates. The words we use are an unmistakable indication of our thought habits, tastes, ideals, and interests in life. In like manner, the habitual language of a people is a barometer of their intellectual, civil, moral, and spiritual ideals. A great and noble people express themselves in great and noble words. Ruskin earnestly counsels us to form the habit of looking intensely at words. We should scrutinize them closely and endeavor to grasp their innermost meaning. There is an indefinable satisfaction in knowing how to choose and use words with accuracy and precision. As Fox once said, "I am never at a loss for a word, but Pitt always has the word." All the great writers and orators have been diligent students of words. Demosthenes and Cicero were indefatigable in their study of language. Shakespeare, infinite in faculty, took infinite pains to embody his thought in words of crystal clearness. Coleridge once said of him that one might as well try to dislodge a brick from a building with one's forefinger as to omit a single word from one of his finest passages. Milton, master of majestic prose, under whose touch words became as living things. Flaubert, who believed there was one and only one best word with which to express a given thought. De Quincey, who exercised a weird-like power over words. Ruskin, whose rhythmic prose enchanted the ear. Keats, who brooded over phrases like a lover. Newman, of pure and melodious style. Stevenson, forever in quest of the scrupulously precise word. Tennyson, graceful and exquisite as the limpid stream. Emerson, of trenchant and epigrammatic style. Webster, whose virile words sometimes weighed a pound. And Lincoln, of simple Saxon speech. All these illustrious men were assiduous in their study of words. Many persons of good education unconsciously circumscribe themselves within a small vocabulary. They have a knowledge of hundreds of desirable words which they do not put into practical use in their speech or writing. Many, too, are conscious of a poverty of language, which engenders in them a sense of timidity and self-depreciation. The method used for building a large vocabulary has usually been confined to the study of single words. This has produced good results, but it is believed that eminently better results can be obtained from a careful study of words and expressions, as furnished in this book, where words can be examined in their context. It is intended and suggested that this study should be pursued in connection with, and as a supplement to, a good standard dictionary. 15 minutes a day devoted to this subject, in the manner outlined, will do more to improve and enlarge the vocabulary than an hour spent in desultory reading. There is no better way in which to develop the mental qualities of clearness, accuracy, and precision, and to improve and enlarge the intellectual powers generally, than by regular and painstaking study of judiciously selected phrases and literary expressions. End of Section 1. This recording is in the public domain. Section 2 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Maria Morabe. Plan of Study. First, examine the book in a general way to grasp its character, scope, and purpose. Carefully note the following plan of classification of the various kinds of phrases, and choose for initial study a section which you think will be of the most immediate value to you. 1. Useful phrases. 2. Significant phrases. 3. Felicitous phrases. 4. Impressive phrases. 5. Prepositional phrases. 6. Business phrases. 7. Literary expressions. 8. Striking similes. 9. Conversational phrases. 10. Public speaking phrases. 11. Miscellaneous phrases. There are many advantages in keeping before you a definite purpose in your study of this book. A well-defined plan will act as an incentive to regular and systematic effort, and incidentally develop your power of concentration. It is desirable that you set apart a certain convenient time each day for this study. Regularity tends to produce maximum results. As you progress with this work, your interest will be quickened, and you will realize the desirability of giving more and more time to this important subject. When you have chosen a section of the book which particularly appeals to you, begin your actual study by reading the phrases aloud. Read them slowly and understandingly. This tends to impress them more deeply upon your mind, and is in itself one of the best and most practical ways of acquiring a large and varied vocabulary. Moreover, the practice of fitting words to the mouth rapidly develops fluency and facility of speech. Few persons realize the great value of reading aloud. Many of the foremost English stylists devoted a certain period regularly to this practice. Cardinal Newman read aloud each day a chapter from Cicero as a means of developing his ear for sentence rhythm. Rufus Choate, In order to increase his command of language, and to avoid sinking into mere empty fluency, read aloud daily, during a large part of his life, a page or more from some great English author. As a writer has said, the practice of storing the mind with choice passages from the best prose writers and poets, and thus flavoring it with the essence of good literatures, is one which is commended both by the best teachers and by the example of some of the most celebrated orators, who have adopted it with signal success. This study should be pursued with a pencil in hand, so that you may readily underscore phrases which make a special appeal to you. The free use of a pencil in marking significant parts of a book is good evidence of thoroughness. This, too, will facilitate your work of subsequent review. The habit of regularly copying, in your own handwriting, one or more pages of phrases will be of immense practical value. This exercise is a great aid in developing a facile English style. The daily use of the pen has been recommended in all times as a valuable means of developing oral and literary expression. A helpful exercise is to pronounce a phrase aloud and then fit it into a complete sentence of your own making. This practice gives added facility and resourcefulness in the use of words. As an enthusiastic student of good English, you should carefully note striking and significant phrases or literary expressions which you find in your general reading. These should be set down in a notebook reserved for this exclusive purpose. In this way, you can prepare many lists of your own, and thus greatly augment the value of this study. The taste for beauty, truth, and harmony in language can be developed by a careful study of well-selected phrases and literary expressions as furnished in this book. A good literary style is formed principally by daily study of great English writers, by careful examination of words in their context, and by a discriminating use of language at all times. Grenville Kleiser, New York City, July, 1917. End of Section 2. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 3 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush, Marquette, Michigan, August 2006. Useful Phrases. Abandoned hope. Abated pride. Abbreviated visit. Abhorred thraldom. Abiding romance. Abject submission. Abjured ambition. Able strategist. Abnormal talents. Abominably perverse. Abounding happiness. Abridged statement. Abrogated law. Abrupt transition. Absolutely irrevocable. Absorbed reverie. Abstemious diet. Abstract character. Abstruse reasoning. Absurdly dangerous. Abundant opportunity. Abusive epithet. Abysmally apologetic. Academic rigor. Accelerated progress. Accentuated playfulness. Accepted littleness. Accessible pleasures. Accessory circumstances. Accidental lapse. Accommodating temper. Accomplished ease. Accredited agent. Accumulated burden. Accurate appraisement. Accursed enemy. Accusing glance. Accustomed lucidity. Aching desire. Acknowledged authority. Acoustical effects. Acquired timidity. Acrid controversy. Acrimonious warfare. Actively zealous. Actualized ideals. Acutely conscious. Adamantine rigidity. Adaptive wit. Adduced facts. adequate execution, adhesive quality, administered rebuke, admirable reserve, admissible evidence, admittedly inferior, admonitory gesture, adolescent youth, adorable vanity, adroit flatterer, adulated stranger, adventitious way, adventurous mind, adverse experience, affably accommodating, affected indifference, affectionate approval, affianced lady, affirmative attitude, affluent language, affrighted slave, aggravated faults, aggregate body, aggressive selfishness, agile mind, agitated imagination, agonizing appeal, agreeable frankness, aimless confusion, airy splendor, alarming rapidity, alert acceptance, algebraic brevity, alien splendor, alleged reluctance, allegorical vein, allied subjects, alliterative suggestion, all-pervading influence, alluring idleness, alternating opinion, altogether dissimilar, altruistic ideal, amatory effusions, amazing artifice, ambidextrous assistant, ambiguous grimace, ambitious project, ambling pedestrian, ambrosial essence, amiable solicitude, amicable arrangement, amorous youth, ample culture. End of section 3. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 4 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Amusing artlessness, analogous example, analytical survey, ancestral creed, ancient garb, angelic softness, angry protestations, anguished entreaty, angular features, animated eloquence, annoying complications, anomalous appearance, anonymous benefactor, answering response, antagonistic views, antecedent facts, anticipated attention, antiquated prudery, anxious misgiving, apathetic greeting, aphoristic wit, apish agility, apocalyptic vision, apocryphal lodger, apologetic explanation, apostrophic dignity, appalling difficulties, apparent significance, appealing picture, appointed function, apposite illustration, appreciable relief, appreciative fervor, apprehensive dread, apprentice touch, appropriate designation, approving smile, approximately correct, aptly suggested, arbitrarily imposed, arch conspirator, arched embrasure, archaeological pursuits, architectural grandeur, ardent protest, arduous quest, arid formula, aristocratic lineage, aromatic fragrance, errant trifling, arrested development, arrogant imposition, artful adaptation, artificial suavity, artistic elegance, artless candor, ascending supremacy, ascetic devotion, ascribed productiveness, aspiring genius, assembled arguments, asserted activity, assiduously cultivated, assimilative power, assumed humiliation, assuredly enshrined, astonishing facility, astounding mistakes, astute observer, athletic prowess, atmospheric vagueness, atoning sacrifice, atrocious expression, atrophied view, attending circumstances, attentive deference, attenuated sound, attested loyalty, attractive exordium, audacious mendicant, audible intimations, augmented force, august tribunal, auspicious moment, austere charm, authentic indications, authoritative critic, autobiographical pages, autocratic power, automatic termination, autumnal skies, auxiliary aids, available data, avaricious eyes, avenging fate, average excellence, averted calamity, avowed intention, awakened curiosity, odd devotion, awful dejection, awkward dilemma, axiomatic truth, azure sky. End of section 4. This recording is public domain. Section 5 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Babbling gossip, bacchanalian desires, bachelor freedom, bad omen, baffled sagacity, balanced capacity, baldly described, baleful glances, balmy fragrance, bandying talk, baneful impression, banished silence, barbarous statecraft, barefaced appeal, barest commonplaces, barren opportunities, base intrigues, baseless assumptions, bashful modesty, basic principles, battered witticism, beaming countenance, bearish rudeness, beatific vision, beautiful modesty, beckoning horizon, becoming diffidence, bedraggled wretch, befitting honor, beggarly flimsiness, beguiling voice, belated acknowledgement, belittling fears, bellicose humanity, beneficent career, benevolent regard, benighted sense, benignant pity, beseeching gesture, besetting heresy, besotted fanaticism, bestial ferocity, bewildering maze, bewitching airs, beyond peradventure, bibulous diversions, bigoted contempt, binding obligation, bitter recrimination, bizarre apparel, blackening west, blameless indolence, blanched desolation, bland confidence, blank misgivings, blasphemous hypocrisy, blatant discourse, blazing audacity, blazoned shield, bleak loneliness, blended impression, blessed condolence, blighted happiness, blind partisan, blissful consciousness, blistering satire, blithe disregard, bloated equivalent, bloodless creature, bloodthirsty malice, blundering discourtesy, blunt rusticity, blurred vision, blustering assertion, boastful positiveness, bodily activity, boisterous edification, bold generalization, bombastic prating, bookish precision, boon companion, boorish abuse, bored demeanor, borrowed grace, bottomless abyss, boundless admiration, bountiful supply, boyish appreciation, braggart pretense, bravely vanquished, braying trumpet, brazen importunity, breathless eagerness, brief tenure, briefless barrister, bright interlude, brilliant embodiment, brisk energy, bristling temper, brittle sarcasm, broadening fame, broken murmurs, brooding peace, brutal composure, bubbling frivolities, bucolic cudgeling, budding joy, bulky figure, buoyant pluck, burdensome business, burly strength, burning zeal, bursting laugh, busily engrossed, business acumen, bygone period. End of section 5. This recording is public domain. Section 6 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Cabalistic phrase, cadaverous appearance, calamitous course, calculating admiration, callous indifference, calm resignation, calumnious suspicions, cantankerous enemy, canting hypocrite, capacious mind, capricious allurements, captivating speech, cardinal merit, careless parrying, caressing grasp, carping critic, castellated towers, casual violation, cataclysmic elements, causelessly frightened, caustic remark, cautious skepticism, cavernous gloom, ceaseless vigilance, celebrated instance, celestial joy, censorious critic, centralized wealth, ceremonious courtesy, cerulean blue, challenge admiration, chance reflections, changing exigencies, chaotic plans, characteristic audacity, charitable allowance, charming radiance, chary instincts, chastened hope, chatty familiarity, cheap resentment, cheery response, checkered career, cherished objects, childlike ingenuousness, chilled cynicism, chirpy familiarities, chivalrous spirit, choicest refinements, choleric temperament, choral chant, chronic frailties, churlish temper, circling eddyings, circuitous information, circumscribed purpose, civic consciousness, civilizing influence, clammy death, clamorous vibration, clangorous industry, clarion tone, class demarcations, classical objurgation, clattering accents, clear insight, climactic revelation, clinching proof, cloaked nature, cloistered virtue, close condensation, cloudy magnificence, clownishly insensible, cloying sweetness, clumsy talk, clustering trees, coarse necessity, coaxing eloquence, coercive enactment, cogent statement, coherent thinking, coined metaphor, cold formalities, collateral duties. End of section 6. This recording is public domain. Section 7 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Collective wisdom, colloquial display, colonial character, colossal failure, comatose state, combative tone, comforting reassurance, comic infelicity, commanding attitude, commendable purpose, commercial opulence, commingled emotion, commodiously arranged, common substratum, commonplace illusions, compact fitness, comparative scantiness, compassionate love, compelling force, compendious abstract, compensatory character, competent authority, competitive enterprise, complacent platitudes, complaining sea, complacent observation, complete aloofness, complex notions, complicated maze, complementary glance, component aspects, composed zeal, composite growth, compound idea, comprehensive design, compressed view, compromising rashness, compulsory repetition, compunctious visitings, concatenated pedantries, concealed advantage, conceivable comparison, concentrated vigor, concerted action, conciliating air, concomitant events, concrete realities, concurrent testimony, condemnable rashness, condescending badinage, conditional approval, confessed ardor, confidently anticipated, confirmed misanthrope, conflicting influences, confused mingling, conjectural estimate, conjugal felicity, connected series, connotative damage, connubial love, conquering intelligence, conscientious objection, conscious repugnance, consecrated endeavor, consequent retribution, conservative distrust, considerate hint, consistent friendliness, consoling consciousness, conspicuous ascendancy, constant reiteration, constitutional reserve, constrained politeness, constructive idealists, consuming zeal, consummate mastery, contagious wit, contaminating influence, contemplative nature, contemporary fame, contemptuous disrespect, contented indolence, contingent reasons. End of section 7. This recording is public domain.
Section 8 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Continuous endeavor, contracted expression, contracted view, contradictory theories, contrary tendencies, contrasted types, controversial disputant, contumelious epithet, convenient footing, conventional verbiage, conversational decorum, convincing forcefulness, convivial habits, convulsive agony, cool confidence, copious materials, coquettish advances, cordial approval, corporate selfishness, corporeal constituent, correct forecast, corresponding variation, corroborated truth, corrosive effect, corrupting tendency, cosmical changes, cosmopolitan position, costly advantages, counterbalancing power, countless barriers, courageous eagerness, courteous solicitude, courtly bearing, covered curiosity, coveted honors, cowardly concession, covering agitation, coy reluctance, crackling laughter, crafty deception, craggy eminence, cramped energies, crass stolidity, craven determination, creative faculty, credibly informed, creditative performance, credulous superstition, creeping progress, criminal negligence, crinkling smile, crisp dialogue, critical judgment, crouching culprit, crowning indiscretion, crucial instance, crucifying irony, crude affection, cruel handicap, crumbling precipice, crunching jangle, crushing sorrow, cryptic saying, crystalline sky, crystallized conclusions, culinary myrmidons, culminating fascination, culpable behavior, cultivated ferocity, cultured idleness, cumbrous fragments, cumulative tendency, cunningly contrived, curbed profligacy, curious coincidence, current gossip, curry favor, Cursed inactivity, cursory acquaintance, curt formality, curtained embrasure, cutting directness, cycloramic sweep, cynical disregard. End of section 8. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 9 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Diana Trolldahl, otherwise.blogspot.com. D. Damaging admission. Damask cheek. Damask is a rich patterned fabric, wavy pattern on Damascus steel. Dampened ardor, dancing sunshine, dangerous temerity, dappled shadows, daring candor, dark superstition, dashing gallantry, dastardly injustice, dauntless courage, dawning instinct, dazed brain, dazzling triumph, deadly virulence, deaf tribunal, deathless structure, debasing tendency, debatable point, debilitating features, decadent poets, deceiving mists, decided superiority, decisive manner, declamatory treatment, declamatory, pretentiously rhetorical, bombastic, declared brotherhood, decorously adorned, deepening dusk, deep-seated curiosity, deep-toned lamentations, defective construction, defenseless innocence, defensive alliance, deferential regard, defiant coldness, deficient vitality, definite conception, deformed visage, deft evasion, degrading tendencies, delectable speculations, delegated power, deliberate abnegation, abnegation, self-denial, delicate discrimination, delicious vagueness, delightful variation, delirious ecstasies, delusive charm, demagogic style, democratic institutions, demoniacal force, demonstrable conclusion, demoralizing luxury, demure composure, denunciatory terms, departed glories, deplorable decay, deprecatory shrug, depressing concomitants, depthless forest, derisive voice, derogatory denial, descriptive power, desecrated ideals, deserted desert, deserved approbation, approbation, warm approval, praise, desirable distinction, desolating dread, despairing austerity, desperate defiance, despicable vices, despondent exaggeration, despotic rulers, destructive radicalism, Desultory vacillation. Desultory, disconnected, haphazard, random. Detailed portraiture. Detected hypocrisies. Determinate swing. Detestable purpose. Dethroned princes. Detrimental result. Devastating effect. Devilish sophistries. Deviously subtle. Devitalized personality. Devoted attachment. Devouring ambition. Devout thanksgiving. Dewy coolness. Dexterous impudence. Diabolical passion. Dialectic power. Diametrically opposite. Dictatorial manner. Dictionary significance. Didactic exposition. Didactic, intended to be morally instructive. Different distortion. Difficult portraiture. Diffident civility. Diffident, lacking self-confidence, shy, timid. Diffuse verbosity. Dignified austerity. Digressional adventure. Dilettante mind. Dilettante, dabbler in a field of knowledge. Diligently propagated. End of section 9. This recording is in the public domain. Section 10 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Diana Trolldahl, otherwise.blogspot.com. Dim comprehension. Diminished efficacy. Diminutive stature. Diplomatic skill. Dire consummation. Direct obligation. Disappointing attitude. Disarmed criticism. Disastrous termination. Discarded reminiscences. Discerning critic. Disciplined mind. Disclosed insincerity. Discomfited opponent. Disconcerted conjecture. Disconcerted conjecture. Disconnected fancies. Disconsolate opinions. Discordant sounds. Discredited statement. Discretional opinion. Discriminating homage. Discursive staggerings. Disdainful comment. Diseased hallucinations. Disembodied personality. Disengaged air. Disfiguring disguise. Disgraceful plight. Disgruntled pessimist. Disguised contempt. Disgusted protest. Disheartening facts. Dishonorable submission. Disillusioned youth. Disintegrating tendency. Disinterested motive. Disjoined reminiscences. Dismal seclusion. Dismantled appearance. Disordered imagination. Disparaging criticism. Dispassionate judgment. Dispelling fear. Displeasing softness. Disproportionate ideas. Disputative philosopher. Disquieting thrill. Disreputable aspect. Dissenting opinion. Dissimilar laws. Dissipated illusion. dissolute audacity, dissolving years, dissonant jargon, distant adherent, distasteful notion, distempered feeling, distinct desideratum, distorted vanity, distracting babble, distraught air, distressing laxity, disturbed equanimity, diurnal rotation, divergent calculations, diversified attributes, diverting interests, divine potentialities, dizzy precipice, documentary evidence, dogged determination, doggerel expressions, doggerel, crude, humorous verse, dogmatic assurance, doleful forebodings, domestic endearment, dominating influence, domineering insolence, dormant capacities, doubly odious, doubtful authenticity, downright nonsense, downtrodden drudge, drab apology, dramatic liveliness, drastic action, dread presence, dreaming adventurer, dreamless rest, dreary disrelish, droll incongruity, droning world, drowsy tranquility, dubious success, ductile language, dulcet tone, dull aversion, dumb surprise, dumbfounded amazement, durable impression, dusky obscurity, dutiful compliance, dynamic energy, dynastic insolence. End of section 10. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 11 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Barnes. London, August 2006. Eager animosity, early servitude, earnestly espoused, earthly splendour, easy garrulity, eccentric casuists, ecclesiastical rule, echoless silence, economic absurdity, ecstatically happy, edifying exhortation, educational enterprise, effective embellishment, effectual stimulus, effeminate grace, effervescent multitude, effete aristocracy, efficacious power, efficient education, efflorescent style, effulgent daybeams, egoistic sentiment, egregious mistake, ejaculatory prayer, elaborate composition, elastic ductility, electric effluvium, elegant mediocrity, elemental emotions, elephantine footsteps, elevated enjoyment, elfish grace, eloquent refutation, elusive charm, emancipating labours, embarrassing variety, embellished truths, embittered gaze, emblazoned pinnacles, embryo enterprise, emerald scintillations, eminent nonentity, emotional warmth, emotive power, emphatic earnestness, empirical corroboration, empty phraseology, emulative zeal, enamoured troubadour, enchanted garden, encircling embrace, endearing appellation, endless dissertation, enduring charm, energetic enthusiasm, enervating humility, enfeebled activity, enforced silence, engaging affability, engendered feelings, engrossing purpose, engulfing waters, enhanced reputation, enigmatical silence, enlightened solicitude, enlivened monotony, ennobling personality, enormously outbalanced, enraptured attention, enriched experience, entangled subject, enthralling charm, enthusiastic adherence, enticing odours, entire domain, entrancing sadness. End of section 11. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 012 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Sherry Kern, Gerards Fort, PA, on June 4th, 2007. Enveloping presence, envenomed attacks, inviolable superiority, environing conditions, ephemeral duration, Epicurean taste, epigrammatic sallies, equable composure, equally facetious, equitably governed, equivocal compliment, erotic poem, errant thoughts, erratic flight, erroneous assumption, erudite labors, eruptive violence, esoteric doctrine, especial pleasure, essential prerequisite, estimable qualities, eternal hostility, ethereal azure, ethical wisdom, euphuistic affectations, evanescent glances, evangelic doctrine, evasive answer, effectual circumstance, eventual failure, everlasting mysteries, everyday reality, evident authority, evil necromancy, eviscerating shrieks, exact antithesis, exacting taskmaster, exaggerated estimate, exalted imagination, exasperating coolness, exceedingly acceptable, excellent discernment, exceptional magnitude, excessive zeal, excitable temperament, exclusive pursuant, excruciatory secretion, excruciating accents, excursive fancy, execrable villainy, executive efficiency, exemplary conduct, exhaustless energy, exhilarating charm, exoteric scorn, exotic appearance, expansive benevolence, expectant throng, expeditionary force, expeditiously secreted, experimental suggestion, expiatory sacrifices, explicit injunction, explosive violence, expressionless visage, expressive lineaments, exquisite tact, extemporaneous effusion, extended magnitude, extenuating circumstance, external cheerfulness, extraneous ideas, extraordinary vivacity, extravagant caprice, extremely picturesque, exuberant mirth, exultant condition. End of section 012. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 13 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by E. Pline. Facetious mood, facile criticism, factitious propensity, faded magnificence, faintly sinister, faithfully perpetuated, fallacious hopes, false illusions, faltering tongue, familiar sacredness, famished veracity, fanatical admiration, fanciful alliance, fantastic display, farcical expedient, far-reaching influence, fascinating elusiveness, fashion symmetrically, fastidious taste, fatal disclosure, fatalistic belief, fathomless powers, fatiguing assertion, fattening servitude, fatuous pedantry, faultless taste, favorable augury, fawning flatteries, fearful imprecations, fearless integrity, feasible mode, feeble dribble, feigned reluctance, felicitous expression, feminine capriciousness, ferocious foe, fertile fancy, fervent invocation, fervid enthusiasm, festive illuminations, fetid dampness, fettered tyranny, feverish bewilderment, fickle fancy, fictitious pretext, fidgety impatience, fierce resentment, fiery indignation, figurative eloquence, filial tenderness, final enthronement, fine sensibilities, finished artistry, fireside delights, fitful desire, fitting opportunity, fizzing flame, flaccid faith, flagging popularity, flagitious attack, flagrant boasting, flamboyant brilliancy, flaming zeal, flashing wit, flat denial, flattering aspect, flaunting insolence, flawless constitution, fleecy clouds, fleeting intimation, flickering conscience. End of section 13. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 14 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Flighty obstinacy, flimsy organization, flippant ease, floating blackness, florid oratory, flowery circumlocution, flowing imagery, fluctuating light, fluent sophist, fluffy indignation, fluid ideas, flushed embarrassment, fluttering laugh, focused attention, foggy notion, fond enthusiast, foolish frenzy, forbearing silence, forbidding air, forceful audacity, foregone conclusion, foremost opponent, forensic orator, forest stillness, forgotten graveyard, forlorn desolation, formal acquiescence, formidable barrier, formless jottings, formulated conclusions, fortified selfishness, fortuitous circumstance, foul calumny, fragile form, fragmentary facts, fragrant reminiscence, frail craft, frank admiration, frantic ardor, fraternal pity, freakish humor, freeborn soul, freezing disdain, frenzied haste, frequent digression, fresh impetus, freshening breeze, fretful discontent, friendly familiarity, frightened sense, frightful apparition, frigid disdain, frisky lightness, frivolous expedient, frolicsome extravagance, frozen wonder, fructifying thought, fruitful indignation, fruitless ripening, fugitive thoughts, full plenitude, fulsome praise, fumbling endeavor, functional disparity, fundamental principles, funeral gloom, furious invective, furrowed cheeks, furtive glance, fuzzy enthusiasms, futile babble. End of section 14. This recording is in the public domain. Section 15 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. grabbling reminiscence, galing thought, galvanic jumping, gaping chasm, garbled information, garnished decorations, garnered experience, gathering gloom, gaudy embellishments, gaunt spectre, gay defiance, general acclamation, generative influence, generic characteristics, generous abundance, genial tolerance, genteel parlance, gentle blandishments, gentlemanly personage, genuine cynicism, geological enigma, geometrical progression, germinal idea, ghastly loneliness, ghostly apparitions, giant height, giddy pleasure, gifted intelligence, gigantic sagacity, girlish sprightliness, gladdening influence, gladiatorial exercise, gladsome glow, glaring impropriety, glassy smoothness, gleamy escutcheon, gleeful spirit, glibly conjoined, gliding measures, glimmering idea, glistening dewdrop, glittering epigram, gloomy musing, glorious freedom, glossed false, glowering countenance, glowing anticipations, gnawing thoughts, godlike independence, golden opportunity, good-humored gibes, gorgeous splendor, gossiping opinion, governing impulse, graceful demeanor, gracious immunity, graduated sequence, grandiose nomenclature, graphic portrayal, grasping credulity, gratuitous rudeness, grave reticence, greedy grasp, gregarious humanity, grievously mistaken, grim swiftness, grinding despotism, grinning ghosts, griping fascination, grizzled warrior, gross exaggeration, grotesque perversion, groundless fear, groveling servility, growing tension, grudging thanks, grumbling monotone, guileless zeal, gullible humanity, gruggling brooks, gushing enthusiasm, gusty clamor, guttural incoherence, gymnastic agility. End of section 15. This recording is in the public domain. Section 16 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Pallavi, Hyderabad, India, August 2006. Habitual difference, hackneyed statement, hairbreadth difference, halcyon innocence, hallowed stillness, halting praise, hampered power, handsomely recompensed, haphazard ostentation, happy intuition, harassing anxiety, hardened indifference, harmless mirth, harmonious grace, harrowing details, harsh jaggering, hasty generalization, hateful malignity, haughty composure, haunting despair, hazardous enterprise, hazy recollection, headlong vehemence, healthful vitality, heartfelt amity, heartless perfidy, heart-rendering outcry, hearty contempt, heated discussion, heathen hordus, heavenly ecstasies, heavy handicap, hectic tittering, hectoring rant, headless love, heightened charm, heinous enormity, helpless innocence, Herculean monster, hereditary arrogance, heretical opinions, hermetically sealed, heroic fortitude, hesitating courage, heterogeneous mass, hidden pitfalls, hideous phantom, high-flying theories, highly meritorious, hilarious outburst, hillside mist, hissing murmur, historic edifice, hoarded vengeance, hoary antiquity, hollow joys, homebred virtues, homeless wind, homely pathos, homespun play, homicidal mania, homogeneous whole, honest admiration, honeyed eloquence, hooligan wind, hopelessly befogged, horrible swiftness, horrid significance, hortatory moonshine, hospitable courtesy, hostile partisan, hot frenzy, hovering presence, howling chaos, huddled faculties, huge aspiration, human derelict, humanitarian impulse, humbly propitiating, humdrum inconsistencies, humid lustre, humiliating discomfiture, humorless variety, humorous urbanity, hungry satisfaction, hurrying ears, hurtful indulgence, hushed laughter, husky shrillness, hybrid emotions, hypnotic fascination, hypochondriacal terrors, hypocritical pretense, hysterical agitation. End of section 16. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 17 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Chapman. August 2006. Iconoclastic attitude. Icy smile. Idealistic type. Identical mode. Idiomatic propriety. Idiotic obstinacy. Idle jesting. idolatrous fervour, idyllic nonsense, ignoble domination, ignominious retreat, ill-concealed impatience, illiberal superstition, illimitable progression, illiterate denizens, illogical interruption, illuminating insight, elusive touch, illustrative anecdote, illustrious era, imaginative warmth, embittered controversy, immaterial connection, immature dissent, immeasurable scorn, immediate abjuration, immemorial bulwark, immense complacency, imminent perplexities, immitigable contempt, immoderate grief, immortal creation, immovably silent, immutable law, impaired prestige, impalpable nothingness, impartial justice, impassible serenity, impassioned impulse, impatient yearning, impeccable felicity, impecunious exile, impelling movement, impending fate, impenetrable calmness, imperative necessity, imperceptible deviation, imperfect equipment, imperial authority, imperious mind, imperishable renown, impersonal compliment, impertinent drollery, imperturbable gravity, impetuous zeal, impious defiance, impish humour, implacable resentment, implicit faith, implied concealment, implored pardon, imponderable air, important epoch, importunate questions, imposing mien, impossible contingency, impotent desperation, impoverished age, impracticable obstinacy, impregnable fortress, impressionistic stroke, imprisoning limitations, improbable conjecture, impromptu utterance, improvising powers, imprudent indebtedness, impudent knowingness, impulsive gratitude, inaccessible dignity, inadequate appreciation, inadmissible expression, inadvertent remark, inalienable right, inanimate existence, inapposite blandness, inaptly designated, inarticulate lispings, inaugural discourse, inborn refinement, inbred taste, incalculable mischief, incarnate hate, incendiary opinions, incessant volume, incidental duty, incipient fancy. End of section 17. This recording is in the public domain. Section 18 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Chris Chapman. August 2006. Incisive critic. Incoherent loquacity. Incommunicable gift. Incomparable excellence. Incompletely apprehended. Inconceivable absurdity. Incongruous contrast. Inconsiderable trifle. Inconsistent conduct. Inconsolable cares. Incontestable inference. Incontrovertible proof. Incorrigible merriment. Incorruptible constancy. Increasing clamour. Incredible swiftness. Indecent saturnalia. Indecorously amused. Indefatigable diligence. Indefeasible title. Indefinable reluctance. Indefinite yearning. Indelible obligation. Indelicate impetuosity. Indented outline. Independent research. Indescribably lugubrious. Indestructible atoms. Indeterminable value. Indifferent promise. Indigenous growth. Indignant denunciation. Indirect interrogation. Indiscriminate censure. Indispensable requisites. Indisputable chronicler. Indissoluble compact. Indistinct association. Individual valour. Indivisible aspects. Indolent neglect. Indomitable pride. Indubitable signs. Indulgent construction. Indwelling delight. Ineffable disdain. Ineffaceable incongruity. Ineffectual blandishment. Ineradicable coquetry. Inestimable honour. Inevitable corollary. Inexcusable laughter. Inexhaustible abundance. Inexorable authority. Inexplicable reluctance. Inexpressible benignity. Inextricable confusion. Infallible judgment. Infamous pretense. Infantile simplicity. Infectious hilarity. infelicitous arrangement, inferential method, infernal machinations, infinite deference, infinitesimal gradations, infirm purpose, inflamed curiosity, inflated optimism, inflexible integrity, influential voice, informing feature, infuriated demagogues, ingenious trick, inglorious victory, ingrained love, ingratiating exterior, inharmonious prelude, inherent dignity, inherited anxieties, inimitable felicity, iniquitous fortune, initiatory period, injudicious yielding, injured conceit, inky blackness, inmost recesses, innate forbearance, inner restlessness, innocent amenities, innocuous desuetude, innovating spirit, inoffensive copiousness, inopportune condition, inordinate ambition, inquisitional rack. End of section 18. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 19 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Kira Rutherford Bayes, August 2006. Inquisitive observer. Insatiable vanity. Inscrutable austerity. Insecure truce. Insensate barbarism. Insensibly flattered. Inseparably associated. Insidious tendency. Insignificant blot. Insincere profession. Insinuatingly pursued. Insipid tameness. Insistent babble. Insolent placidity. Insoluble riddles. Inspiring achievement. Inspiriting spectacle. Instant readiness. Instantaneous cessations. Instinctive disapproval. Insufferably dull. Insufficient appeal. Insular strength. Insulting invectives. Insuperable difficulty. Insurmountable obstacles. Intangible something. Integral element. Intellectual integrity. Intelligent adaptation. Intemperate scorn. Intense perplexity. Intensive cultivation. Intentional garbling. Interior spirit. Interlocking directorate. Intermediate link. Interminable question. Intermingled gloom. Intermittent threats. Internal dissension. Interpolated speech. Interpretative criticism. Interwoven thread. Intimately allied. intolerably tedious, intoxicating hum, intractable temper, entrenched privilege, intrepid dexterity, intricate interlacings, intriguing braggart, intrinsic fecundity, intrusive brightness, intuitive perception, invaluable composition, invariable kindness, inveighing incessantly, inventive jealousy, inveterate antipathy, invidious mention, invigorating discipline, invincible optimism, inviolable confidence, involuntary yearnings, involuted sentences, involved pomposity, invulnerable solemnity, inward disinclination, irascible doggedness, irate remonstrance, iridescent sheen, irksome task, iron resolution, ironic iciness, irradiating spirit, irrational awe, irreclaimable dead, irreconcilable parting, irrevocably lost, irrefragable laws, irrefutable argument, irregular constellations, irrelevant suggestion, irremediable sorrow, irreparable injury, irrepressible excitement, irreproachable exterior, irresistible will, irresponsible gossip, irretrievable blunder, irreverent audacity, irreversible facts, irrevocable verdict, irritable impatience, isolated splendor. End of section 19. This recording is in the public domain. Section 20 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Kira Rutherford Bayes, August 2006. Jaded sensibility, jagged outline, jarring discord, jaundiced opinion, jaunty confidence, jealous animosity, jesting allusion, jingling alliteration, jocular mirth, jocund host, jostling confusion, jovial fancy, joyful alacrity, joyous stagnation, jubilant antagonist, judicial impartiality, judicious candor, just rebuke, juvenile attempt. Kaleidoscopic pictures, keen insight, kindled enthusiasm, kindly innocence, kindred sympathies, kingly generosity, knavish conduct, knightly achievement, known disingenuousness, labored levity, labyrinthian windings, lacerated feelings, lachrymose monotony, lackadaisical manner, laconic force, lagging footsteps, lamentable helplessness, languid impertinence, large receptivity, lashing scorn, latent conviction, laudable zeal, laughable absurdity, lavish liberality, lawless freedom, lazy acquiescence, leaden steps, leaping ambition, learned gravity, leering smile, legal perspicacity, legendary associations, legislative enactment, legitimate inference, leisurely composure, lengthening shadows, leonine powers, lethargic temperament, lettered coxcomb, liberal contemplations, lifeless imbecility, lifelong adherence, lightless eyes, lightly disregard, lightning glare, limpid twilight, lingering tenderness, linguistic attainments, liquid eloquence, lisping utterance, listening reverence, listless apathy, literal exactness, literary research, lithe contortions, little idiosyncrasies, lively susceptibility, livid lightning, living manifestation, loathsome oppression, local busybody, loftiest aspirations, logical precision, lone magnificence, longing fancy, looming probabilities, loquacious assurances, lordly abhorrence, loud vociferation, lounging gait, loutish rudeness, lovingly quizzical, lowering aspects, lowest degradation, loyal adhesion, lucid treatment, lucrative profession, ludicrous incongruity, lugubrious question, lukewarm repentance, lumbering gaiety, luminous interpretation, lurid picturesqueness, lurking suspicion, lustrous surface, luxuriant richness, lying equivocations. End of section 20. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 21 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Linton. M. Maddening monotony. Magic fascination. Magisterial emphasis. Magnanimous concessions. Magnetic fascination. Magnificent fluorescence. Magniloquent diction. Maidenly timidity. Main ramifications. Majestic dignity. Maladjusted marriages. Malevolent ingenuity. Malicious aspersions. Malign influence. Malodorous gentility. Manageable proportions. Mangled arguments. Manifest reluctance. Manifold functions. Manly reticence. Mantling smile. Manual dexterity. manufactured melancholy, marked individuality, marketable commodity, marshalled hosts, martial footsteps, marvellous lucidity, masculine power, masked expression, massive strength, master achievement, matchless charm, material misconception, maternal solicitude, mathematical precision, matrimonial alliance, matured reflection, maudlin sentimentalism, mawkish insipidity, maximum intensity, meagre evidence, mean trickeries, meaningless confusion, measured cadence, mechanical handicraft, meditatively silent, meek ambition, melancholy musing, mellifluous eloquence, mellow refinement, melodious platitudes, melodramatic resource, melting mood, memorable experience, menacing attitude, mendacious tongue, mendicant pilgrim, mental metamorphosis, mercenary view, merchantable literature, merciful insensibility, merciless censor, mercurial temperament, mere generalization, meretricious allurements, meridian splendour, merited ridicule, merry jest, metallic immobility, metaphysical obscurity, meteoric splendours. End of section 21. This recording is in the public domain. Section 22 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Linton. Methodical regularity, metrical exactness, microscopic minuteness, mighty animosity, mild rejoinder, militant struggles, military autocracy, millennial reign, mimic gestures, minatory shadow, mincing precision, mingled decorousness, miniature imitations, minor impulses, minute consideration, miraculous profusion, mirroring lake, mirthful glance, mischievous effusion, miserable musings, misleading notion, misshapen oddities, misspent strength, mistaken assumption, mistrustful superiority, misty depression, mitigating circumstances, mobile countenance, mock seriousness, modest cheerfulness, modified sentiment, mouldy doctrines, mollifying conditions, momentary discomfiture, momentous pause, monarchical institutions, monastic austerity, monotonous sameness, monstrous absurdity, monumental structure, moody silence, moonlight witchery, moral obliquity, morbid imagination, mordant wit, moribund mediocrities, moral affront, mortified coldness, motley appearance, mountainous inequalities, mournful magnificence, mouthing amplitude, muddled opinion, muddy inefficiency, muffled detonations, mullioned windows, multifarious activity, multiform truth, multiple needs, multitudinous details, mundane importance, mural decorations, murderous parody, murky recesses, musical diapason, mute insensibility, mutinous thoughts, muttered warning, mutual animosity, myriad lights, mysterious potency, mystic meaning, mythical kingdom. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain. Section 23 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Linton. N. Naive manner, naked eye, nameless fear, narcotic effect, narrowing axioms, nasal drone, nascent intercourse, national shortcomings, native incompetence, natural sluggishness, nauseous doze, nautical venture, neat refutation, nebulous uncertainty, necessary adjuncts, necromantic power, needless depression, nefarious scheme, negative approbation, negligible quantity, neighbouring mists, nerveless hand, nervous solicitude, nettled opponent, neutral eye, new perplexities, nice discrimination, niggardly allowance, nightmare fantasy, nimble faculty, noble condescension, nocturnal scene, nodding approval, noiseless reverie, noisy platitudes, nomadic life, nominal allegiance, nonchalant manner, non-committal way, nondescript garb, nonsense rhymes, noonday splendour, normal characteristics, notable circumstance, noteworthy friendship, noticeably begrimed, notoriously profligate, novel signification, nugatory cause, numbed stillness, numberless defeats, numerical majority. O. Obdurate courage, obedient compliance, objectionably apologetic, obligatory force, obligingly expressed, oblique tribute, obscure intimation, obsequious homage, observant eye, Obsolete phraseology. Obstinate defiance. Obstreperous summons. Obtrusive neatness. Obvious boredom. Occasional flights. Occult sympathy. Ocean depth. Odd makeshifts. Odious tyranny. Odorous spring. Offensive hostility. Official asperity. Olfactory sense. Olive greyness. Ominous rumours. Omnipotent decree. Omniscient affirmation. Oncoming horde. Onerous cares. Onflowing volume. Opalescent sea. Opaque mass. Openly disseminated. Opinionated truculence. Opportunely contrived. Oppressive emptiness. Opprobrious epithet. Oracular utterance. Oratorical display. Ordinary delinquencies. Organic assimilation. Oriental spicery. Originally promulgated. Oscillatory movement. Ostensible occupation. Ostentatious display. Outlandish fashion. Outrageously vehement. Outspoken encouragement. Outstanding feature. Outstretching sympathies. Outward pomp. Outworn creed. Overbearing style. Overestimated importance. Overflowing sympathy. Overhanging darkness. Overmastering potency. Overpowering argument. Overshadowing dread. Overstrained enthusiasm. Overt act. Overvaulting clouds. Overweening sense. Overwhelming solicitude. Overworked drudge. End of section 23. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 24 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California. P. Pacific disposition. Painful obstinacy. Painstaking reticence. Palatable advice. Pallidly illumined. Palpable originality. Palpitating emotion. Paltry hypocrisies. Pampered darling. Panic fear. Panting eagerness. Parabolic obscureness. Paradoxical talker. Paralyzing sentimentalism. Paramount authority. Parasitical magnificence. Parental permission. Paroxysmal outburst. Particularly notable. Partisan prejudice. Passing panorama. Passionate insistence. Passive obedience. Patchwork manner. Patent example. Paternal tenderness. Pathetic helplessness. Patient endurance. Patriarchal visage. Patriotic enthusiasm. peacefully propagated. Peculiar piquancy. Piquancy means appealingly provocative, charming. Pecuniary privation. Pedantic ineptitude. Pedantic means attention to detail or rules. Pedestrian vigor. Peerless raconteur. Raconteur means skilled storyteller. Peevish ingratitude. Pending determination. Penetrating warmth. Penitential cries. Penniless wanderer. Pensive reflections. Perceptible difference. Peremptory punishment. Peremptory means ending all debate or action. Perennial charm. Perfect embodiment. Perfunctory inquiries. Perilous expedient. Permanent significance. Pernicious doctrine. Perpetual oscillation. Perplexing problem. Persecuting zeal. Persistent adherence. Personal predilection. Predilection means a preference. Persuasive eloquence. Prig. Pertinacious solemnity. Pertinacious means stubbornly persistent. Pertinent question. Perusing earnestness. Pervading tendencies. Perverse quaintness. Pessimistic skepticism. Pestiferous career. Pestiferous means evil or deadly, pernicious. Pet aversion. Petrified smile. Petticoat diplomacy. Pettifogging business. Petty pedantries. Pedantries mean attention to detail or rules. Phantom show. Philanthropic zeal. Philosophical acuteness. Phlegmatic temperament. Phlegmatic means calm, sluggish, unemotional. Phosphorescent shimmer. Photographic exactitude. Physical convulsion. Pictorial embellishments. Picturesque details. Piercing clearness. Pinchbeck dignity. Pinchbeck means a cheap imitation. Pining melancholy. Pioneering spirit. Pious platitudes. Piquant illusions. Piquant means attracting or delighting. Pitiable frenzy. Pitiless precision. Pivotal point. Placid stupidity. Plainly expedient. Plain-spoken rebuke. Plaintive cadence. Plastic mind. Plausible commonplaces. Playful wit. Pleasing reveries. Pleasurable excitement. Plenary argument. Plentiful harvest. Plighted word. Plighted means promised by a solemn pledge. Poignant clearness. Pointless tale. Poisonous counsels. polished ease. Polite indifference. Political malcontent. End of section 24. This recording is in the public domain. Section 25 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox by Dennis Sayers. In Modesto, California, fall 2006. Polluting taints. Pompous platitudes. Ponderous research. Pontifical manner. Popular resentment. Populous fertility. Portentous gulf. Positively deteriorating. Posthumous glory. Potential energy. Powerful stimulant. Practical helpfulness. Precarious path. Precautionary measure. Precipitous flight. Precise purpose. Precocious wisdom. Preconceived view. Predatory riders. Predestined spinster. Predominant habit. Pregnant hint. Preliminary assumption. Premature ripening. Premonitory symptoms. Preoccupied attention. Prepossessing appearance. Preposterous assertion. Prescient reflection. Prescient means perceiving the significance of events before they occur. Prescribed conditions. Presiding genius. Pressing necessity. Pretended surprise. Pretentious dignity. Preternatural sagacity. Preternatural means extraordinary, and sagacity means far-sighted or wise. Pretty plaintiveness. Prevailing misconception. Priestly austerity. Primal energy. Prime factor. No integer factors, irreducible. That is, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, etc. Primeval silence. Primordial conditions. Princely courtesy. Prismatic blush. Pristine dignity. Private contempt. Privileged caste. Prized possession. Problematic age. Prodigally lavished. Prodigious variety. Productive discipline. Profane denunciation. Professedly imitated. Professional garrulity. Garrulity means excessive talkativeness. Proffered service. profitable adventure. Profligate expenditure, profound conviction, profuse generosity. Projected visit. Prolegomenous babbler. Prolegomenous means preliminary discussion. Prolific outpouring. Prolix narrative. Prolix means wordy. Prolonged happiness. Promiscuous multitude. Promising scions. Scions are descendants. Prompt courage. Propagandist literature. Propelling impulse. Proper punctilio. Punctilio means a fine point of etiquette. Prophetic vision. Propitious moment. Propitious means auspicious or favorable. Proportionately vigilant. Proprietary sense. Prosaic excellence. Prosaic means dull and lacking excitement. Prospective success. Prosperity revival. Prostrate servility. Protoplasmic ancestors. Protracted agony. Proud destiny. Proverbial situation. Provincial prejudice. Provoked hostility. Prudential wisdom. Prurient desire. Prying criticism. Psychic processes. Public derision. Puerile fickleness. Puerile means immature or childish. Pugnacious defiance. Pulsating life. Punctilious care. Punctilious meaning precise or scrupulous. Pungent epigram. Puny dimensions. Purblind brutality. Purblind means partly blind, slow to understanding. Pure coincidence. Purgatorial fires. Puritanical primness. Purplish shadows. Purposed attempt. Purposeful drama. Pursuing fancies. Pusillanimous desertion. Pusillanimous meaning cowardly. Pyrotechnic outburst. End of section 25. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Fall 2006.
Section 26 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13th, 2006. Quailing culprit. Quaint peculiarities. Qualifying service. Quavering voice. Queer tolerance. Quenchless despair. Querulous disposition. Questionable data. questioning gaze, quibbling speech, quick sensibility, quiescent melancholy, quiet cynicism, quivering excitement, quixotic impulse, quizzical expression, quondam foe, racial prejudice, racy humor, radiant happiness, radical distinction, raging billows, rambling looseness, rampant wickedness, rancorous animosities, random preconceptions, rank luxuriance, ranting optimism, rapacious speculation, rapid transitions, rapturous adoration, rare endowment, rarefied humor, rashly overrated, rational discourse, ravenous eagerness, ravishing spectacle, raw composition, reactionary movement, ready sympathy, realistic portrayal, reanimating ideas, reasonably probable, rebellious thought, reciprocal influence, reckless lavishness, recognized authority, recondite description, reconstructive era, recovered composure, recumbent figure, recurring doubt, reddening dawn, redoubled activity, refining influence, reflective habits, refractory temper, refreshing novelty, regal countenance, regretful melancholy, regular recurrence, relatively mild, relaxed discipline, relentless justice, religious scruples, reluctant tolerance, remarkable sagacity. End of section 26. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 27 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jordan Mueller. Remedial measure, remorseless logic, remote epoch, renowned achievement, repeated falsification, repelling vices, repentant sense, reprehensible action, repressed ardor, reproachful misgiving, repulsive spectacle, reputed disposition, requisite expertness, resentful flame, resilient spirit, resistless might, resolute daring, resonant gaiety, resounding blare, resourceful wickedness, respectful condescension, resplendent brightness, responsive throb, restless inquisitiveness, restorative influence, restricted meaning, resultant limitation, retaliating blows, retarding influence, retreating footsteps, revengeful scowl, reverent enthusiasm, revolting cynicism, revolutionary tradition, rhapsodical eulogy, rhetorical amplification, rhythmical movements, richly emblazoned, righteous indignation, rightful distinction, rigid propriety, rigorous reservation, riotous clamor, ripe reflection, rising misgivings, riveted attention, robust sense, rollicking mirth, romantic solitudes, rooted habits, roseate tints, rough brutality, roundabout approach, rousing chorus, royal exultations, rubicund tinge, rude awakening, rudimentary effort, rueful conclusion, ruffled feelings, rugged austerity, ruling motive, rumbling hoarseness, ruminating mood, rural imagery, rustic simplicity, rustling forest, ruthless commercialism. End of section 27. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 28 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13th, 2006. Sacerdotal preeminence. Sacred tenderness. Sacrilegious violence. Sacrosanct fetish. Sadly disconcerted. Sagacious mind. Sage reflections. Saintly serenity. Salient feature. Salutary amusement. Sanctimonious hypocrite. Sane observer. Sanguinary measures. Sanguine expectations. Sarcastic incredulity. Sardonic taciturnity. Satirical critic. Satisfying equipoise. Savage satirist. Scalding jests. Scandalous falsehood. Scant recognition. Scathing satire. Scattered distractions. Scholarly attainments. Scientific curiosity. Scintillating wit. Scoffing defiance. Scorching criticism. Scornful negligence. Scriptural exegesis. Scrubby foreland. Scrupulous fidelity. Sculptured sphinx. Scurrilous blustering. Searching eye. Secluded byways. Secret dismay. Sectarian sternness. Secure anchorage. Sedentary occupation. Seditious speaking. Seductive whisperings. Sedulously fostered. Seeming artlessness. Seething hate. Selective instinct. Self-conscious activity. Self-deprecating irony. Selfish vindictiveness. Self-same strain. Senile sensualist. Senseless gibberish. Sense abated. Sensitively courteous. Sensuous music. Sententious wisdom. Sentimental twaddle. Sepulchral quiet. Sequestered nook. Seraphic promiscuousness. Serene triumph. Serious resentment. Serpentine curves. Servile obedience. Sesquipedalian words. Settled dislike. Severe censure. Shabby imitation. Shadowy abstraction. Shady retirements. Shallow sophistry. Sham enthusiasm. Shambling gait. Shamed demeanor. Shameless injustice. Shapeless conformations. Shaping impulses. Sharp rebuke. Shattered reason. Sheepish look. Sheer boredom. Sheltering hypocrisy. Shifting panorama. Shimmering gaiety. Shining virtues. Shivering soul. Shocking rudeness. Shoreless sea. Shortening days. Shrewd suspicion. Shrewish look. Shrill dissonance. Shrunken wisp. Shuddering reluctance. End of section 28. This recording is in the public domain. Section 29 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13th, 2006. Shuffling preliminaries. Shy obeisance. Sibilant oath. Sickening jealousy. Sidelong glance. Significant symbol. Silent agony. Silken filaments. Silly escapades. Silvery sea. Similar amplitude. Simple rectitude. Simulated rapture. Simultaneous acclamation. Sincere hospitality. Singular sensitiveness. Sinister forebodings. Sinuous movements. Skeptical contempt. Skillfully maintained. Skulking look. Slackened tension. Slavish imitation. Sledgehammer blows. Sleepless soul. Sleepy enchantment. Slender resource. Slight acceleration. Slovenly deportment. Slow stupefaction. Sluggish resolution. Slumbering stream. Smacking breeze. Small aptitude. Smiling repose. Smirking commonplace. Smoldering resentment. Smothered sob. Smug hypocrisy. Snappish impertinence. Sneering jibes. Snowy whiteness. Snug retreat. Soaring ambition. Sobbing wail. Sober melancholy. Social banalities. Sociological bearing. Soft allurement. Solemn emptiness. Solid knowledge. Solidifying substance. Solitary grandeur. Somber relations. Somewhat scandalized. Somnolent state. Sonorous simplicity. Sophistical argument. Soporific emanations. Sordid selfishness. Sorely beset. Sorrowful resignation. Soulless mechanism. Sounding verbiage. Sourly ascetic. Sovereign panacea. Spacious tracklessness. Sparkling splendor. Specialized skill. Specific characteristics. Specious artifice. Spectral fears. Speculative rubbish. Speechless surprise. Speedy extinction. Spendthrift prodigality. Spirited vindication. Spiritual dazzlement. Splendid irony. Splenetic imagination. Spontaneous challenge. Sporadic exception. Sportive gaiety. Spotless honor. Sprightly talk. Spurious enthusiasm. Squalid distress. Squandered talent. Squeamish taste. Staggering surprise. Stainless womanhood. Stale sciolism. Stalwart defiance. Stammered apology. Starched sterility. End of section 29. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 30 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jordan Mueller. Starlit imminence. Startling eccentricity. Starving proletariat. Stately stride. Statesmanlike person. Statistical knowledge. Statuesque immobility. Staunch manhood. Steadfast obedience. Stentorian voice. Stereotyped commonness. Sterile hatred. Sterling sense. Stern defiance. Stiff conceit. Stifled convulsions. Still solitudes. Stilted bombast. Stimulating impression. Stinging reproach. Stinted endowment. Stipulated reward. Stock pleasantries. Stoic callousness. Stolid obstinacy. Stony stare. Storied traditions. Stormy passion. Stout assertion. Straggling association. Straightforward logic. Straightway vanished. Strained interpretation. Straitened circumstance. Strange wistfulness. Strenuous insistence. Striking diversity. Stringent statement. Strong aversion. Stubborn reality. Studious reserve. Stultified mind. Stunning crash. Stupendous magnitude. Stupid bewilderment. Sturdy genuineness. Subaltern attitude. Subconscious conviction. Subduing influence. Sublime anticipations. Submissive behavior. Subordinate pursuit. Subsidiary advantage. Substantial agreement. Subterranean sunlessness. Subtle sophistry. Subversive accident. Successfully dispelled. Successive undulations. Succinct phrase. Sudden perturbation. Sullen submission. Summary vengeance. Sumptuously decorated. Superabundant energy. Superannuated coquette. Superb command. Supercilious discontent. Superficial surliness. Superfluous precaution. Superhuman vigor. Superior skill. Superlative cleverness. Supernatural incident. Supine resignation. Suppliant posture. Suppressed excitement. Supreme exaltation. Surging multitude. Surly tone. Surpassing loveliness. Surprising intimacy. Surreptitious means. Sustained vigor. Swaggering bully. Swampy flatness. Swarming population. Sweeping assertion. Sweet peaceableness. Swelling magnitude. Swift transition. Swinging cadence. Symmetrical brow. Sympathetic insight. Syncopated tune. Synthetic judgment. Systematic interaction. End of section 30. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 31 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Tacit assumption. Taciturn magnanimity. Tactical niceties. Tameless energy. Tangible realities. Tangled network. Tardy recognition. Tarnished reputation. Tart temper. Tasteful gratification. Tasteless insipidity. Tattered mendicant. Taunting accusation. Tawdry pretentiousness. Tearful sensibilities. Tearing gallop. teasing persistency, technical precision, tedious formality, teeming population, temerarious assertion, temperamental complacency, tempered pathos, tempestuous breeze, temporary expedient, tenacious memory, tender solicitude, tense attention, tentative moment, tepid conviction, termagant wife, terrible sublimity, terrifying imprecations, terse realism, testamentary document, thankless task, thawing laughter, theological complexities, thirsting ear, thorny pathway, thorough uprightness, thoughtful silence, thoughtless whim, threadbare sentiment, threatened wrath, thrilling eloquence, throbbing pride, throneless monarch, thronging images, thundering rage, thwarted impulse, tideless depth, tigerish stealth, tightened ominously, timid acquiescence, tingling expectation, tinkling cymbal, tipsy jocularity, tiptoe curiosity, tireless egotism, tiresome braggadocio, titanic force, toilsome pleasure, tolerably comprehensive, tolerant indifference, tormenting thought, torn asunder, torpid faculties, tortuous labyrinth, tortured innocence, totally engrossed, touching pathos, tousled head, towering pride, traceable consanguinity, trackless forest, traditional type, tragic intensity, trailing sweetness, tranquil grandeur, transcendent power, transfiguring tints, transient emotion, translucent cup, transmuting touch, transparent compliment, treacherous intelligence, treasured possessions, trembling anxiety, tremendous domination, tremulous sense, trenchant phrase, trifling superfluity, trite remark, triumphant boldness, trivial conventionality, tropical luxuriance, troubled inertness, trudging wayfarer, trustworthy source, tumultuous rapture, tuneful expression, turbulent times, turgid appeal, twilight shadow, twittered sleepily, twofold bearing, typical excellence, tyrannical disposition. End of section 31. This recording is in the public domain. Section 32 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Ubiquitous activity. Ugly revelation. Ulterior purpose. Ultimate sanction. Ultra-fashionable world. Unabashed insolence. Unabated pleasure. Unaccountable perturbity, unaccustomed toil, unadorned style, unaffected pathos, unaffrighted innocence, unagitated abstraction, unalloyed satisfaction, unalterable determination, unanimous acclamation, unanswerable argument, unapologetic air, unappeasable resentment, unapproached supremacy, unassailable position, unassuming dignity, unattainable perfection, unavailing consolation, unavoidable propensities, unballasted eloquence, unbeaten track, unbecoming behavior, unbending reserve, unbiased judgment, unblemished character, unblinking observation, unblushing iteration, unbounded hospitality, unbridgeable chasm, unbridled fancy, unbroken continuity, uncanny fears, unceasing variation, unceremonious talk, uncertain tenure, unchallenged supremacy, unchanging affection, uncharitable ambition, uncharted depths, unchastised offense, unclouded splendor, uncomfortable doubt, uncommonly attractive, uncommunicable quality, uncomplaining endurance, uncomprehending smile, uncompromising dogmatism, unconcealed aversion, unconditioned freedom, uncongenial task, unconquerable patience, unconscious serenity, uncontrollable delight, unconventional demeanor, uncounted generations, uncouth gambols, uncritical position, unctuously belaud, undaunted defender, undazzled eyes, undefined anticipations, undeniable charm, underlying assumption, undeviating consistency, undignified peccadilloes, undiluted skepticism, undiminished relish, undimmed luster, undisciplined genius, undisguised amusement, undismayed expression, undisputed ascendancy, undistracted attention, undisturbed silence, undivided energies, undoubted authenticity, undue predilection. End of section 32. This recording is in the public domain. Section 33 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Undulating hills. Unduly troublesome. Undying friendship. Unearthly gladness. Uneasy craving. Unembarrassed scrutiny. Unembittered sweetness. Unending exactions, unenlightened zealot, unenvied insipidity, unequaled skill, unequivocally resented, unerring fidelity, unessential details, unexampled sweetness, unexhausted kindliness, unexpected confidence, unfailing courtesy, unfaltering glance, unfamiliar garb, unfathomable indifference, unfeigned assent, unfettered liberty, unflagging zest, unflattering truth, unflecked confidence, unfledged novice, unflinching zeal, unfolding consciousness, unforced acquiescence, unforeseen vicissitudes, unforgivable tragedy, unfounded conjecture, unfulfilled longing, ungainly figure, ungarnished reality, ungenerously resolved, ungenial temperament, ungovernable vehemence, ungracious temper, ungrudging tribute, unguessed riches, unhallowed threshold, unhampered expression, unhappy predecessor, unheeded beauties, unheroic measure, unhesitating faith, unhindered flight, unholy triumph, uniform blending, unimaginable bitterness, unimpassioned dignity, unimpeachable sentiment, unimpeded activity, uninstructed critic, uninterrupted process, unique personality, universal reprobation, unjust depreciation, unknown appellations, unlettered laborer, unlikely contingency, unlimited opulence, unlucky dissembler, unmanly timidity, unmastered possibility, unmeaning farce, unmeasured hostility, unmellowed dawn, unmelodious echoes, unmerciful plundering, unmingled consent, unmistakenly fabulous, unmitigated gloom, unmixed astonishment, unmodified passion, unmurmuring sea, unnecessary platitudes, unnumbered thousands, unobtrusive deference, unostentatious display, unpalatable truth. End of section 33. This recording is in the public domain. Section 34 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 12, 2006. Unparalleled atrocities. Unpardonable error. Unphilosophical dreamer. Unpleasant excrescence. Unprecedented advance. Unprejudiced intelligence. Unpretentious character, unprincipled violence, unprofitable craft, unpurchasable luxury, unqualified submission, unquenchable tenderness, unquestionable genius, unquestioning fate, unreasonable pretense, unreasoning distrust, unredeemable forfeit, unrefreshing sameness, unrelaxing emphasis, unrelenting spirit, unremembered winter, unremitting toil, unrepining sadness, unreproved admiration, unrequited love, unresentful disposition, unreserved assent, unresisted authority, unresolved exceptions, unresponsive gloom, unresting speed, unrestrained anger, unrestricted ease, unrivaled distinction, unruffled concord, unsatisfied yearning, unscrupulous adventurer, unseasonable apology, unseemly mirth, unselfish fidelity, unsettled trait, unshakable foundation, unshrinking determination, unslackened volubility, unsophisticated youth, unsparing abuse, unspeakable delight, unspiritual tone, unspoiled goodness, unstinted praise, unsullied virtue, unsurpassed purity, unswerving integrity, untamable energy, unthinkable hypothesis, untiring energy, untold calamity, untoward circumstances, untrammeled expression, untrodden woodland, untroubled repose, untuneful phrase, untutored mind, unusual audacity, unutterable sadness, unvarnished feeling, unwarranted limitation, unwasting energies, unwavering allegiance, unwearied diligence, unwelcome alliance, unwieldy bulk, unwilling homage, unwittingly mingled, unwanted kindness, unworldly foolishness, unworthy alliance, unyielding nature, uproarious laughter, upstart pretensions, useless fripperies, utmost scorn. End of section 34. This recording is in the public domain. Section 35 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 7, 2006. Vacant stupidity, vacillating obedience, vacuous ease, vagabondish spirit, vagrant wandering, vaguely discursive, vain contemplation, vainglorious show, valid objection, valuable acquisition, valueless assertion, vampire tongue, vanished centuries, vantage ground, vapid generalities, variable temperament, variegated career, vast advantage, veering purpose, vehement panting, veiled insolence, velvety lawn, venerable placidity, venomous passion, voracious journals, verbal audacities, verbose manner, verdant hope, verifiable facts, veritable triumph, vernacular expression, vernal charm, versatile grace, vexatious circumstances, vicarious virtue, vigilant sensibility, vigorous invective, vile desecrator, villainous inconsistency, vindictive sentiment, violent agitation, virgin grace, virile leadership, virtual surrender, virtuous disdain, virulent prejudice, visible embarrassment, visionary dreamer, vital interpretation, vitiated taste, vitriolic sneer, vivacious excitement, vivid portrayal, vociferous appeal, voiceless multitude, volatile fragrance, volcanic suddenness, voluble prose, voluminous biography, voluntary relinquishment, voracious animosity, votive wreath, vulgar prosperity, vulnerable foe. End of section 35. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 36 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Heather Lambert. Wabbling enterprise, waggishly sapient, wailing winds,
wandering fancy, waning popularity, wanton butchery, warbling lute, warlike trappings, warning prophecy, warped purpose, warranted interference, wasteful prodigality, wavering courage, waxwork sex, wayward fancy, weakly imaginative, wearisome wordiness, wedded incompatibility, weighty argument, weird fascination, welcoming host, well-turned period, weltering current, whimsical touch, whirling confusion, whirring loom, whispering breeze, whistling winds, whited sepulchre, wholesome aspirations, wholly commendable, wicked ingratitude, wide signification, widespread acclaim, wild extravagance, willful waywardness, willing allegiance, willowy nothingness, wily antagonist, winding pilgrimage, windowless soul, winged fancies, winking stars, winning plaintiveness, winsome girlhood, wise dissertations, wistful entry, withering scorn, witnessing approval, witty expedient, wizard influence, woebegone countenance, woeful weariness, wolfish tendency, womanlike loveliness, wonderful affluence, wonted activity, wordy warfare, worthy achievement, wounded avarice, wrathful pugnacity, wretched effeminacy, wriggling disputant, writhing opponent. Why? Yawning space, yearning tenderness, yielding disposition, youthful ambition. Z. Zealous devotion, zigzag method, zoologically considered. End of section 36.
This recording is in the public domain.
Section 37 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Claire Gauger. Significant phrases: abashed and ashamed, abhorrence and repulsion, abilities and attainments, abject and hopeless, ably and vigorously, abrupt and perilous, absolute and eternal, absorbed and occupied, abstinence and self-denial, abstract and metaphysical, absurd and impertinent, abundant and sustained, abuse and slander, accentual and rhythmic, accidental and temporary, accomplished and popular, accurate and illuminating, achievement and character, acquisition and possession, active and aggressive, actual and immediate, acute and painful, admirable and accomplished, adorned and amplified, adroitness and judgment, adventurous and prodigal, advice and assistance, affable and courteous, affectation and coquetry, affectionate and warm-hearted, affluent and exuberant, affright and abhorrence, agencies and influences, ages and generations, aggrandizement and plunder, agreeable and ingenuous, aggressive and sullen, aghast and incredulous, agility and briskness, agitate and control, agony and despair, aids and auxiliaries, aim and purpose, airy and frivolous, alarm and uneasiness, alert and unsparing, all and sundry, allegiance and fidelity, alone and undistracted, alterations and additions, amazement and admiration, ambiguity and disagreement, ambition and determination, amiable and unpretending, ample and admirable, amusing and clever, analytical and critical, anarchy and chaos, ancient and venerable, anecdote and reminiscence, anger and fury, anguish and hopelessness, animated and effective, anomalies and absurdities, antagonism and opposition, antipathies and distastes, antiquated and obsolete, anxiety and trepidation, apathy and torpor, apologetic and uneasy, appalling and devastating, apparent and palpable, appearance and surroundings, apprehensive and anxious, appropriate and eloquent, approve and admire, apt and novel, archness and vivacity, ardent and aspiring, argument and inference, arid and unprofitable, arrangement and combination, arrogant and overbearing, artificial and elaborate, artistic and literary, artlessness and urbanity, ashamed and speechless, aspects and phases, aspiring and triumphal, assiduities and success, assimilated and combined, assugaged and pacified, astonished and curious, astound and perplex, athletic and nimble, atonement and forgiveness, atrocious and abominable, attacks and intrigues, attention and respect, attitudes and expressions, attractiveness and ability, audacity and skill, august and splendid, austere and icy, available and capable, avarice and cruelty, avidity and earnestness, awake and active, awe and reverence, awkwardness and crudity. End of section 37. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 38 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Babble and confusion. Backbone and sinew. Baffled and disappointed. Balanced and forceful. Barbarity and wickedness. Bards and sages. Base and unworthy. Beam and blaze. Bearing and address. Beautiful and majestic. Bedraggled and disappointed. Befogged and stupefied. Beliefs and practices. Bellowing and shouting. Benevolence and candor. Benign and hopeful. Bent and disposition. Benumbed and powerless. Bewildered and stupefied. Bigots and blockheads. Billing and cooing. Birth and breeding. Bite and sting. Bits and scraps. Bitter and disdainful. Black and solitary. Bland and ingenious. Blasphemous and profane. Bleak and unrelenting. Blend and harmonize. Blessing and benediction. Blind and unreasoning. Blundering and plundering. Blurred and confused. Bluster and vulgarity. Boast and assertion. Bold and haughty. Bombast and egotism. Bone and sinew. Boundless and unlimited. Bourgeois and snobbish. Brag and chatter. Bravado and cowardice. Brave and chivalrous. Breathless and reverential. Brevity and condensation. Bribery and corruption. Brief and pithy. Bright and vivacious. Brilliancy and grace. Brisk and enlivening. Broad and deep. Brooding and solemn. Brutal and degrading. Bulks and masses. Bungling and trifling. businesslike and practicable, bustle and business, cajoled and bullied, calamity and sorrow, callous and impervious, calmness and composure, calumny and exaggeration, candor and kindness, cant and hypocrisy, capable and efficient, capacity and ability, capricious and unreasonable, career and occupation, cares and anxieties, carping and ungenerous, casual and transient, causes and circumstances, cautious and reticent, celebrated and praised, celerity and violence, ceremony and splendor, certain and verifiable, chafe and exasperate, chagrin and despondency, chance and opportunity, change and variety, chaos and confusion, character and temperament, characteristic and complete, charges and insinuations, charm and perfection, chaste and refined, cheap and convenient, checked and thwarted, cheerfulness and gaiety, cherish and guard, chief and paramount, chilled and stiffened, choleric and sanguine, churlishness and violence, citation and allusion, civility and communicativeness, civilized and cultured. End of section 38. This recording is in the public domain. Section 39 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13th, 2006. Clamorous and wild. Claptrap and platitude. Clarity and straightforwardness. Classical and perspicuous. Clatter and clang. Clear and decisive. Cleverness and acuteness. Clogged and dulled. Clumsy and smudgy. Coarse and grotesque. Coaxed and threatened. Coexist and correlative. Cogent and conclusive. Cohesion and sequence. Cold and unemotional. Comely and vivacious. Comfort and security. Command and threaten. Common and familiar. Commotion and annoyance. Compact and complete. Comparison and discrimination. Compass and power. Competent and experienced. Complaints and imprecations. Complaisance and readiness. Complete and permanent. Complex and various. Composure and gracefulness. Comprehensive and accurate. Compression and pregnancy. Conceal and deny. Conceit and impertinence. Conceived and consummated. Concentrated and intensified. Conception and treatment. Concern and wonder. Concise and emphatic. Concrete and definite. Condemned and upbraided. Conditions and limitations. Confession and doubt. Confidence and loyalty. Confusion and dismay. Congratulations and welcomings. Connection and interdependence. Conquered and transformed. Conquest and acquisition. Consciously and purposely. Consistent and harmonious. Conspicuous and impressive. Conspired and contrived. Constant and intimate. Constructive and vital. Contemn and decry. Contempt and indignation. contentment and serenity, continuous and undeviating, contorted and fantastic, contradictions and inconsistencies, contrast and comparison, contrivance and disguise, conventional and limited, cool and indifferent, copiousness and vivacity, cordial and cheerful, corruption and decay, costly and gorgeous, counselor and guide, countless and indescribable, courage and endurance, courted and feted, courteous and sympathetic, coveted and deserved, coy and furtive, cramped and distorted, creative and inventive, credulity and ignorance, creeds and dogmas, crime and misdemeanor, crippled and maimed, crises and struggles, crisp and sparkling, critical and skeptical, crowded and jostled, crowned and sceptered, crude and primitive, cruel and rapacious, crumbling and shapeless, crushed and bewildered, cultured and refined, cumbrous and diffuse, cunning and cruelty, curious and inexpressible, curved and channeled, customs and manners, cynical and contemptuous. End of section 39. This recording is in the public domain. Section 40 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lisa Cho on September 13, 2006. Dangers and pitfalls. Daring and resolute. Dark and starless. Dart and quiver. Dashing and careless. Dates and details. Dazzled and confounded. Debased and demoralized. Debilitating and futile. Decencies and restraints. Deception and cruelty. Decided and definite. Declamation and delivery. Decline and decay. Deductions and inferences. Deep and subtle. Deface and injure. Defame and tarnish. Deference and concession. Defiant and antagonistic. Deficient and unskilled. Definite and memorable. Deft and offensive. Degraded and dishonored. Deliberate and effective. Delicate and lambent. Delight and consolation. Delusion and trickery. Demands and expectations. Demeanor and conduct. Demoralizing and enfeebling. Denial and defense. Dense and luminous. Denunciations and censures. Deplorable and baneful. Depravity and frivolity. Depressing and discouraging. Depth and richness. Derision and skepticism. Described and classified. Desecration and decay. Designs and activities. Desires and motives. Desolation and wretchedness. Dispatch and resolution. Desperation and defiance. Despise and satirize. Despoiled and destroyed. Despondency and melancholy. Despotism and coercion. Destitution and misery. Desultory and slipshod, detached and isolated, determined and courageous, detestable and intolerable, development and culture, devoted and unwavering, dictatorial and insolent, diction and pronunciation, differences and disputes, difficult and arduous, diffidence and constraint, diffuseness and warmth, dignified and austere, digressive and wanton. End of section 40. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 41 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Shirley Donahue. September 2006. Dilatory and hesitating. Diligent and sedulous. Dim and distant. Din and traffic. Directed and controlled. Disagreeable and painful. Disappointed and abashed. Disapprobation and condemnation. Disapproval and apprehension. Discipline and development. Discomfiture and degradation. Disconcerted and dismayed. Discontent and disquiet. Discords and differences. Discouraging and distressing. Discovery and invention. Discretion and moderation. Disdain and mockery. Disfigured and shapeless. Disgrace and ruin. Disgust and dismay. Dishonor and ruin. Disillusioned and ironical. Disintegration and decay. Disinterested and gracious. Disjointed and voluble. Dislike and disdain. Dislocation and chaos. Dismay and apprehension. Dispirit and discourage. Disposition and power. Disquietude and uneasiness. Dissolute and hateful. Dissolve and disappear. Distant and diverse. Distended and distorted. Distinctive and appropriate. Distinguishing and differentiating. Distress and humiliation. Distrust and aversion. Disturbed and anxious. Diverging and contracting. Docile and obedient. Dogma and ritual. Dominant and permanent. Dormant and subdued. Doubt and trepidation. Dramatic and sensational. Drastic and revolutionary. Dread and terror. Dreams and ambitions. Dreariness and desolation. Dregs and sediments. Drill and discipline. Drivelling and childish. Drollery and ridicule. Drooping and disconsolate. Dubious and dangerous. Dull and spiritless. Dumb and nerveless, dupe and victim, duplicity and equivocation, dust and oblivion, duties and difficulties, dwarfed and obscured, dwindle and disappear. End of section 41. This recording is in the public domain. Section 42 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Shirley Donahue. September 2006. Eagerness and ecstasy. Earnestness and animation. Ease and lightness. Ebb and flow. Eclectic and assimilated. Edifying and enchanting. Education and skill. Effective and competent. Efficiency and success. Egotism and bigotry. Elaboration and display. Elation and delight. Elegance and gentility. Elementary and simple. Elevate and ennoble. Eligibility and suitableness. Elongated and narrow. Eloquent and expressive. Elusive and exquisite. Embarrassed and concerned. Embittered and despairing. Embodiment and actualization. Emerged and flowered. Eminent and remarkable. Emoluments and honors. Emotion and passion. Emphasize and magnify. Employment and profession. Encouragement and stimulus. Energy and activity. Enfeebled and exhausted. Enfold and enwrap. Engulfed and buried. Enjoyment and satisfaction. Enlightenment and progress. Enraptured and amazed. Enriched and ennobled. Enslave and dominate. Enterprising and intelligent. Entertaining and diverting. Enthusiasm and zeal. Enticing and alluring. Entire and complete. Environment and training. Envy and despair. Ephemeral and feeble. Episodes and interludes. Epithet and description. Equality and solidarity. Equity and justice. Erratic and confused. Errors and infirmities. Essential and predominating. Estimable and agreeable. Eternal and sublime. Ethical and religious. Ever and anon. Evident and manifest. Exactitude and completeness. Exaggerate and distort. Exaltation and enthusiasm. Examination and comparison. Examples and models. Exasperations
and paroxysms, excellent and worthy, exceptional and remarkable, excessive and unreasonable, excitable and irritable, exclusive and limited, excusable and justifiable, excreation and defiance, exertion and excitement, exhaustion and fatigue, exhibition and display, exhilarating and beneficial, exigency and requirement, expansive and digressive, expediency and utility, expensive and unprofitable, experience and skill, experiment and explorations, expert and vigorous, explanation and elucidation, explore and examine, expressions and exclamations, expressive and effective, exquisite and powerful, extent and importance, extraordinary and unexpected, extravagant and grotesque, extreme and morbid, exuberant and infectious. End of section 42. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 43 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lucy Bygone. F. Fabulous and fabricated. Facile and brilliant. Facts and traditions. Faculties and powers. Faded and withered. Failures and misadventures. Faint and obscure. Fair and impartial. Faith and reverence. Fallacy and danger. False and fugitive. Fame and fortune. Familiar and gracious. Famous and foremost. Fancies and sentiments. Fanciful and chimerical. Fantastic and meretricious. Fascination and awe. Fashion and frivolity. Fastidious and exacting. Fatigued and careworn. Faults and delusions. Favours and kindnesses. Fear and bewilderment. Feasible and practical. Feebleness and folly. Feeling and passion. Felicitous and exquisite. Ferocious and mercenary. Fertility and vigour. Fervour and simplicity. Feverishly and furiously. Fickle and uncertain. Fidelity and zeal. Fierce and menacing. Fiery and controversial. Final and irreversible. Finish and completeness. Firm and decisive. First and foremost. Fitful and capricious. Fitting and appropriate. Fixity and finality. Flaming and mendacious. Flare and flicker. Flatness and insipidity. Flattery and toadism. Flexible and spontaneous. Flickering and ambiguous. Flighty and impetuous. Flippant and contemptuous. Florid and healthy. Flotsam and jetsam. Flow and fullness. Flowery and figurative. Fluctuating and transitory. Fluency and flippancy. Fluttering and restless. Focus and concentrate. Fogs and complications. Foibles and follies. foiled and defeated, folly and indecorum, fools and underlings, force and effectiveness, formal and cold, formidable and profound, formlessness and exaggeration, fortitude and perseverance, foul and ominous, fragile and pale, fragments and morsels, fragrance and beauty, frailties and absurdities, frank and genial, free and independent, frequent and poignant, freshness and fragrance, fretful and timorous, friend and benefactor, frigid and pompous, frivolous and empty, froth and effervescent, frustrated and confounded, fuddled and contradictory, full and sonorous, fumbling and blundering, fuming and bustling, fun and satire, function and aim, fundamental and necessary, furrowed and ragged, furtive and elusive, fury and madness, fusing and fuming, futile and untrustworthy. End of section 43. This recording is in the public domain. Section 44 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lucy Bygone. G. Gaiety and grace, gallant and proud, galling and humiliating, gaunt and ghastly, gay and genial, general and universal, generosity and prodigality, generous and humane, genial and refreshing, genius and reputation, gentle and amiable, genuine and infectious, germ and root, gesticulation and emphasis, ghastly and inconceivable, gifts and graces, gigantic and portentous, glamour and fascination, glare and pretension, glib and loquacious, glitter and glamour, gloomy and morose, glorious and gorgeous, glowing and exaggerated, glum and grim, goodness and rectitude, goodwill and merriment, gorgeousness and splendour, gossiping and grumbling, govern and overrule, grace and dignity, gracious and generous, gradual and progressive, graft and dishonesty, grand and sublime, grandeur and massiveness, grandiose and oracular, graphic and gorgeous, gratification and enjoyment, gratitude and generosity, gratuitous and ungracious, grave and stately, graveyards and solitudes, greatness and stability, greed and covetousness, grief and remorse, grim and sullen, grimaces and gesticulations, grope and fumble, grossness and brutality, grotesque and monstrous, grouped and combined, growth and development, guesses and fancies, guidance and inspiration, gush and hysteria, gusto and defect. H. Habits and humours, habitual and intuitive, hackneyed and tawdry, haggard and pale, handsome and amiable, haphazard and dangerous, happiness and pleasantness, harass and pursue, hard and unsparing, hardships and indignities, harmony and beauty, harsh and austere, hasty and unwarranted, hateful and loathsome, haughtiness and arrogance, hauteur and disdain, hazard and peril, hazy and indefinite, headstrong and foolish, healthy and vigorous, hearth and shrine, heartless and hypocritical, heat and impatience, heaviness and weariness, hecklings and interruptions, hectic and pitiful, heretics and schematics, heritage and privilege, heroism and wisdom, hesitation and irresolution, hideous and grotesque, high and conscientious, hilarity and mirth, hints and suggestions, history and tradition, hither and thither, hoarse and rumbling, hobbies and eccentricities, hollowness and unreality, holy and prayerful, homeliness and simplicity, honestly and confessedly, honours and emoluments, hooted and mobbed, hopes and prospects, horror and ghastliness, hospitality and magnificence, hubbub and confusion, huge and unwieldy, humane and sympathetic, humility and devoutness, humours and singularities, hurry and bustle, hushed and still, husks and phantoms, hypocrisy and impudence. End of section 44. This reading is in the public domain. Section 45 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Lucy Bygone. Ideas and achievements, idle and presumptuous, ignoble and shabby, ignominy and misfortune, ignorance and superstition, illiterate and unfit, ill-tempered and unjust, illuminative and suggestive, illustrative and typical, images and impressions, imagination and memory, embitter and exasperate, imitators and disciples, immature and unpromising, immediate and instantaneous, immensity and intricacy, imminent and terrible, immovable and unchangeable, impalpable and spiritual, impassioned and energetic, impatient and restless, imperfection and fallibility, imperil and destroy, imperious and ruthless, impertinent and personal, impinging and inexorable, implacable and destructive, important and formidable, imposed and enforced, impossibilities and absurdities, impressible and plastic, improvement and progress, imprudent and thoughtless, impulse and indignation, inaccessible and audacious, inactive and supine, inadequate and misleading, inapplicable and alien, inarticulate and confused, inborn and native, incensed and alarmed, inchoate and tentative, incoherent and inconclusive, incompetence and ignorance, incomplete and erroneous, incongruity and absurdity, inconvenient and troublesome, incorrigible and irrepressible, incredulous and mortified, indefatigable and irresistible, indefinite and vague, independent and democratic, indifference and brevity, indigence and obscurity, indignation and chagrin, indirectly and unconsciously, indispensable and irreplaceable, indistinct and misty, indolence and indifference, indomitable and dogged. End of section 45. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 46 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Julian Jameson. Endorsed and applauded. Indulge and cherish. Industrious and vigilant. Ineffective and bungling. Inert and uncertain. Inevitable and assured. Inexhaustible and indomitable. Inexperienced and timid. Infallible and disdainful. Inference and suggestion. Infinite and eternal. Inflexible and unchanging. Influence and authority. Informed and competent. Ingenious and eloquent. Ingratitude and cruelty. Inharmonious and irregular. Injustice and inhumanity. Innocence and fidelity. Innuendo and suggestion. Inopportune and futile. Insanely and blindly. Inscrutable and perplexing. Insecurity and precariousness. Insensibly and graciously. Insignificant and transitory. Insincere and worthless. Insipid and silly. Insistent and incongruous. Insolence and absurdity. Inspiring and animating. Instant and momentous. Instinctive and rational. Insulted and thwarted. Intangible and indefinable. Integral and indestructible. Integrity and honor. Intelligence and insight. Intense and overpowering. Intentness and interest. Interesting and engrossing. Intimate and familiar. Intolerant and bumptious. Intractable and untamable. Intricate and endless. Intrusive and unmannerly. Intuitive and axiomatic. Invasion and aggression. Invective and innuendo. Investigation and research. Invidious and painful. Inviolate and unscathed. Invisible and silent. Involuntary and automatic. Irksome and distasteful. Irrational and excessive. Irregular and intermittent. Irreligious and immoral. Irremediable and eternal. Irrepressible and insistent. Irreverence and ingratitude. Irritable and churlish. Isolated and detached. End of section 46. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 47 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Dave Henderson on March 7th, 2007. Jabber and chatter, jagged and multifarious, jargon and absurdity, jaundiced and jealous, jeer and scoff, jeopardy and instability, jests and sarcasms, jocular and vivacious, jostle and stumble, joy and felicity, jubilant and boastful, judgment and discretion, judicious and acute, juggled and manipulated, jumble and confuse, juncture and circumstance, jurisdiction and authority, justice and virtue, juvenile and budding, keen and pertinacious, kind and forbearing, kindle and intensify, kindred and analogous, kingly and autocratic, knavish and tyrannical, knowledge and conviction, known and recognized, labor and drudgery, lame and impotent, lamentable and depressing, languid and indifferent, large and opulent, lassitude and languor, latent and lifeless, latitude and scope, laudable and deserving, laughable and grotesque, lavish and wasteful, lawlessness and violence, laxity and forbearance, laziness and profligacy, leafage and fruitage, learning and austerity, legends and traditions, legitimate and logical, leisure and tranquility, lengthy and diffuse, lenient and sympathetic, lethargy and sloth, levity and gaiety, liberal and ample, liberty and freedom, license and laxity, likely and plausible, limited and abbreviated, listless and inert, literal and exact, literary and artistic, lithe and sinewy, lively and poignant, loathsome and abject, lofty and sonorous, logical and consistent, loquacity and exuberance, loss and deterioration, loud and passionate, loving and reverential, low and groveling, loyal and devoted, lucidity and vividness, lucky and propitious, lucrative and advantageous, ludicrous and detestable, lugubrious and unfortunate, lukewarm and indifferent, lull and silence, luminous and keen, lure and captivate, lurid and fiery, luscious and lasting, luster and resplendence, lusty and big-sounding, luxury and pomp. End of section 47. This recording is in the public domain. Section 48 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Dave Henderson, March 8, 2007. Madness and folly, magical and secret, magnificent and luxurious, majestic and imposing, malice and revenge, malignity and spitefulness, manifold and complex, manly and powerful, manner and conduct, marvels and mysteries, massive and compact, masterly and convincing, materialistic and sordid, maternal and filial, maudlin and grotesque, maxims and morals, meager and bare, mean and debasing, meaning and significance, means and materials, mechanical and monotonous, meddling and muddling, meditative and sympathetic, meek and manageable, melody and softness, memorable and glorious, menace and superciliousness, merciful and chivalrous, merciless and unpitying, merit and virtue, mighty and majestic, mild and virtuous, mince and temporize, minds and memories, minuteness and fidelity, mirth and joviality, misdemeanors and improprieties, misery and degradation, misrepresented and reviled, misty and indefinite, mobile and expressive, mockery and imposture, moderate and cautious, modes and methods, modest and retiring, molding and upbuilding, momentary and languid, momentous and appalling, monopoly and injustice, monotony and indecorum, monstrous and insupportable, moody and brooding, moral and religious, morbid and irritable, motionless and commanding, motives and aims, mud and mire, muddled and incoherent, murmurs and reproaches, muscularity and morality, mutable and fleeting, mute and insensate, mutilated and disfigured, muttering and murmuring, mutual and friendly, mysterious and incomprehensible, mystic and wonderful. End of section 48. This recording is in the public domain. Section 49 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Dave Henderson, March 8th, 2007. Nagging and squabbling, nameless and obscure, narrow and timorous, natural and spontaneous, nauseous and disgusting, neatness and propriety, necessarily and essentially, needs and demands, nefarious and malevolent, negations and contradictions, neglect and evade, negotiate and bargain, nerve and fiber, neutral and colorless, nicety and precision, nimble and airy, noble and powerful, nodding and blinking, noisy and scurrilous, nonsense and absurdity, nooks and corners, notable and conspicuous, noted and distinguished, noteworthy and intelligible, notoriety and prominence, nourish and foster, novelty and freshness, novice and ignoramus, nucleus and beginning, nugatory and ineffectual, nullify and destroy, number and variety, numerous and important, oaths and revilings, obdurate and impenitent, obedient and duteous, obeisance and submission, objectionable and inexpedient, obligation and dependence, obliquity and hypocrisy, oblivious and insensible, obloquy and detraction, obnoxious and odious, obscure and enigmatical, obsequies and panegyrics, obsequious and conciliating, observations and reflections, obstacles and disasters, obstinate and stupid, obstreperous and noisy, obtrusive and vulgar, obtuse and imbecile, obvious and palpable, occasional and contingent, occult and hidden, occupations and habits, odd and dismal, odious and oppressive, offensive and aggressive, official and authoritative, oily and servile, old and decrepit, ominous and untrustworthy, omnivorous and sordid, oneness and unity, onerous and perplexing, open and inviting, opinions and hypotheses, opportunism and inconsistency, opposite and discordant, oppressed and sullen, optimistic and reassuring, opulence and magnitude, oracular and occult, order and uniformity, organic and rational, organization and system, origin and discovery, original and attractive, ornate and variegated, ostensible and explicit, ostentatiousness and gaiety, outlines and appearances, outrageous and scandalous, overburdened and confused, overcome and vanquish, overstep and contravene, overt and unmistakable, overwearied and outworn, overworked and fagged. End of section 49. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 50 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Key. Pains and penalties. Painstaking and cumbersome. Pale and anxious. Palpable and plain. Paltry and inglorious. Pampered and petted. Parade and display. Parched and dry. Partial and provisional. Particularly and individually. Parties and sects. Passion and prejudice. Passive and indifferent. Pastimes and diversions. Patent and pertinent. Pathos and terror. Patience and perseverance. Patriotism and reverence. Pattern and exemplar. Peaks and pinnacles. Pedagogue and pedant. Pedantries and affectations. Pedigree and genealogy. Peevishness and spleen. Pellucid and crystal. Penetrating and insidious. Penned and planned. Peppery and impetuous. Perception and recognition. Peremptorily and irrevocably. Perilous and shifting. Permanent and unchangeable. Permeate and purify. Pernicious and malign. Perplexity and confusion. Persistence and reiterated. Personal and specific. Perspicuous and flowing. Perturbed and restless. Perverted and prejudicial. Pessimistic and disenchanted. Pestilence and famine. Petted and indulged. Pettiness and prudence. Petulance and acrimony. Pharisaical and bitter. Pictorial and dramatic. Picturesque and illustrative. Pilgrim and crusader. Pillage and demolish. Piquant and palatable. Pith and brevity. Pitiful and destitute. Place and power. Plagued and persecuted. Plainness and severity. Plaintive and mournful. Plans and projects. Plastic and ductile. Plausibility and humbug. Pleasant and pungent. Pleasurable and wholesome. Pliant and submissive. Plot and verisimilitude. Plunder and sacrilege. Poetical and pastoral. Pointless and ineffective. Polite and elegant. Political and sociological. Pomp and pageantry. Ponderous and unwieldy. Poor and barren. Possession and dominion. Potent and prevailing. Power and luxury. Praise and commend. Precedence and usage. Precision and efficiency. Preference and prejudice. Pregnant and suggestive. Prejudice and predilection. Presence and address. Present and tangible. Prestige and authority. Presumptuous and futile. Pretentious and inept. Pretty and enchanting. Pride and indignation. Primary and essential. Priority and predominance. Probity and candor. Prodigal and careless. profile and outline, profound and philosophical, profuse and tearful, prolix and tedious, prominence and importance, promise and performance, promptitude and dispatch, proneness and readiness, pronounced and diversified, proof and illustration, propensity and desire, proportion and consistency, propriety and delicacy, prostration and loss, protection and safety, protesting and repelling, protracted and fruitless, provincialism and vulgarity, prudent and sagacious, puerile and sickly, puffy and dissipated, puissant and vigorous, punctilious and severe, purity and simplicity, purpose and intention, pusillanimous and petty, puzzled and affected. End of section 50. This recording is in the public domain. Section 51 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. Q. Quackery and incompetence, quaintness and oddity, qualities and gifts, quarrel and wrangle, queer and affected, querulous and plaintive, quibble and fabricate, quickness and agility, quiet and unobtrusive, quintessential and nuclear, quips and cranks, quirks and graces, quivering and fearful, quizzical and whimsical, R. Racked and oppressed, racy and incisive, rage and apprehension, rank and learning, rant and gush, rapacity and villainy, rapidity and precision, rapt and silent, rapture and enthusiasm, rare and exquisite, rashness and heedlessness, ready and spontaneous, real and positive, realistic and effective, reasonable and practical, rebellion and disloyalty, rebuffs and anxieties, receptive and responsive, recognized and honored, recoil and reaction, reconciliation and peace, recondite and abstruse, reconnoiter and explore, recreation and amusement, rectitude and delicacy, redeeming and transforming, refined and dignified, refreshing and invigorating, regard and esteem, regret and remorse, regular and symmetrical, rejection and scorn, reliable and trustworthy, relief and redress, remarkable and interesting, remorseful and sullen, remote and distant, rend and devastate, repellent and ungracious, repetition and reiteration, repress and silence, repugnance and aversion, repulsive and loathsome, resentment and indignation, reserve and coyness, resistless and implacable, resolution and effort, resonant and tuneful, resourceful and unscrupulous, respected and obeyed, responsibilities and burdens, restive and bored, restless and impatient, retaliation and revenge, reticence and repose, revered and cherished, reverses and disasters, revised and corrected, revolution and sedition, rhapsodies and panegyrics, richness and fertility, ridicule and censure, right and praiseworthy, rigid and inexpressive, ripeness and plenitude, rivals and antagonists, roar and ring, robust and rugged, rococo and affected, romantic and pathetic, rough and barren, roundabout and complicated, roused and stimulated, rude and fiery, rugged and inaccessible, rumors and impressions, rushing and gurgling, rust and disuse. End of section 51. This recording is in the public domain. Section 52 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org, by Kathy of www.skippopscratch.com. S. Sad and melancholy, sagacity and virtue, sane and simple, sarcastic and cruel, sayings and quibbles, scant and incidental, scattered and desultory, scenes and associations, scholastic and erudite, scientific and exact, scintillating and brilliant, scoffing and unbelief, scope and significance, scorched and shriveled, scorn and loathing, scrupulous and anxious, scrutiny and investigation, searching and irresistible, seared and scorched, secondary and subsidiary, secretive and furtive, sedate and serious, selfish and overbearing, sensational and trivial, senseless and unreasoning, sensibilities and emotions, sensitive and capricious, sententious and tiresome, sentiment and passion, serene and quiet, serious and studious, severe and saturnine, shabbiness and vulgarity, shadowy and confused, shame and mortification, shams and hypocrisies, shaped and sculptured, sharp and vigorous, shelter and safeguard, shifts and compromises, shivering and chattering, shocked and astonished, short and precarious, shreds and tatters, shrewd and diligent, shrill and piercing, shrinking and nervous, shy and subdued, significant and sinister, signs and tokens, silence and obscurity, similarities and resemblances, simple and straightforward, simpletons and nincompoops, sincerity and frankness, sinewy and active, skill and coolness, skulk and shirk, sleek and languid, slight and precarious, slipshod and untidy, slothfulness and perversity, slow and sluggish, slumbering and unsuspected, small and hampered, smirched and tarnished, smoothness and artifice, sneering and sentimental, soberly and truthfully, softness and effeminacy, solemn and dramatic, solitary and idle, solitude and depression, sonorous and musical, sons and scions, soporific and sodden, sordid and stupid, sorrow and lamentation, soulless and mindless, sovereign and independent, spacious and lofty. End of section 52. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 53 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jennifer Dawn. March 5th, 2007, in Duluth, Georgia. Sparkling and spontaneous, spasmodic and hysterical, speedy and inevitable, spicy and pungent, spiritual and invisible, spiteful and sordid, splash and dash, splendor and spontaneity and intensity, supportive and playful, sprightly and vigorous, spur and impulse, spurious and misleading, squalid and dismal, stare and gasp, stately and ponderous, statesmanship and character, staunch and influential, stay and solace, steadfast and resolute, steadily and patiently, stealthy and hostile, stern and unbending, stiff and cumbersome, stifling and venomous, still and translucent, stimulating and wholesome, stings and stimulants, stir and tumult, stolid and soulless, strain and struggle, strange and incomprehensible, stratagems and plots, strenuous and energetic, strictly and absolutely, strife and contention, striking and picturesque, strong and youthful, structure and organization, struggles and misgivings, studied and artificial, stunned and insensible, stupor and despair, sturdy and manly, style and temperament, suave and winning, sublime and aspiring, submission and patience, subordinate and dependent, substance and basis, subtle and elusive, suddenness and vehemence, suffering and desperation, suffused and transfigured, suggestions and stimulations, sullen and fierce, summarize and epitomize, sumptuous and aromatic, sunshine and smile, superb and showing, supercilious and obstinate, superficial and obvious, superfluous and impertinent, suppressed and restrained, surmises and suggestions, surprise and wonder, susceptibility and vulnerability, suspense and excitement, suspicion and innuendo, sustained and measured, sweet and wholesome, swelled and bloated, swift and stealthy, swoop and range, symbolism and imagery, sympathetic and consoling. End of section 53. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 54 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. T. Taciturn and laconic. Tactful and conciliatory. Talkative and effusive. Tame and insipid. Tangible and sufficient. tangled and shapeless, tardy and belated, tartness and contradiction, taste and elegance, tattle and babble, taunt and reproach, tawdry and penurious, tears and lamentations, tedious and trivial, temperament and taste, temperately and judiciously, tempest and violence, temporal and evanescent, tenacity and coherence, tender and emotional, tense and straining, tentative and experimental, terrible and satanical, testiness and crabbedness, thankfulness and acknowledgement, theories and speculations, thorough and effective, threatening and formidable, thriftless and unenterprising, thrilling and vitalizing, ties and associations, time and opportunity, timid and vacillating, tiresome and laborious, tolerant and kindly, tone and treatment, topics and instances, tormented and tantalized, tortuous and twisted, tottering and hopeless, touched and thrilled, tractable and gracious, traditions and practices, training and temperament, tranquility and benevolence, transfuse and irradiate, transitory and temporary, transparent and comprehensible, treacherous and cowardly, tremble and oscillate, trenchant and straightforward, trials and tribulations, tricks and stratagems, trifling and doubtful, trite and commonplace, trivial and ridiculous, troublous and menacing, truisms and trivialities, trust and confidence, truth and righteousness, turbid and noisome, turgid and bombastic, turmoil and shouting, twisted and perverted, type and forerunner, tyrant and oppressor. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 55 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of May 2007. Unaccountable and grotesque, unaffected and undented, unapproached and unapproachable, unassuming and unpretending, unchangeable and enduring, unconsciously and innocently, uncouth and barbarous, unconscious and irresistible, undeveloped and ignorant, undignified and futile, uneasiness and apprehension, uneducated and inexperienced, unfamiliar and distant, unfettered and vigorous, unforced and unchecked, unfortunate and unparalleled, unfounded and incredible, ungracious and reluctant, unhappiness and discomfort, unique and original, unity and completeness, unjust and ungrateful, unlimited and absolute, unnatural and harmful, unobserved and unsuspected, unobtrusive and tactful, unparalleled and inexhaustible, unpleasant and bewildering, unpopular and unimpressive, unprecedented and objectionable, unpremeditated and heartfelt, unpromising and scanty, unprotected and friendless, unreal and unsubstantial, unreasoning and uncompromising, unrecognized and unrewarded, unseemly and insufferable, unseen and unsuspected, unsmiling and critical, unswerving and unfaltering, unthinking and careless, untutored and infantine, unusual and unexpected, unuttered and unutterable, unwholesome and vile, upright and credible, uproar and confusion, upstart and braggart, urbanity and unction, utter and disastrous, vacillation and uncertainty, vogue and indistinct, vain and profitless, validity and value, vanities and vices, vapory and chaotic, varied and animated, varnish and falsehood, vassals and inferiors, vast and superlative, vehement and clamorous, veiled and unreadable, venality and corruption, venerable and interesting, veracity and vitality, verbally and literally, versatility and sympathy, vexation and angsty, vibrating and sonorous, views and experiences, vigilant and inflexible, vigorous and graphic, violent and ill-balanced, virtuous and wise, virulence and invective, visible and apparent, visionary and obscure, vistas and backgrounds, vital and vigorous, vitiate and poison, vitupration and abuse, vivacious and agreeable, vivid and varied, void and nothingness, volatile and fiery, volubly and exuberantly, volume and impetus, voluminous and varied, voluntarily and habitually, vulgar and artificial. End of section 55. This recording is in public domain.
Section 056 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Autumn, July 5th, 2007, Sanford, Maine. W. Wandering and erratic. Wanton and unnecessary. War and revelry. Warp and woof. Wasteful and circuitous. Waxing and waning. Weak and perfidious. Wealth and distinction. Wearisome and dull. Weighed and winnowed. Weighty and dominant. Weird and fantastic. Wheezing and puffing. Whims and inconsistencies. Wholesome and beautiful. Holy and solely. Wicked and malicious. Widened and amplified. Wild and irregular. Wily and observant. Winking and blinking. Winning and unforced. Wise and beneficent. Wistful and dreamy. Wit and jocularity. Withered and wan. Woe and lamentation. Wonder and delight. Work and utility. Worldly and ambitious. Worth and excellence. Wrath and menace. Wretched and suppliant. Why? Yearning and eagerness. Yielding and obedience. Yoke and bondage. Young and fragile. Youthful and callow. Z. Zeal and vehemence. Zenith and climax. Zest and freshness. Zigzag and deviating. End of section 056. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ruth Golding. Section 3. Felicitous Phrases. A. Ability, humour and perspicacity. Perspicacity equals perceptive. Abrupt, rough and immoderate. Abstruse, metaphysical and idealistic. Abundant, varied and vigorous. Accessible, knowable and demonstrable. Accomplished, inventive and deft-fingered. Accuracy, ease and grace. Acquire, classify and arrange. Action, incident and interest. Active, learned and liberal. Acts, activities and aims. Actual, stern and pathetic. Acuteness, honesty and fearlessness. Addition, correction and amplification. Adventurous, eager and afraid. Affected, pedantic and vain. Pedantic equals attention to detail or rules. Affluent, genial and frank. Aggressive, envious and arrogant. Agreeable, engaging and delightful. Air, woodland and water. Alarmed, anxious and uneasy. Alert, hopeful and practical. Amazement, resentment and indignation. Ambiguous, strange and sinister. Amiable, genial and charitable. Amusing, sympathetic and interesting. Ancient, subtle and treacherous. Annoyances, shifts and inconveniences. Anxious, fearful and anticipative. Appearance, conversation and bearing. Approbation, wealth and power. Approbation equals warm approval, praise. Apt, explicit and communicative. Ardent, undisciplined and undirected. Arrogance, conceit and disdain. Artificial, rhetorical and mundane. Artistic, progressive and popular. Aspirations, dreams and devotions. Assured, stern and judicial. Astonishment, apprehension and horror. attainments, possessions, and character, attention, forbearance, and patience, attract, interest, and persuade, augmenting, furthering, and reinforcing, austere, calm, and sombre, authority, leadership, and command, avarice, pride, and revenge, awakened, girded, and active, awe, reverence, and adoration, awkwardness, narrowness, and self-consciousness. B. Barbarous, shapeless, and irregular, beautiful, graceful, and accomplished, beggar, thief, and impostor, belittling, personal, and selfish, birth, rank, and fortune, bitter, baleful, and venomous, bland, patient, and methodical, blessing, bestowing, and welcoming, blind, partial, and prejudiced, blithe, innocent, and free, bluster, swagger, and might, body, soul, and mind, boisterous, undignified, and vulgar, bold, original, and ingenious, bombastic, incongruous, and unsymmetrical, bountiful, exuberant, and luxurious, brain, energy, and enterprise, brave, authoritative, and confident, breadth, richness, and freshness, breathless, confused, and exhilarated, brief, isolated, and fragmentary, brilliancy, energy, and zeal, broad, spare, and athletic, broken, apologetic, and confused, brotherhood, humanity, and chivalry, brusqueness, rudeness, and self-assertion, brutish, repulsive, and terrible, busy, active, and toiling. End of section 57. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 58 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July 2007. Calculated, logical, and dispassionate. Calm, earnest, and genial. Candor, integrity, and straightforwardness. Capricious, perverse, and prejudiced. Careful, reasoned, and courteous. Cautious, prudent, and decisive. Cavilling, petulance, and discontent. Censored, slighted, and despised. Certain, swift, and final. Chance, doubt, and mutability. Character, life, and aims. Charitable, just, and true. Charm, grace, and glory. Cheerful, modest, and delicate. Childish, discordant, and superfluous. Chill, harden, and repel. Circumstances, properties, and characteristics. Civilized, mild, and humane. Clear, cloudless, and serene. Cleverness, independence, and originality. Coarseness, violence, and cunning. Coherent, interdependent, and logical. Cold, cynical, and relentless. Color, intensity, and vivacity. Comfort, virtue, and happiness. Comments, criticisms, and judgments. Common, dull, and threadbare. Compact, determinate, and engaging. Conceited, commonplace, and uninspiring. Conception, direction, and organization. Confident, inflexible, and uncontrollable. Conflict, confusion, and disintegration. Confused, broken, and fragmentary. Conscience, heart, and life. Conscientious, clear-headed, and accurate. consistent, thoughtful, and steadfast, counseling, pacifying, and beginning, constant, wise, and sympathetic, constitution, temperament, and habits, convince, convert, and reconstruct, copious, redundant, and involved, corroding, venomous, and malignant, corrupt, self-seeking, and dishonest, countenance, voice, and manner, country, lake, and mountain, courage, patience, and honesty, courteous, patient, and indefatigable, covetousness, selfishness, and ignorance, credulous, weak, and superstitious, crimes, follies, and misfortunes, crisp, emphatic, and powerful, crude, rapt, and barren, cruelty, violence, and injustice, culture, growth, and progress, cunning, cruelty, and treachery, curious, fantastic, and charming. End of reading. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 59 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July, 2007. Danger, difficulty, and hardship. Darkness, doubt, and difficulty. Dazzle, amaze, and overpower. Deadly, silent, and inaccessible. Deceitful, lazy, and dishonest. Decent, respectable, and sensible. Decisions, affirmations, and denials. Deep, flexible, and melodious. Defeated, discredited, and despised. Differential, consolatory, and courteous. Definite, tangible, and practicable. Deftness, delicacy, and veracity. Degraded, defeated, and emasculated. Dejected, discouraged, and disappointed. Deliberately, coolly, and methodically. Delicate, mobile, and complex. Delightful, witty, and sensible. Denounced, persecuted, and revealed. Dependent, subsidiary, and allied. Depth, tenderness, and sublimity. Desolated, impoverished, and embittered. Despair, finality, and hopelessness. Detailed, described, and explained. Devastating, horrible, and irremediable. Devout, gentle, and kindly. Difficult, painful, and slow. Digestion, circulation, and assimilation. Dignity, solemnity, and responsibility. Diligent, cautious, and painstaking. Dingy, cumbersome, and depressing. Directness, spontaneity, and simplicity. Disciplined, drilled, and trained. Discontent, revolt, and despair. Discordant, coarse, and unpleasing. Discourses, lectures, and harangues. Dishevelled, wild, and distracted. Disinterested, painted, and exact. Dislikes, jealousies, and ambitions. Dismayal, cold, and dead. Dismay, remorse, and anguish. Disordered, wild, and incoherent. Dispassionate, wise, and intelligent. Disposition, taste, and temperament. Dissension, discord, and rebellion. Distracted, hopeless, and bankrupt. disturbed, shaken, and distressed, diversified, animated, and rapid, division, prejudice, and antagonism, doctrine, life, and destiny, dogmatic, scientific, and philosophic, doubt, cynicism, and indifference, draggled, dirty, and slouching, dramatic, picturesque, and vigorous, dream, speculate, and philosophize, drunkenness, licentiousness, and profanity, dry, inane, and droll, dull, hideous, and arid, dullards, hypocrites, and cowards, dust, turmoil, and smoke, duties, labors, and annexes, dwarfed, scant, and enriched. End of reading.
Section 60 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. E. Eagerness, heartiness, and vehemence. Earnestness, zeal, and intelligence. Ease, power, and self-confidence. Easy, natural, and unembarrassed. Affluent, radiating, and fructifying. Egotistic, disdainful, and proud. Elegant, convincing, and irresistible. Emotion, affection, and desire. Empty, noisy, and blundering. End, aim, and purpose. Energies, capacities, and opportunities. Enlighten, uplift, and strengthen. Enmity, suspicion, and hatred. Enrich, discipline, and embellish. Enthusiasm, vehemence, and spirit. Envy, jealousy, and malice. Equable, animated, and alert. Erect, elastic, and graceful. Error, ignorance, and strife. Essence, existence, and identity. Esteem, confidence, and affection. Evil, disease, and death. Exact, logical, and convincing. Examine, compare, and decide. Excessive, inaccurate, and unliterary. Excitements, interests, and responsibilities. Experience, knowledge, and conduct. Exposure, ruin, and flight. Exterior, formal, and imposing. F. Faded, dusty, and unread. Failures, experiences, and ambitions. Fair, proud, and handsome. Fairies, sprites, and angels. Faith, hope, and love. False, wicked, and disloyal. Fantastic, absurd, and impossible. Fear, dread, and apprehension. Features, form, and height. Feeble, illogical, and vicious. Feelings, motives, and desires. Fertility, ingenuity, and resource. Fervently, patiently, and persistently. Fibs, myths, and fables. Fierce, dogmatic, and bigoted. Figure, face, and attitude. Fire, force, and passion. Flit, change, and vary. Flashed, trembling, and unstrung. Foibles, tricks, and fads. Foliage, color, and symmetry. Follies, fashions, and infatuations. Foolish, ignorant, and unscrupulous. False, grace, and symmetry. Forcible, extraordinary, and sublime. Foremost, preeminent, and incomparable. Foresight, prudence, and economy. Form, color, and distance. Formless, silent, and awful. Forward, onward, and upward. Frank, kindly, and unfaltering. free, equal, and just, freedom, honor, and dignity, fresh, vigorous, and telling, fretfulness, irritability, and petulance, friendly, amiable, and sincere, frigid, austere, and splendid, fruitful, luminous, and progressive, full, animated, and varied, fullness, force, and precision, furious, sanguinary, and disorganizing, fashion, padding, and irrelevancy. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org on November 28, 2006 by Brian Lojek of WhatBrianThinks.com. G. Gaunt, desolate, and despoiled. Gay, easy, and cordial. Generous, large-hearted, and magnanimous. Genial, frank, and confiding. Genius, learning, and virtue. Gentle, firm, and loving. Genuineness, disinterestedness, and strength. Germinate, develop, and radiate. Gesture, accent, and attitude. Ghastly, hateful, and ugly. Jibes, sneers, and anger. Gifts, graces, and accomplishments. Gladness, exultation, and triumph. Glean, gather, and digest. Gloomy, silent, and tranquil. Glow, grace, and pleasantness. Good, gentle, and affectionate. Gorgeous, still, and warm. Grace, simplicity, and sweetness. Gracious, mild, and good. Gradual, cautious, and well-reasoned. Gratitude, happiness, and affection. Grave, disastrous, and wanton. Gravity, sweetness, and patience. Gray, monotonous, and uninteresting. Great, grand, and mighty. Greed, lust, and cruelty. Grim, lean, and hungry. Gross, ignorant, and impudent. Growth, progress, and extension. Guide, philosopher, and friend. H. Habits, tastes, and opinions. Hard, stern, and inexorable. Harmony, peace, and happiness. Harsh, intolerant, and austere. Health, character, and efficiency. Helpful, suggestive, and inspiring. Helpless, hopeless, and downtrodden. High, lofty, and noble. High-spirited, confident, and genial. History, philosophy, and eloquence. Homage, ability, and culture. Honesty, probity, and justice. Honors, riches, and power. Hopes, aspirations, and longings. Hot, swift, and impatient. Humanity, freedom, and justice. Humble, submissive, and serviceable. Humor, fancy, and susceptibility. This is the end of section 61. This recording is in the public domain. Section 62 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org on November 28, 2006 by Brian Lojek of WhatBrianThinks.com. I. Idle, profuse, and profligate. Ignorance, fear, and selfishness. Illuminating, chastening, and transforming. Images, events, and incidents. imagination, judgment, and reason. Immediate, sure, and easy. Immethodical, irregular, and inconsecutive. Impatient, inconsiderate, and self-willed. Impetuous, fierce, and irresistible. Impracticable, chimerical, and contemptible. Impulse, energy, and activity. Inclinations, habits, and interests. Incoherent, loud, and confusing. Incomparable, matchless, and immortal. Inconsiderate, irritable, and insolent. Indignation, surprise, and reproach. Indirect, obscure, and ambiguous. Indolent, dreamy, and frolicsome. Inert, torpid, and lethargic. Ingenuity, force, and originality. Innocence, intelligence, and youth. Inordinate, excessive, and extravagant. Insight, knowledge, and capacity. Insincere, partial, and arbitrary. Insipid, commonplace, and chattering. Insolence, injustice, and imposture. Intelligence, taste, and manners. Intense, weighty, and philosophical. Inventions, sciences, and discoveries. Irksome, painful, and depressing. Irresolute, procrastinating, and unenterprising. Irritable, sulky, and furious. Issues, hopes, and interests. J. Jealousy, exclusiveness, and taciturnity. Jovial, ready-witted, and broad-gauged. Joyous, delightful, and gay. Justice, mercy, and peace. K. Keen, clear, and accurate. Knowing, feeling, and willing. Knowledge, skill, and foresight. L. Labors, anxieties, and trials. Large, rhythmical, and pleasing. Laughter, ridicule, and sneers. Lead, attack, and conquer. Learning, profundity, and imagination. Legislation, education, and religion. Levity, indolence, and procrastination. Libelers, reviewers, and rivals. Liberating, vitalizing, and cheering. Liberty, justice, and humanity. Light, easy, and playful. Literature, history, and legend. Lively, careless, and joyous. Lofty, serene, and impregnable. Logical, clear, and consistent. Loitering, heartsick, and reluctant. Lonely, sad, and enslaved. Long, wailing, and passionate. Lost, ruined, and deserted. Loud, deep, and distinct. Love, veneration, and gratitude. Lucid, lively, and effective. Luxurious, whimsical, and selfish. End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Justin Barrett on November 29, 2006 in Forney, Texas. Magnificent, sumptuous, and stately. Magnitude, duration, and scope. Majesty, beauty, and truth. Malevolence, vanity, and falsehood. Manly, refined, and unaffected. Mean, pitiful, and sordid. Meek, humane, and temperate. Melancholy, grave, and serious. Mercy, truth, and righteousness. Methodical, sensible, and conscientious. Might, majesty, and power. Mild, sweet, and peaceable. Mischief, cruelty, and futility. Moans, shrieks, and curses. Mobile, quick, and sensitive. Modest, sympathetic, and kind. Molding, controlling, and conforming. Monstrous, incredible, and inhuman. Moral, material, and social. Motionless, staring, and appalled. Motives, purposes, and intentions. Mountains, seas, and vineyards. Moved, swayed, and ruled. Murder, destruction, and agony. Mystery, vagueness, and jargon. N. Narrow, precise, and formal. Natural, innocent, and laudable. Neatness, order, and comfort. Necessary, just, and logical. Neglect, rashness, and incompetence. New, strange, and unusual. Niggardly, sordid, and parsimonious. Noble, laudable, and good. Noise, clatter, and clamor. Null, void, and useless. O. Obscure, difficult, and subtle. Observation, discrimination, and comparison. Obsolete, artificial, and inadequate. Obstinacy, stupidity, and willfulness. Officious, fidgety, and talkative. Old, absurd, and meaningless. One, individual, and integral. Openly, frankly, and legitimately. Opposition, bitterness, and defiance. Oppressive, grasping, and slanderous. Opulent, powerful, and prosperous. Organization, monopoly, and pressure. Origin, character, and aim. Original, terse, and vigorous. Overriding, arrogant, and quarrelsome. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 64 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by William Hazeltine on December 19, 2006, in Memphis, Tennessee. P. Pain, toil, and privation. Pale, ugly, and sinister. Parable, precept, and practice. Partial, false, and disastrous. Passion, tenderness, and reverence. Patient, gentle, and kind. Peace, order, and civilization. Pellucid, animated, and varied. Permanent, true, and real. Perplexed, tedious, and obscure. Personal, sharp, and pointed. Perspicuity, vivacity, and grace. Pert, smirking, and conceited. Pervading, searching, and saturating. Petty, unsuccessful, and unamiable. Philosophy, morals, and discoveries. Picturesque, daring, and potent. Piety, charity, and humility. Pillage, arson, and bloodshed. Pious, patient, and trustful. Pity, sympathy, and compassion. Placeable, reasonable, and willing. Place, fame, and fortune. Placid, clear, and mellow. Plague, pestilence, and famine. Plan, purpose, and work. Pleasant, friendly, and amiable. Pleased, interested, and delighted. Pleasure, enjoyment, and satisfaction. Plenty, content, and tranquility. Plodding, sedentary, and laborious. Poise, dignity, and reserve. Polished, elegant, and sumptuous. Politics, business, and religion. Pompous, affected, and unreal. Poor, miserable, and helpless. Pose, gesture, and expression. Powerful, dazzling, and daring. practical, visible, and tangible, precious, massive, and splendid, precise, formal, and cynical, prejudice, dullness, and spite, prepossessions, opinions, and prejudices, presiding, directing, and controlling, pride, passion, and conceit, princely, picturesque, and pathetic, principles, conducts, and habits, progress, order, and happiness, prolonged, obstinate, and continued, prompt, fiery, and resolute, propriety, perspicacity, and accuracy, prosaic, dull, and unattractive, protective, proprietary, and accommodating, protests, criticisms, and rebukes, proud, reserved, and disagreeable, prudence, mildness, and firmness, puckered, winking, and doddering, pure, honorable, and just, purge, brace, and strengthen, purpose, intention, and meaning, puzzles, tangles, and questionings. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 7, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Q. Quarrels, misunderstandings, and enmities. Questions, disputes, and controversies. Quicken, sharpen, and intensify. Quiet, unaffected, and unostentatious. R. Raise, refine, and elevate. Rapid, robust, and effective. Rapt, emotional, and mystic. Raptures, transports, and fancies. Rash, violent, and indefinite. Readiness, skill, and accuracy. Reading, reflection, and observation. Reaffirmed, amplified, and maintained. Real, earnest, and energetic. Regard, esteem, and affection. Relaxation, recreation, and pleasure. Religion, politics, and literature. Reminiscences, associations, and impressions. Remote, careless, and indifferent. Reparations, restitutions, and guarantees. Repress, curb, and correct. Reproach, shame, and remorse. Reproof, correction, and instruction. Resentment, hatred, and despair. Resolute, patient, and fervent. Resourceful, steadfast, and skillful. Respect, admiration, and homage. Rest, respite, and peace. Restless, discontented, and rebellious. Restraint, self-denial, and austerity. Reticent, restrained, and reserved. Reverie, contemplation, and loneliness. Rich, thoughtful, and glowing. Ridicule, sarcasm, and invective. Rights, powers, and privileges. Rise, flourish, and decay. Robustness, elasticity, and firmness. Romance, adventure, and passion. Rough, barren, and unsightly. Rude, sulky, and overbearing. Rush, roar, and shriek. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section number 66 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by William Hasseltine on December 19, 2006, in Memphis, Tennessee. S. Sacredness, dignity, and loveliness. Sad, gloomy, and suspicious. Safe, sensible, and sane. Sanguine, impulsive, and irrepressible. Sarcasm, satire, and ridicule. Satiety, surfeit, and tedium. Savage, fierce, and intractable. Scheming, contriving, and dishonesty. Self-absorbed, conceited, and contemptuous. Self-conscious, artificial, and affected. Self-exacting, laborious, and inexhaustible. Selfishness, coarseness, and mendacity. Sense, grace, and goodwill. Sensibility, harmony, and energy. Sensitive, ardent, and conscientious. Serene, ineffable, and flawless. Serious, calm, and searching. Settled, adjusted, and balanced. Shallow, false, and petty. Shapes, forms, and artifices. Sharpness, bitterness, and sarcasm. Shivering, moaning, and weeping. Shrewd, artful, and designing. Shy, wild, and provocative. Sick, ashamed, and disillusioned. Silent, cold, and motionless. Simple, full, and impressive. Sin, selfishness, and luxury. Sincere, placeable, and generous. Skill, sagacity, and firmness. Sleekness, stealth, and savagery. Slovenly, base, and untrue. Slow, reluctant, and unwelcome. Smirking, garrulous, and pretentious. Smooth, sentimental, and harmonious. Smug, fat, and complacent. Sneers, innuendos, and insinuations. Social, aesthetic, and intellectual. Solitary, sedentary, and lifeless. Sound, human, and healthy. Sour, malignant, and envious. Spacious, clean, and comfortable. Speechless, motionless, and amazed. Spirit, vigor, and variety. Spitefulness, dishonesty, and cruelty. Splendid, powerful, and enduring. Startling, alarming, and vehement. Statesmen, philosophers, and divines. Steadiness, self-control, and serenity. Stern, forbidding, and unfeeling. Stiff, decorous, and formal. Strained, worn, and haggard. Strange, dark, and mysterious. Strengthen, invigorate, and discipline. Strenuous, intelligent, and alive. Striking, bold, and magnificent. Stripped, swept, and bare. Strong, cool, and inflexible. Studied, discussed, and debated. Sturdy, energetic, and high-minded. Style, manner, and disposition. Subtle, delicate, and refined. Successful, energetic, and ingenious. Sudden, vehement, and unfamed. Suggestive, stimulating, and inspiring. Sullen, silent, and disconsolate. Suppliant, gentle, and submissive. Surprise, admiration, and wonder. Suspicious, restive, and untractable. Swiftness, mobility, and penetrativeness. Sympathy, service, and compassion. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 67 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of July 2007. Talent, scholarship, and refinement. Tameness, monotony, and reserve. Taste, feeling, and sentiment. Tedious, painful, and distressing. Temper, pride, and sensuality. Temperament, character, and circumstances. Temperate, sweet, and venerable. Tenderness, loyalty, and devotion. Terror, remorse, and shame. Terseness, simplicity, and quietness. Theatrical, sensational, and demonstrative. Thought, utterness, and action. Threats, cries, and prayers. Thrilling, dramatic, and picturesque. Thwart, criticize, and embarrass. Time, thought, and consideration. Touched, strengthened, and transformed. Tradition, prejudice, and stupidity. Tragic, tremendous, and horrible. Transparent, theatric, and insincere. Treachery, envy, and selfishness. tremulous, soft, and bright, trial, discipline, and temptation, tricks, shufflings, and frauds, trivial, labored, and wearisome, true, lasting, and beneficial, tyranny, injustice, and extortion, ugly, scowling, and offensive, unbending, contemptuous, and scornful, unclean, shameful, and degrading, undecided, wavering, and cautious, unearthly, horrible, and obnoxious, uneasy, overstrained, and melancholy, unity, emphasis, and coherence, unmodulated, cold, and expressionless, unphilosophical, unsystematic, and discursive, unscrupulous, heartless, and hypocritical, unwholesome, bewildering, and unprofitable, unworldly, peaceable, and philosophical, upright, kind-hearted, and blameless, urgent, tumultuous, and incomprehensible, vague, impalpable, and incongruous, vanities, stupidities, and falsehoods, venerable, patriotic, and virtuous, verities, certainties, and realities, vigilant, inveterate, and unresting, vigorous, subtle, and comprehensive, violent, sinister, and rebellious, virtue, genius, and charm, visionary, fraudulent, and empirical, vital, formidable, and dominant, vivid, comprehensible, and striking, vulgarity, ignorance, and misapprehension, waddling, perspiring, and breathless, want, worry, and woe, wasteful, indolent, and evasive, watchful, suspicious, and timid, wealth, position, and influence, wearied, despondent, and bewildered, weight, size, and solidity, well-proportioned, logical, and sane, whimsical, fantastic, and impracticable, wholesome, beautiful, and righteous, wicked, pernicious, and degrading, wild, confused, and dizzy, willful, wanton, and deliberate, will, energy, and self-control, wisdom, patriotism, and justice, wit, fancy, and imagination, worthless, broken, and defeated, richness, deformity, and malice, wrinkled, careworn, and pale. End of reading.
Section 68 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, United Kingdom. Section 4. Impressive Phrases. A. Able, skillful, thorough, and genuine. Absolute, complete, unqualified, and final. Accurate, precise, exact, and truthful. Active, alert, vigorous, and industrious. Actual, positive, certain, and genuine. Adequate, uniform, proportionate, and equitable. Adventurous, fine, active, and gossipy. Adverse, antagonistic, unfriendly, and hostile. Advisable, advantageous, acceptable, and expedient. Affable, diffident, humble, and mild. Affectionate, tender, loving, and attached. Affluent, opulent, abundant, and ample. Allurements, pits, snares, and torments. Anger, indignation, resentment, and rage. Animate, impel, instigate, and embolden. Animosity, malice, enmity, and hatred. Annul, frustrate, reverse, and destroy. anxiety, caution, watchfulness, and solicitude. Apparent, ostensible, plausible, and specious. Appropriate, use, arrogate, and usurp. Approval, enthusiasm, sympathy, and applause. Aptitude, capacity, efficiency, and power. Arbitrary, dictatorial, domineering, and imperious. Architecture, sculpture, painting, and poetry. Ardent, impatient, keen, and vehement. Argue, discuss, dispute, and prove. Arrangement, place, time, and circumstance. Art, science, knowledge, and culture. Artful, wily, insincere, and disingenuous. Artificial, soulless, hectic, and unreal. Assemble, amass, accumulate, and acquire. Assiduity, tenderness, industry, and vigilance. Assurance, persuasion, fidelity, and loyalty. Attention, effort, diligence, and assiduity. August, magnanimous, important, and distinguished. Authoritative, independent, arbitrary, and supreme. Avaricious, grasping, miserly, and parsimonious. Aversion, dislike, hatred, and repugnance. B. Bad, vivacious, unwholesome, and distressing. Babble, prate, chatter, and prattle. Barbarous, brutal, inhuman, and cruel. Base, cowardly, abject, and hideous. Battle, defeat, frustrate, and ruin. Bearing, deportment, manner, and behaviour. Beg, entreat, implore, and supplicate. Beliefs, doctrines, ceremonies, and practices. Boorish, clownish, rude, and uncultivated. Boundless, immeasurable, unlimited, and infinite. Bravery, courage, fearlessness, and confidence. Breadth, knowledge, vision, and power. Brilliant, beautiful, elegant, and faithful. Broaden, enlarge, extend, and augment. Business, profession, occupation, and vocation. End of section 68. This recording is in the public domain. Section 69 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. C. Candid, sincere, familiar, and ingenuous. Captious, petulant, peevish, and splenetic. Cautious, discreet, considerate, and provident. Certain, confident, positive, and unquestionable. Chagrin, vexation, irritation, and mortification. Character, disposition, temperament, and reputation. Charm, fascinate, bewitch, and captivate. Cheap, inexpensive, inferior, and common. Cheer, animate, vivify, and exhilarate. Chiefly, particularly, principally, and especially. Childhood, youth, manhood, and age. Circumstance, condition, environment, and surroundings. Claim, grab, trick, and compel. Clean, fastidious, frugal, and refined. Clear, distinct, obvious, and intelligible. Clumsy, crawling, snobbish, and comfort-loving. Coarse, gross, offensive, and nauseous. Coax, flatter, wheedle, and persuade. Cogitate, contemplate, meditate, and ponder. Cold, frigid, unfeeling, and stoical. Commanding, authoritative, imperative, and peremptory. compassion, goodwill, admiration, and enthusiasm. Confirm, establish, sustain, and strengthen. Conform, submit, obey, and satisfy. Confuse, distort, involve, and misinterpret. Consistent, congruous, firm, and harmonious. Cool, collected, calm, and self-possessed. Copious, commanding, sonorous, and emotional. Cowardly, timid, shrinking, and timorous. Crazy, absurd, nonsensical, and preposterous. Crude, rough, jagged, and pitiless. D. Daring, cordial, discerning, and optimistic. Darkness, dimness, dullness, and blackness. Deadly, destructive, fatal, and implacable. Deceit, delusion, treachery, and sham. Deep, abstruse, learned, and profound. Deficient, inadequate, scanty, and incomplete. Define, explain, determine, and circumscribe. Degrade, defame, humble, and debase. Delicacy, daintiness, tact, and refinement. Delicious, sweet, palatable, and delightful. Democracy, equality, justice, and freedom. Deny, dismiss, exclude, and repudiate. Deprive, dispossess, divest, and despoil. Describe, delineate, depict, and characterize. Designed, contrived, planned, and executed. Desperate, extreme, reckless, and irremediable. Despicable, abject, servile, and worthless. Destructive, detrimental, deleterious, and subversive. Desultory, discursive, loose, and unmethodical. Detestable, abominable, horrible, and hideous. Developed, revealed, measured, and tested. Difference, disagreement, discord, and estrangement. Difficult, arduous, intricate, and perplexing. Diffuse, discursive, rambling, and wordy. Diligence, attention, industry, and assiduity. Disagreement, discrepancy, difference, and divergence. Disconsolate, desolate, pessimistic, and impossible. Discrimination, acuteness, insight, and judgment. Disgust, distaste, loathing, and abhorrence. Dissatisfied, rebellious, unsettled, and satirical. Distinct, definite, clear, and obvious. Distinguished, glorious, illustrious, and eminent. Disturbed, shaken, distressed, and bewildered. Docile, tractable, compliant, and teachable. Dogmatic, bigoted, libellous, and unsympathizing. Doubt, indecision, suspense, and perplexity. Dread, disgust, repugnance, and dreariness. Dreary, dispirited, unhappy, and peevish. Dry, lifeless, tiresome, and uninteresting. Dubious, equivocal, fluctuating, and uncertain. Dull, heavy, painstaking, and conscientious. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain. Section 70 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. E. Earth, air, stars, and sea. Efficient, forcible, adequate, and potent. Emaciated, scraggy, meagre, and attenuated. Ceaseless, immutable, and imperishable. Energy, eagerness, earnestness, and enthusiasm. Enhance, exalt, elevate, and intensify. Enormous, base, prodigious, and colossal. Enrage, incense, infuriate, and exasperate. enthusiasm, devotion, intensity, and zeal, envy, discontent, deception, and ignorance, equitable, reasonable, just, and honest, equivocal, uncertain, cloudy, and ambiguous, eradicate, extirpate, exterminate, and annihilate, erroneous, faulty, inaccurate, and inexact, eternal, unchangeable, unerring, and intelligent, evil, misfortune, corruption, and disaster, exacting, suspicious, irritable, and wayward, exalt, dignify, elevate, and extol, examination, inquiry, scrutiny, and research, exceed, outdo, surpass, end, exceptional, uncommon, abnormal, and extraordinary, excitement, distraction, diversion, and stimulation, exhaustive, thorough, radical, and complete, expend, dissipate, waste, and squander. F. Facile, showy, cheap, and superficial, faithful, truthful, loyal, and trustworthy, fame, distinction, dignity, and honour, fanatic, enthusiast, visionary, and zealot, fanciful, unreal, fantastic, and grotesque, fancy, humour, vagary, and caprice, fashion, practice, habit, and usage, fastidious, proud, gracious, and poised, fate, fortune, contingency, and opportunity, fatuous, dreamy, moony, and impracticable, fear, timidity, cowardice, and pusillanimity, feeble, languid, timid, and irresolute, ferocious, restive, savage, and uncultivated, fervent, enthusiastic, anxious, and zealous, fiction, fancy, falsehood, and fabrication, fine, fragile, delicate, and dainty, firmness, steadfastness, stability, and tenacity, flash, flame, flare, and glare, flat, insipid, tame, and monotonous, fluctuating, hesitating, vacillating, and oscillating, folly, foolishness, imbecility, and fatuity, foolhardy, hasty, adventurous, and reckless, fop, coxcomb, puppy, and jackanapes, force, vigour, power, and energy, formal, precise, stiff, and methodical, fortunate, happy, prosperous, and successful, fragile, frail, brittle, and delicate, freedom, familiarity, liberty, and independence, frightful, fearful, direful, and dreadful, frivolous, trifling, petty, and childish, fruitful, fertile, prolific, and productive, fruitless, vain, trivial, and foolish, frustrate, defeat, disappoint, and thwart, fully, completely, abundantly, and perfectly, furious, impetuous, boisterous, and vehement. G. Gaiety, merriment, joy, and hilarity, gallant, ardent, fearless, and self-sacrificing, garnish, embellish, beautify, and decorate, generous, candid, easy, and independent, genius, intellect, aptitude, and capacity, genteel, refined, polished, and well-bred, gentle, persuasive, effective, and simple, genuine, true, unaffected, and sincere, ghastly, grim, shocking, and hideous, jibe, mock, taunt, and jeer, giddy, fickle, flighty, and thoughtless, gleam, glimmer, glance, and glitter, gloomy, dismal, dark, and dejected, glorious, noble, exalted, and resplendent, glut, gorge, cloy, and satiate, good, safe, venerable, and solid, government, law, order, and organisation. Grand, stately, dignified, and pompous. Grave, contemplative, reserved, and profound. Great, joyous, strong, and triumphant. Greed, avarice, covetousness, and cupidity. Gross, academic, vulgar, and indiscriminate. End of section 70. This recording is in the public domain. Section 71 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. H. Habit, custom, method, and fashion. Handsome, exquisite, brilliant, and accomplished. Harmless, innocent, innocuous, and inoffensive. Harmony, order, sublimity, and beauty. Harsh, discordant, disagreeable, and ungracious. Hasty, superficial, impatient, and desultory. Healed, soothed, consoled, and assuaged. Healthy, hale, sound, and wholesome. Heavy, sluggish, dejected, and crushing. High-minded, truthful, honest, and courageous. Holy, hallowed, sacred, and consecrated. Homely, hideous, horrid, and unsightly. Honour, obedience, virtue, and loyalty. Hopefulness, peace, sweetness, and strength. Hopes, dreams, programs, and ideals. Hospitable, generous, tolerant, and kindly. Hot, hasty, fervent, and fiery. Humane, gentle, kind, and generous. Humble, simple, submissive, and unostentatious. I. Idea, imagination, conception, and ideal. Idleness, recreation, repose, and rest. Ignominious, infamous, despicable, and contemptible. Illumine, instruct, enlighten, and inform. Imaginative, sensitive, nervous, and highly strung. Impatience, indolence, wastefulness, and inconclusiveness. Impel, stimulate, animate, and inspirit. Imperious, wayward, empirical, and impatient. Improvident, incautious, prodigal, and thriftless. Impudent, insolent, irrelevant, and officious. Inadvertency, carelessness, negligence, and oversight. Indecision, doubt, fear, and lassitude. Indifference, caution, coldness, and weariness. Indolent, passive, sluggish, and slothful. Ineffectual, powerless, useless, and unavailing. Infamy, shame, dishonour, and disgrace. Infantile, childish, boyish, and dutiful. Informal, natural, unconventional, and careless. Insolent, impudent, impertinent, and flippant. Integrity, frankness, sincerity, and truthfulness. Intellectual, moral, emotional, and aesthetic. Intense, earnest, violent, and extreme. Invent, discover, design, and contrive. Inveterate, confirmed, chronic, and obstinate. Invidious, envious, odious, and offensive. Invincible, unconquerable, insurmountable, and insuperable. Irksome, tiresome, tedious, and annoying. Irregular, uncertain, devious, and unsystematic. Irritable, choleric, petulant, and susceptible. J. Jangle, wrangle, squabble, and quarrel. Jealousy, suspicion, envy, and watchfulness. Joyful, lively, happy, and hilarious. Judgment, discrimination, penetration, and sagacity. Just, impartial, equitable, and unbiased. Juvenile, childish, trifling, and puerile. K. Keen, intelligent, penetrating and severe. Keep, protect, support and sustain. Kind, sympathetic, ready and appreciative. Kingly, noble, imperial and august. Knowledgeable, learning, enlightenment and understanding. L. Lapses, makeshifts, delays and irregularities. Lawful, legitimate, allowable and just. Lazy, listless, drowsy and indifferent. Lightly, freely, unscrupulously and irresponsibly. Lively, vivacious, vigorous and forcible. Loss, deprivation, forfeiture and waste. Loud, noisy, showy and clamorous. Loutish, prankish, selfish and cunning. Love, depth, loyalty and faithfulness. Lucidity, impressiveness, incisiveness and pungency. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain. Section 72 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. M. Malice, anger, uncharitableness and indignation. Malignity, brutality, malevolence and inhumanity. Manners, morals, habits and behaviour. Marvellous, wonderful, extraordinary and incredible. Massive, ponderous, solid and substantial. Mastery, proficiency, dexterity and superiority. Matchless, unrivalled, inimitable and incomparable. Maxim, proverb, truism and apothegm. Medley, mixture, jumble and hodgepodge. Meekness, inwardness, patience and self-denial. Merciless, remorseless, relentless and ruthless. Mild, gentle, humble and submissive. Mismanagement, indecision, obstinacy and hardihood. Mixture, medley, variety and diversification. Modesty, fineness, sensitiveness and fastidiousness. Money, position, power and consequence. Mood, temper, humour and caprice. Motive, impulse, incentive and intimation. Mysterious, dark, secret and enigmatical. N. Narrow, limited, selfish and bigoted. Necessary, expedient, indispensable and unavoidable. Necessity, emergency, exigency and crisis. Neglect, overlook, disregard and contemn. Nice, finical, effeminate and silly. Niggardly, close, miserly and parsimonious. Noble, pure, exalted and worthy. Nonsense, trash, twaddle and rubbish. Novel, recent, rare and unusual. Noxious, unwholesome, mischievous and destructive. O. Obdurate, unfeeling, callous and obstinate. Obedient, respectful, dutiful and submissive. Object, propose, protest and decline. Obliging, kind, helpful and courteous. Obscure, shadowy, intricate and mysterious. Obsequious, cringing, fawning and servile. Observations, sentiments, ideas and theories. Obstinacy, pertinacity, stubbornness and inflexibility. Offensive, disagreeable, distasteful and obnoxious. Officious, impertinent, insolent and meddlesome. P. Particular, precise, formal and punctilious. Passions, weaknesses, uglinesses and deformities. Patient, loyal, hard-working and true. Peace, quiet, tranquillity and harmony. Peculiar, individual, specific and appropriate. Perplex, embarrass, confuse and mystify. Phrases, figures, metaphors and quotations. Piteous, woebegone, dismal and dolorous. Placid, meek, gentle and moderate. Plain, transparent, simple and obvious. play, diversion, pastime, and amusement. Pleasant, jocular, witty, and facetious. Pliable, ductile, supple, and yielding. Poetry, sentiment, morality, and religion. Polished, deft, superficial, and conventional. Polite, polished, cultured, and refined. Positive, direct, explicit, and dogmatic. Powerful, efficient, vivid, and forcible. Precise, delicate, discriminating, and fastidious. Prejudicial, injurious, noxious, and pernicious. Preposterous, irrational, unreasonable, and nonsensical. Pretense, subterfuge, simulation, and disguise. Prevent, restrain, dissuade, and dishearten. Primary, foremost, leading, and principal. Probity, directness, simplicity, and sincerity. Profession, business, trade, and vocation. Profit, advantage, benefit, and emolument. Profuse, excessive, copious, and extravagant. Progress, prosperity, peace, and happiness. Prolix, prosaic, prolonged, and wordy. Property, comforts, habits, and conveniences. Prudence, judgment, wisdom, and discretion. Pulsing, coursing, throbbing, and beating. Pure, kind, sweet-tempered, and unselfish. Purified, exalted, fortified, and illumined. Purpose, meaning, scope, and tendency. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain. Section 73 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. Q. Quack, imposture, charlatan, and mountebank. Qualified, powerful, vigorous, and effective. Quality, property, attribute, and character. Quarrels, misunderstandings, enmities, and disapprovals. Queries, echoes, reactions, and afterthoughts. Quick, impetuous, sweeping, and expeditious. Quiet, peaceful, sane, and normal. R. Racy, smart, spicy, and pungent. Rational, sane, sound, and sensible. Ravenous, greedy, voracious, and grasping. Recreation, sport, pastime, and amusement. Relation, work, duty, and pleasure. Reliable, accurate, truthful, and duty-loving. Reports, stories, rumours, and suspicions. Reproach, dishonour, disgrace, and ignominy. Restrained, calm, quiet, and placid. Reverential, disciplined, self-controlling, and devoted. Rigid, inelastic, stiff, and unbending. Rough, rude, gruff, and surly. Rude, curt, insolent, and unpleasant. S. Sad, despondent, melancholy, and depressed. Sane, sober, sound, and rational. Scandalize, vilify, traduce, and offend. Scanty, pinched, slender, and insufficient. Science, art, religion, and philosophy. Scope, design, purpose, and judgment. Sensual, cruel, selfish, and unscrupulous. Sentence, judgment, verdict, and doom. Serene, composed, conservative, and orderly. Several, sundry, many, and various. Severe, stern, stiff, and stringent. Shameless, corrupt, depraved, and vicious. Shock, surprise, terror, and forlornness. Simple, hearty, joyous, and affectionate. Sin, injustice, grievance, and crime. Skill, courage, prowess, and attractiveness. Sleepy, soporific, sluggish, and dull. Slim, slender, slight, and scraggy. Slow, dilatory, slack, and procrastinating. solemn, profound, serious, and difficult. Solicit, urge, implore, and importune. Sorrow, disaster, unhappiness, and bereavement. Spontaneity, freedom, ease, and adequacy. Stately, stern, august, and implacable. Steady, reliable, dependable, and well balanced. Stern, severe, abrupt, and unreasonable. Stories, pictures, shows, and representations. Strength, agility, violence, and activity. Strong, inventive, daring, and resourceful. Sublime, consoling, inspiring, and beautiful. Substantial, solid, strong, and durable. Suffering, regret, bitterness, and fatigue. Superficial, shallow, flimsy, and untrustworthy. Superfluous, excessive, unnecessary, and redundant. Suspicious, cynical, crafty, and timid. Symmetry, proportion, harmony, and regularity. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain. Section 74 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, England. T. Tact, courtesy, adroitness, and skill. Talents, opportunities, influence, and power. Talkative, selfish, superstitious, and inquisitive. Tastes, appetites, passions, and desires. Tease, tantalize, worry, and provoke. Tenacious, stubborn, pertinacious, and obstinate. Tendency, drift, scope, and disposition. Tests, trials, temptations, and toils. Theatrical, ceremonious, meretricious, and ostentatious. Theory, assumption, speculation, and conjecture. Think, reflect, weigh, and ponder. Tortuous, twisted, sinuous, and circuitous. Tractable, gentle, pliant, and submissive. Traditional, uncertain, legendary, and unverified. Traffic, trade, commerce, and intercourse. Tricky, insincere, wily, and shifty. Trite, ordinary, commonplace, and hackneyed. Trivial, petty, frivolous, and insignificant. True, upright, real, and authentic. Tumultuous, riotous, disorderly, and turbulent. U. Ugly, evil, hateful, and base. Uncertain, questionable, erroneous, and mistaken. Unctuous, shrill, brisk, and demonstrative. Unhappy, unfortunate, distressed, and disastrous. Uninteresting, lifeless, obscure, and commonplace. Unity, aggressiveness, efficiency, and force. Unkind, severe, oppressive, and callous. Unpractical, childish, slipshod, and silly. Unreasonable, foolish, excessive, and absurd. Unrivalled, unequalled, incomparable, and matchless. Upright, high-minded, brave, and liberal. Urgent, important, immediate, and imperative. Usage, custom, habit, and practice. V. Vain, useless, unproductive, and unavailing. Vanities, envies, devices, and jealousies. Vast, scattered, various, and incalculable. Versatile, eloquent, sagacious, and talented. Vigorous, upright, dignified, and imperative. Vile, mean, debased, and sordid. Violent, impetuous, intense, and ungovernable. Virtuous, upright, honest, and moral. Visionary, dreamy, pensive, and sensitive. Vulgar, heavy, narrow, and obtuse. W. Want, lack, poverty, and paucity. Warm, soft, clear, and serene. Waste, devastate, pillage, and destroy. Watched, tended, fostered, and pruned. Weak, inefficient, stupid, and futile. Wealth, position, influence, and reputation. Well-being, happiness, prosperity, and distress. wild, restless, aimless, and erring, wisdom, judgment, understanding, and far-sightedness, wit, purity, energy, and simplicity, wonderful, interesting, active, and delightful, works, sorrows, visions, and experiences, worry, annoyance, awkwardness, and difficulty. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echetoe on January 6, 2007 in Woodbury, Connecticut. Section 5. Prepositional Phrases. Preposition of. A. Abandon of spontaneity. Abatement of misery. Aberrations of judgment. Abhorrence of meanness. Absence of vainglory. Abyss of ignominy. Accent of conviction. Accretions of time. Accumulation of ages. Accuracy of aim. Acquisition of knowledge. Activity of attention. Acuteness of sensibility. Admixture of fear. Affectation of content. Affinity of events. Age of ignorance. Agility of brain. Agony of despair. Air of assumption. Ambitious of success. Amiability of disposition. Amplitude of space. Anachronisms of thought. Anchor of moderation. Angle of vision. Annulment of influence. Aping of manners. Apostle of culture. Ardor of life. Arrogance of opinion. Aspect of grandeur. Assumption of sternness. Atmosphere of obscurity. Attitude of mind. Attribute of weakness. Austerities of fanaticism. Authority of manner. Avalanche of scorn. Avenues of dissemination. B. Babble of tongues. Ban of exclusion. Barren of enthusiasm. Barriers of reticence. Bars of sunlight. Basis of fact. Beam of moonlight. Beast of prey. Beauty of imagery. Beggared of faith. Bent of mind. Betrayal of trust. Bevy of maidens. Bewilderment of feeling. Birds of prey. Bit of portraiture. Bitterness of anguish. Blackness of spirit. Blandishments of society. Blast of adversity. Blaze of fury. Blend of dignity. Bliss of solitude. Bloom of earth. Blow of fate. Boldness of conception. Bond of alliance. Bone of contention. Bouts of civility. Breach of law. Breath of life. Breeze of anxiety. Brilliancy of wit. Brimful of fun. Broil of politics. Brood of emotions. Brow of expectation. Brunt of disgrace. Bulk of mankind. Bundle of conceptions. Buoyancy of youth. Burden of proof. Burst of confidence. Business of life.
End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 76 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Alex Foster. January 2007. www.alexfoster.me.uk. Cadences of delirium. Calmness of manner. Calumny of passion. Caprice of inclination. Careless of opinion. Catholicity of spirit. Cause of solicitude. Celerity of movement. Chain of evidence. Change of habitude. Chaos of confusion. Chill of indifference. Chimera of superstition. Chorus of approbation. Circle of hills. Clamour of envy. Clap of thunder. Clarity of thinking. Clash of arms. Cloak of ecclesiasticism. Code of morals. Cogency of argument. Combination of calamities. Command of wit. Community of interest. Compass of imagination. Complexity of life. Confidence of genius. Conflict of will. Conquest of difficulty. Consciousness of peril. Constellation of luminaries. Contagion of conflict. Continuity of life. Contradiction of terms. Contrariety of opinion. Convulsion of laughter. Copiousness of diction. Chord of sympathy. Countenance of authority. Courage of conviction. Course of existence. Courtliness of manner. Cover of hospitality. Crash of thunder. Creature of circumstance. Criteria of feeling. Crown of civilization. Crudity of thought. Cry of despair. Curl of contempt. Current of thought. Darkness of calamity. Dash of eccentricity. Dawning of recognition. Day of reckoning. Daylight of faith. Decay of authority. Declaration of indifference. Deeds of prowess. Defects of temper. Degree of hostility. Delicacy of thought. Delirium of wonder. Depth of despair. Dereliction of duty. Derogation of character. Despoiled of riches. Destitute of power. Desultoriness of detail. Device of secrecy. Devoid of merit. Devoutness of faith. Dexterity of phrase. Diapason of motives. Dictates of conscience. Difference of opinion. Difficult of attainment. Dignity of thought. Dilapidations of time. Diminution of brutality. Disabilities of age. Display of prowess. Distinctness of vision. Distortion of symmetry. Diversity of aspect. Divinity of tradition. Domain of imagination. Drama of action. Dream of vengeance. Drop of comfort. Ductility of expression. Dull of comprehension. Duplicities of might. Dust of defeat. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. E. Earnestness of enthusiasm. Easy of access. Ebullitions of anger. Eccentricity of judgment. Ecstasy of despair. Effect of loveliness. Efficacy of change. Effusion of sentiment. Elasticity of mind. Element of compulsion. Elevation of sentiment. Eloquence of passion. Emotions of joy. Emulous of truth. Encroachments of time. Encumbrance of mystery. energy of youth, enigma of life, equanimity of mind, era of fads, error of judgment, essence of eloquence, excellence of vision, excess of candor, excitation of purpose, excursiveness of thought, exhibition of joy, exhilaration of spirits, expenditure of energy, explosion of rage, expression of sternness, extension of experience, extravagance of eulogy, extremity of fortune, exuberance of wit. F. Fabric of fact, facility of expression, faculty of perception, failure of coordination, feast of reason, feats of strength, feebleness of purpose, feeling of uneasiness, felicities of expression, fertility of invention, fervor of devotion, fickleness of fortune, field of activity, fierceness of jealousy, fineness of vision, fire of imagination, firmament of literature, firmness of purpose, fit of laughter, fitness of circumstance, fixity of purpose, flag of truce, flash of humor, flashlight of introspection, fleetness of foot, flexibility of spirit, flicker of recognition, flight of fancy, flood of hatred, flourish of manner, flower of life, fluctuation of fortune, flush of youth, flutter of expectation, fog of sentimentalism, force of conviction, forest of faces, form of captiousness, fountain of learning, fragment of conversation, frame of mind, frankness of manner, freak of fancy, freedom of enterprise, frenzy of pursuit, freshness of feeling, frigidity of address, frivolity of tone, frown of meditation, fulfillment of purpose, fullness of time, fury of resentment, futility of pride. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain. Section 78 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007 in Woodbury, Connecticut. G. Gaiety of spirit, gales of laughter, garb of thought, garlands of roses, gateway of fancy, gem of truth, genuineness of sentiment, gesture of despair, gift of repartee, glamour of sensationalism, glare of scrutiny, gleam of light, glib of speech, glimmer of suspicion, glory of salvation, glow of enthusiasm, gorgeousness of coloring, grace of simplicity, gradations of outrage, grandeur of outline, grasp of comprehension, gravity of manner, greatness of nature, greed of office, grimace of disappointment, grimness of spirit, grip of attention, groundwork of melancholy, growth of experience, guide of aspiration, gulf of incongruity, gust of laughter. H. Harbor of refuge, harvest of regrets, haven of rest, haze of distance, heat of enthusiasm, height of absurdity, hint of bitterness, hopeful of success, horizon of life, horror of solitude, hubbub of talk, hue of divinity, hum of pleasure, hush of suspense. Ideals of excellence, idol of society, illusion of youth, immensity of extent, immolation of genius, impatient of restraint, impetuosity of youth, implacability of resentment, impotent of ideas, impress of individuality, impulse of enthusiasm, imputation of eccentricity, incapable of veracity, independence of mind, index of character, indolence of temperament, indulgence of vanity, inequality of treatment, infinity of height, infirmity of temper, infusion of hatred, inheritance of honor, insensibility of danger, insolence of office, inspiration of genius, instability of purpose, instrument of expression, integrity of mind, intensity of faith, interchange of ideas, interval of leisure, intoxication of vanity, intrepidity of youth, intuition of immortality, invasion of thought, irony of life. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain. Section 79 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. J. Jangle of sounds, jargon of philosophy, jumble of facts, justness of decision. K. Keenness of intellect, kernel of truth, key of knowledge, keynote of success, king of finance, kinship of humanity. L. Lack of restraint, languor of nature, lapse of time, laws of decorum, laxity of mind, legacy of thought, liberty of conscience, light of experience, limit of endurance, link of sequence, loftiness of spirit, look of dominance, loophole of escape, love of approbation, lust of conquest, lustihood of youth, luxuriance of expression. M. Magnanimity of mind, majesty of despair, man of iron, mantle of verdure, martyrdom of ambition, marvel of competency, mask of flippancy, mass of mediocrity, master of phrasing, maze of words, measure of absurdity, minister of vengeance, minuteness of description, miracle of miracles, mists of criticism, modesty of reserve, moment of lassitude, monster of ingratitude, monstrosities of character, mood of tranquillity, muddle of motives, multitude of details, mummery of words, murmur of satisfaction, mutations of time, myriads of stars, mysteries of taste, N. Narrowness of range, nebulae of romance, nectar of enjoyment, neglect of duty, niceties of difference, nightingale of affection, nobility of purpose, note of triumph. O. Obduracy of mind, object of contempt, obligation of loyalty, obliquity of vision, obscurity of twilight, ocean of eloquence, omission of fact, onrush of life, onsets of temptation, openness of mind, opulence of detail, orgy of lying, ornaments of eloquence, outbreak of hostilities, outburst of tears, outflow of sympathy, outposts of morality, overflow of vitality. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Section 80 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. P. Page of desolation, pageant of life, pang of regret, parade of erudition, passion of patriotism, passivity of mind, pattern of virtue, peals of laughter, pendulum of opinion, pensiveness of feeling, perils of fortune, period of lassitude, perturbation of mind, perversity of chance, pests of society, petrifaction of egoism, phantom of delight, phase of belief, physiognomy of nature, piece of pedantry, pinions of eloquence, pinnacle of favor, pit of oblivion, plainness of speech, play of fancy, plea of urgency, plenitude of power, point of view, poise of mind, policy of severity, portent of danger, power of imagination, precipice of stupefaction, precision of phrase, prerogative of age, presence of mind, pressure of expediency, presumption of doubt, prey of fancy, pride of life, process of effacement, profundity of thought, profusion of argument, progress of events, promptings of reason, propriety of action, provocative of scorn, puff of applause, pulse of life, purity of diction, pursuit of knowledge, puzzledom of life. Q. Quagmire of distrust, qualities of leadership, qualm of conscience, question of honor, quickness of apprehension, quivering of pain. R. Radiance of morning, range of experience, rashness of intention, ravages of time, ray of hope, reaches of achievement, realities of life, realm of peace, rebound of fascination, rectitude of soul, redress of grievances, redundance of words, refinement of style, reins of life, relish of beauty, remorse of guilt, residue of truth, resoluteness of conviction, resource of expression, restraint of speech, revel of imagination, revulsion of feeling, richness of outline, riddle of existence, ridicule of ignorance, riot of words, ripeness of wisdom, roars of exultation, robe of humility, robustness of mind, root of individuality, round of platitudes, rush of agony, rust of neglect, ruts of conventionality. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Section 81 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007, in Woodbury, Connecticut. S. Sadness of soul, sanguine of success, sanity of judgment, savoring of quackery, scantiness of resources, scarves of smoke, school of adversity, scrap of knowledge, scruple of conscience, searchlight of truth, semblance of composure, sensation of pity, sense of urgency, sentiment of disapprobation, sequence of events, serenity of mind, severity of style, shackles of civilization, shade of doubt, shadow of truth, shallowness of thought, shock of apprehension, shouts of approval, shower of abuse, shriek of wrath, shuttle of life, sigh of wind, singleness of purpose, slave of malice, slough of ignorance, slumber of death, smile of raillery, solace of adversity, soul of generosity, source of renown, spark of perception, species of despotism, spell of emotion, sphere of influence, spice of caricature, splendor of imagination, spur of necessity, start of uneasiness, stateliness of movement, sting of satire, stolidity of sensation, storehouse of facts, storm of criticism, stream of humanity, stress of life, string of episodes, stroke of fate, substratum of belief, subtlety of intellect, succession of events, suggestion of fancy, sum of happiness, summit of misery, sunshine of life, supremacy of good, surface of events, surfeit of verbiage, surge of pathos, suspense of judgment, suspicion of flattery, sweep of landscape, symbol of admiration, system of aspersion. End of section 81. This recording is in the public domain. Section 82 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joseph Echito on January 9th, 2007 in Woodbury, Connecticut. T. Taint of megalomania, tardiness of speech, task of conciliation, tempest of passion, tenacity of execution, tenderness of sentiment, term of reproach, threshold of consciousness, thrift of time, thrill of delight, throb of compunction, throng of sensations, tide of humanitarianism, timid of innovation, tincture of depreciation, tinge of mockery, tissue of misrepresentations, tolerant of folly, tone of severity, top of ambition, torrent of fervor, totality of effect, touch of severity, touchstone of genius, trace of bitterness, tradition of mankind, train of disasters, trait of cynicism, trance of delight, transport of enthusiasm, trappings of wisdom, trend of consciousness, tribute of admiration, trick of fancy, tumult of applause, turmoil of controversy, turn of events, twilight of elderliness, twinge of envy. U. Unity of purpose, universality of experience. V. Vagrancy of thought, valley of misfortune, vanguard of progress, vehemence of manner, vehicle of intercourse, veil of futurity, vein of snobbishness, velocity of movement, vestige of regard, vicissitudes of life, vision of splendor, vividness of memory, voice of ambition, void of authority, volume of trade, vow of allegiance. W. Warmth of temperament, waste of opportunity, wave of depression, wealth of meaning, weariness of sorrow, web of villainy, weight of argument, whiff of irritation, whirl of delight, whirligig of life, whirlwind of words, wilderness of perplexities, wiles of innocence, word of opprobrium, work of supererogation, world of fantasy, worth of mention. Y. Yoke of convention. Z. Zest of enjoyment, zone of delusion. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. Preposition by. A. Affected by externals. Allayed by sympathy. Animated by victory. Appraised by fashion. Assailed by conscience. Attained by effort. Avert by prayer. B. Ballasted by brains. Beset by difficulties. bound by opinion, branded by defeat. C. Characterized by discretion, chastened by sorrow, cheek by jowl, circulated by malice, clogged by insecurity, colored by environment, condemned by posterity, confirmed by habit, consoled by prayer, convinced by argument, convulsed by divisions. D. Darkened by shadows, dazzled by fame, depraved by pain, devoured by curiosity, disgusted by servility, driven by remorse. E. Embarrassed by timidity, encouraged by success, enfeebled by age, enforced by action, enjoined by religion, enriched by gifts, established by convention, evoked by shame. F. Fascinated by mystery, favored by fortune, fettered by systems, fired by wrath, forbid by authority, fortified by faith. G. Governed by precedent, guided by instinct. H. Haunted by visions, hushed by denial. End of section 83. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 84 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. I. Impelled by duty. Inculcated by practice. Induced by misrepresentation. Influenced by caution. Inspired by love. L. Learned by rote. M. Marked by acuteness. Measured by years. N. Narrowed by custom. O. Occasioned by irritation. Oppressed by destiny. P. Parched by disuse. Persuaded by appeal. Portrayed by words. Prescribed by custom. Prevented by chance. Prompted by poetry. Purged by sorrow. R. Racked by suffering. Refuted by reason. Repelled by censure. Restrained by violence. Rising by industry. S. Sanctioned by experience. Shaped by tradition. Soured by misfortune. Stung by derision. Supplanted by others. Supported by evidence. T. Thwarted by fortune. Tempered by charity. Tormented by jealousy. Tortured by doubt. U. Unadorned by artifice, undaunted by failure, undetermined by sorrow, undone by treachery, unfettered by fear, urged by curiosity. V. Vitalized by thought. W. Won by aggression, worn by time, wrenched by emotions. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 085 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Precious Fresh. Preposition in. A. Absorbed in meditation. Affable in manner. A tone in measure. B. Barren in intellect, basking in sunshine, buried in solitude. C. Call in question, clothed in truth, plowing in sweetness, confident in opinion, confute in argument, contemplative in aspect, cumbrous in style. D. Deficient in insight, delight in learning, deterioration in quality, difference in detail, diligent in application, diminished in respect, dwarfed in numbers. E. End in smoke, enumerate in detail, experienced in duplicity. F. Feeble in influence, fertile in consequence, flourish in luxuriance, founded in truth. G. Gaze in astonishment, go in pursuit, graceful in proportion, grievously in error. H. Hold in bondage. I. Immersed in thought, indulge in reverie, inferior in character, influential in society, ingenuity in planning, instance in point, involved in obscurity. K. Kept in abeyance. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. L. Landmarks in memory. Languish in obscurity. Lie in wait. Limited in scope. Linger in expectation. Listen in amazement. Lost in awe. Lower in estimation. Luxuriant in fancy. M. Monstrous in dullness. mysterious in origin. N, noble in amplitude, nursed in luxury. O, organized in thought. P, petulant in expression. Plead in vain. Pleasing in outline. Plunged in darkness. Positive in judgment. Practical in application. Pride in success. Protest in vain. Pursued in leisure. Q, quick in suggestion. R, ready in resource. Recoiling in terror. Remote in character. Revel in danger. Rich in variety. Rooted in prejudice. S, schooled in self-restraint. Scrupulous in conduct. Set in motion. Skilled in controversy. Sound in theory. Stammer in confusion. Stricken in years. Strides in civilization. Striking in character. Stunted in growth. T, tender in sentiment. U, unique in literature. Unity in diversity. Unprecedented in kind. V, burst in knowledge. W, wallow in idolatry. Wanting in dignity. Waver in purpose. Weak in conception. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition into. Abashed into silence. Beguile into reading. Betray into speech. Blending into harmony. Bring into disrepute. Bullied into silence. Burn into memory. Burst into view. Call into question. Carry into conflict. Chill into apathy. Coming into vogue. Cringe into favor. Crumbled into dust. Crystallized into action. Dash into fragments. Deepen into confusion. Degenerate into monotony. Deluded into believing. Descent into death. Dissolve into nothingness. Dragged into pursuit. Drawn into controversy. Dribbling into words. Driven into servitude. Dulled into acquiescence. Electrify into activity. Elevated into importance. Inquire into precedence. Enter into controversy. Expand into weakness. Fade into insignificance. Fall into decay. Fashion into festoons. Flame into war. Flower into sympathy. Forced into action. Frozen into form. Fuse into unity. Galvanize into life. Go into raptures. Goaded into action. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain. Section 88 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Hushed into silence, incursions into controversy, insight into truth, inveigled into dispute, kindle into action, lapse into pedantry, lash into silence, launch into disapproval, lead into captivity, leap into currency, lulled into indifference, melt into space, merge into character, pass into oblivion, plunge into despair, pour into print, quicken into life, relapse into savagery, rendered into music, resolve into nothingness, retreat into silence, ripened into love, rush into print, shocked into attention, sink into insignificance, smitten into ice, snubbed into quiescence, stricken into silence, summoned into being, swollen into torrents, take into account, thrown into disorder, transform into beauty, translated into fact, usher into society, vanish into mystery, wonder into digression, wheedled into acquiescence, withdraw into solitude. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain. Section 89 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Addicted to flattery, adherence to principle, affect to believe, akin to truth, alive to opportunity, allied to virtue, amenable to reason, aspire to rule, attempt to suppress, aversion to publicity, blind to demonstration, brought to repentance, claim to perpetuity, come to nothing, committed to righteousness, common to humanity, conducive to happiness, conformable to fact, consigned to oblivion, constrained to speak, contribution to knowledge, deaf to entreaty, dedicated to friendship, deference to custom, devoted to ideals, disposed to cable, doomed to destruction, driven to despair, dwarf to unimportance, empowered to act, endeared to all, excite to pity, exposed to derision, fly to platitudes, foredoomed to failure, given to extravagance, ground to atoms, harassed to death, hostile to progress. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Impervious to suggestion, impossible to reconcile, impotent to save, incentive to devotion, incitement to anger, inclined to vacillate, indifference to truth, intent to deceive, intolerable to society, inured to fatigue, invocation to sleep, laugh to scorn, left to conjecture, lost to remembrance, obedience to conscience, oblivious to criticism, offensive to modesty, open to reason, opposed to innovation, pander to prejudice, pertaining to fashion, prone to melancholy, propose to undertake, provoke to laughter, put to confusion, recourse to falsehood, reduce to impotence, related to eternity, repeat to satiety, repugnant to justice, requisite to success, resort to violence, run to seed, seek to overawe, serve to embitter, spur to action, stimulus to ambition, stirred to remonstrance, subject to scrutiny, succumb to fascination, superior to circumstances, susceptible to argument, temptation to doubt, tend to frustrate, trust to chance, utilize to advantage, venture to say, vital to success, wedded to antiquity, yield to reason. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain. Section 91 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition with. Abounding with plenty. Accord with nature. Act with deliberation. Adorn with beauty. Afflict with ugliness. Aflame with life. Allied with economy. Anticipate with delight. Ascertain with exactness. Attended with danger. Beam with self-approval. Behave with servility. Big with fate. Blinded with tears. Blush with shame. Branded with cowardice. Bubbled with laughter. Burn with indignation. Cling with tenacity. Clothe with authority. Compatible with freedom. Comply with tradition. Conceal with difficulty. Consistent with facts. Covered with ignominy. Crush with sorrow. Deny with emphasis. Depressed with fear. Dispense with formality. Distort with passion. Echo with merriment. Endow with intelligence. Endued with faith. Endure with fortitude. Examine with curiosity. Face with indifference. Flushed with pride. Fraught with peril. Furious with indignation. Glowing with delight. Imbued with courage. Incompatible with reason. Inconsistent with beauty. Inflamed with rage. Inspired with patriotism. Intoxicated with joy. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Katie Sim in Edinburgh, Scotland. K. Kindle with enthusiasm. L. Laugh with glee. M. Meet with rebuke. Mingled with curiosity. Move with alacrity. O. Oppressed with hardship. Overcome with shyness. Overflowing with love. Overhung with gloom. P. Performed with regularity. Pervaded with grandeur. Proceed with alertness. Punish with severity. Q. Quicken with pride. Quiver with anxiety. R. Radiant with victory. Regard with loathing. Relate with zest. Repel with indignation. S. Saddle with responsibility. Scream with terror. Scrutinize with care. Seething with sedition. Sick with dread. Sob with anguish. squirm with delight, suffuse with spirituality. T. Tainted with fraud, teeming with life, tense with expectancy, thrill with excitement, throb with vitality, tinged with romance, touched with feeling, treat with contempt, tremble with fear. U. Unmixed with emotion, utter with sarcasm. V. Vibrant with feeling, view with awe. W. Wield with power, work with zeal. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage. Business phrases. A. A request for further particulars will not involve any obligation. A telegram is enclosed for your use, as this matter is urgent. Accept our thanks for your recent remittance. Acknowledging the receipt of your recent inquiry. After examination, we can confidently say, after very carefully considering, again thanking you for the inquiry, agreeable to our conversation, an addressed envelope is enclosed for your convenience. An early reply will greatly oblige. Answering your recent inquiry. Any information you may give us will be appreciated. Any time that may suit your convenience. As a matter of convenience and economy. As a special favor we ask. As directed in your letter, we are shipping to you. As explained in our previous letter. As it will give us an opportunity to demonstrate our ability. As stated in our previous letter. As we have received no response from you. As you doubtless are aware. As you probably have been told. As your experience has probably shown you. Assuring you of every courtesy. Assuring you of our entire willingness to comply with your request. Assuring you of prompt and careful cooperation. At the present writing. At the suggestion of one of our patrons. At your earliest opportunity. Awaiting the favor of your prompt attention. Awaiting the pleasure of serving you. Awaiting your early communication. Awaiting your further commands. Awaiting your pleasure. B. Believing you will answer this promptly. C. Complying with your request. Conditions make it obligatory for us. D. Do not hesitate to let us know. Do not overlook this opportunity. Do you realize that you can... E. Enclosed, please find a memorandum. Enclosed, we beg to hand you. Enclosed, you will find a circular which will fully explain. F. For some years past. For your convenience, we enclose a stamped envelope. For your further information, we take pleasure in sending to you. Frankly, we believe it is extremely worthwhile for you, from the standpoint of serviceability. H. Here is a complete answer to. Here is your opportunity. Hoping for a continuance of your interest. Hoping for a definite reply. Hoping that our relations may prove mutually satisfactory. Hoping to be favoured with your order. How may we serve you further? However, because of the special circumstances attached. I am compelled to inform you. I am confident that you will be thoroughly satisfied. I am directed to say to you, I am, gentlemen, yours faithfully. I am giving the matter my personal attention. I am, my dear sir, yours faithfully. I am still holding this offer open to you. I ask that you be good enough. I beg to request that you give me some information. I believe I understand perfectly just how you feel about. I have been favourably impressed by your. I have now much pleasure in confirming. I have pleasure in acknowledging. I have the honour to acknowledge the receipt. I have the honour to remain. I herewith submit my application. I highly appreciate this mark of confidence.
I look forward to pleasant personal relations in the future. I regret exceedingly to inform you. I remain, my dear sir, yours faithfully. I shall be pleased to forward your descriptive circulars. I shall esteem it a personal favour. I should welcome an interview at your convenience. I sincerely hope that you will give the subject your earnest consideration. I take pleasure in replying to your inquiry concerning. I trust I shall hear from you soon. I want to express the hope that our pleasant business relations will continue. I want to interest you. I want to thank you for your reply. I wish to confirm my letter. If I can be of further service, please address me. If it is not convenient for you, if there is any valid reason why you are unable, if we can be of service to you, if we can help you in any way, if we have not made everything perfectly clear, please let us know. If you accommodate us, the favour will be greatly appreciated. If you are interested, please let us hear from you. If you are thinking about ordering, if you desire, our representative will call. If you have any cause for dissatisfaction, if you give this matter your prompt attention, in accordance with the terms of our offer, in accordance with your request, in answering your inquiry regarding. In any event, a reply to this will be very much appreciated. On closing, we can only assure you, in compliance with your favour, in compliance with your request, we are pleased to send to you. In conclusion, we assure you, in order to facilitate our future transactions, in reference to your application, in regard to your proposition, in reply thereto, we wish to inform you, in reply to your valued favour, in response to your recent request, in spite of our best efforts, it is not probable. In thanking you for the patronage with which you have favoured us, in view of all these facts, we feel justified in claiming. Information has just reached me. It gives us pleasure to recommend. It has consistently been our aim to help our customers. It is a matter of great regret to us. It is a pleasure for me to answer your inquiry. It is a well-known fact. It is interesting to note. It is our very great pleasure to advise you. It is the policy of our house. It seems clear that our letter must have miscarried. It was purely an oversight on our part. It will be entirely satisfactory to us. It will be our aim to interest you. It will be readily appreciated. It will be to your advantage. It will doubtless be more convenient for you. It will interest you to know. It will receive the same careful attention. J. Just mail the enclosed card. K. Kindly endorse your reply on the enclosed sheet. Kindly let us have your confirmation at your earliest convenience. Kindly let us know your pleasure concerning. Kindly read the enclosed list. L. Let me thank you for the opportunity to give this matter my personal attention. Let us assure you of our desire to cooperate with you. Let us assure you that we are very much pleased. Let us know if there is any further attention. Let us thank you again for opening an account with us. Looking forward to the early receipt of some of your orders. M. May I ask you to do us a great favour by? May we be favoured with a reply? Meantime soliciting your forbearance. Meanwhile permit me to thank you for your kind attention. O. On referring to your account we notice our letter must have gone astray. Our relations with your house must have hitherto been very pleasant. Our services are at your command. Our stock has been temporarily exhausted, owing to our inability to collect outstanding debts. P. Permit me to add. Permit us to express our sincere appreciation. Please accept the thanks of the writer. Please consider this letter an acknowledgement. Please favour us with a personal communication. Please feel assured that we shall use every endeavour. Possibly the enclosure may suggest to you, promptly on receipt of your telegram, pursuant to your letter. R. Recently we had occasion, referring to your esteemed favour, regretting our inability to serve you in the present instance, reluctant as we are to believe, requesting your kind attention to this matter. S. Should you decide to act upon this latter suggestion, so many requests of a similar nature come to us, soliciting a continuance of your patronage. T. Thank you for your expression of confidence. Thank you for your inquiry. Thank you for your last patronage. Thanking you for your promptness. Thanking you in advance for an early reply. Thanking you in anticipation. The causes for the delay were beyond our control. The margin of profit which we allow ourselves. The proof is in this fact. The proposition appeals to us as a good one. Therefore we are able to make you this offer. Therefore we trust you will write to us promptly. These points should be most carefully considered. This arrangement will help us over the present difficulty. This is according to our discussion. This matter has been considered very seriously. This personal guarantee I look upon as a service to you. This privileged communication is for the exclusive use. This will amply repay you. Trusting that we may have the pleasure of serving you. Trusting to receive your best consideration. You. Under no circumstances can we entertain such an arrangement. Under separate cover we are mailing to you. Under these circumstances we are willing to extend the terms. Unfortunately we are compelled at certain times. Unless you can give us reasonable assurance, upon being advised that these terms are satisfactory, upon receiving your letter of W. We acknowledge with pleasure the receipt of your order. We admit that you are justified in your complaint. We again solicit an opportunity. We again thank you for your inquiry. We always endeavour to please. We appreciate the order you are kind enough to send to us. We appreciate your patronage very much. We are always glad to furnish information. We are anxious to make satisfactory adjustment. We are at a loss to understand why. We are at your service at all times. We are confident that you will have no further trouble. We are extremely desirous of pleasing our patrons. We are in a position to give you considerable help. We are in receipt of your communication regarding... We are indeed sorry to learn. We are perfectly willing to make concessions. We are pleased to receive your request for information. We are pleased to send you descriptive circulars. We are reluctant to adopt such severe measures. We are satisfied regarding your statement. We are sending to you by mail. We are sorry to learn from your letter. We are thoroughly convinced of the need. We are totally at a loss to understand. We are very anxious to have you try. We are very glad to testify to the merit of. We ask for a continuance of your confidence. We ask that you kindly let us hear from you. We assume that you are considering. We assure you of our confidence in the reliability. We assure you of our desire to be of service. We await an early, and we trust a favourable reply. We await the courtesy of an early answer. We beg a moment of your attention and serious consideration. We believe that if you will carefully consider the matter, we believe you will readily understand our position. We can assure you that any order with which you favour us. We desire information pertaining to your financial condition. We desire to effect a settlement. We desire to express our appreciation of your patronage. We desire to impress upon you. We expect to be in the market soon. We feel assured that you will appreciate. We feel sure that you will approve of our action in this matter. We frankly apologize to you. We hasten to acknowledge the receipt. We have anticipated a heavy demand. We have as yet no definite understanding. We have come to the conclusion. We have endeavored to serve the needs of your organization. We have found it impossible. We have much pleasure in answering your inquiry. We have no desire to adopt harsh measures. We have not had the pleasure of placing your name on our ledgers. We have not, however, had the pleasure of hearing from you. We have not yet had time to sift the matter thoroughly. We have the honor to be, gentlemen. We have the honor to inform you. We have thought it best to forward. We have your request for information regarding. We hesitated for a while to pursue the matter. We hope that an understanding can be reached. We hope that we shall have many opportunities to demonstrate our ability. We hope that you will find the enclosed booklet very interesting. We hope to hear favorably from you. We hope you will appreciate. We hope you will excuse the unavoidable delay. We invite your attention to. We must insist upon a prompt settlement. We must, therefore, insist on the terms of the agreement. We note that the time is at hand. We offer you the services of an expert. We particularly want to interest you. We realize that this matter has escaped your attention. We realize that this is simply an oversight on your part. We regret exceedingly that you have been inconvenienced. We regret our inability to meet your wishes. We regret that owing to the press of business, we regret that this misunderstanding has occurred. We regret that we are not in a position. We regret that we are unable to grant your request. We regret the necessity of calling your attention. We regret to be compelled for this reason to withdraw the privilege. We regret to learn that you are disappointed. We remain, dear sir, yours faithfully. We remain, gentlemen, with thanks. We shall await your early commands with interest. We shall await your reply with interest. We shall be glad to fill your order. We shall be glad to have you tell us frankly. We shall be glad to render you any assistance in our power. We shall be happy to meet your requirements. We shall be indebted to you for your courtesy. We shall be pleased to receive the remittance. We shall be pleased to take the matter up further. We shall do everything in our power. We shall do our best to correct the mistake. We shall feel compelled. We shall heartily appreciate any information. We shall use every endeavour. We suggest that this is an opportune time. We suggest that you consider. We take pleasure in enclosing herewith. We take pleasure in explaining the matter you asked about. We take the liberty of deviating from your instructions. We take the liberty of writing to you. We thank you for calling our attention. We thank you for your courteous letter. We thank you for your kind inquiry of recent date. We thank you very gratefully for your polite and friendly letter. We thank you very much for the frank statement of your affairs. We thank you very sincerely for your assistance. We think you will agree. We trust our explanation will meet with your approval. We trust that we may hear favourably from you. We trust that you will give this matter your immediate attention. We trust you may secure some of the exceptional values. We trust you will find it correct. We trust you will not consider us unduly strict. We trust you will promptly comply with our previous suggestions. We understand your position. We urge that you write to us by early mail. We venture to enclose herewith. We very much wish you to examine. We want every opportunity to demonstrate our willingness. We want particularly to impress upon you this fact. We want to please you in every respect. We want to remind you again. We want you to read the booklet carefully. We will at once enter your order. We will be compelled to take the necessary steps. We will be glad to lay before you the fullest details. We will be pleased to give it careful consideration. We will gladly accommodate you. We will gladly extend to you similar courtesies whenever we can do so. We will make it a point to give your correspondence close attention. We would appreciate a remittance. We would consider it a great favour. We would draw your attention to the fact. We would request, as a special favour, we write to suggest to you. We write to urge upon you the necessity. We wrote to you at length. While we appreciate the peculiar circumstances, while we feel that we are in no way responsible, why not allow us this opportunity to satisfy you? Will you give us in confidence your opinion? Will you give us the benefit of your experience? Will you kindly advise us in order that we may adjust our records? Will you please give us your immediate attention? With our best respects and hoping to hear from you. With reference to your favour of yesterday. With regard to your inquiry. With the fullest assurance that we are considering. With the greatest esteem and respect. Why? You are certainly justified in complaining. You are evidently aware that there is a growing demand. You are quite right in your statement. You cannot regret more than I the necessity. You undoubtedly are aware. You will find interest, we believe, in this advance announcement. You will get the benefit of this liberal offer. You will have particular interest in the new and attractive policy. Your early attention to this matter will oblige. Your further orders will be esteemed. Your inquiry has just been received, and we are glad to send to you. Your orders and commands will always have our prompt and best attention. Your satisfaction will dictate our course. Your trial order is respectfully solicited. Your usual attention will oblige. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 094 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Lee Elliott in April of 2007. A bitterness crept into her face. A blazing blue sky poured down torrents of light. A book to beguile the tedious hours. A brave but turbulent aristocracy. A broad, complacent, admiring imbecility breathed from his nose and lips. A burlesque feint of evading a blow. A callous and conscienceless brute. A calm and premeditated prudence. A calmness settled on his spirit. A campaign of unbridled ferocity. A carefully appraising eye. A ceaselessly fleeting sky. A certain implication of admiring confidence. A charming air of vigor and vitality. A childish belief in his own impeccability. A cold, hard, frosty penuriousness was his prevalent characteristic. A compassion perfectly angelic. A constant stream of rhythmic memories. A covertly triumphant voice. A creature of the most delicate and rapid responses. A crop of disappointments. A cunning intellect, patiently diverting every circumstance to its design. A curious and inexplicable uneasiness. A curious vexation fretted her. A daily avalanche of vituperation. A dandified, pretty boy-looking sort of figure. A dark and relentless fate. A day monotonous and colorless. A dazzling completeness of beauty. A deep and brooding resentment. A delicious throng of sensations. A deliciously tantalizing sense. A detached segment of life. A dire monotony of bookish idiom. A disheveled and distraught figure. A face singularly acute and intelligent. A faint accent of reproach. A faint sense of compunction moved her. A faint, transient, wistful smile lightened her brooding face. A faint tremor of amusement was on his lips. A faintly quizzical look came into his incisive stare. A fawn-colored sea streaked here and there with tints of deepest orange. A fever of enthusiasm. A few tears came to soften her seared vision. A fiery exclamation of wrath and disdain. A figure full of decision and dignity. A firm and balanced manhood. A first faint trace of irritation. A fitful boy full of dreams and hopes. A flame of scarlet crept in a swift diagonal across his cheeks. A fleeting and furtive air of triumph. A flood of pride rose in him. A foreboding of some destined change. A fortuitous series of happy thoughts. A frigid touch of the hand. A fugitive intangible charm. A gay exuberance of ambition. A generation of men lavishly endowed with genius. A gentle sarcasm ruffled her anger. A ghastly whiteness overspread the cheek. A glance of extraordinary meaning. A glassy expression of inattention. A glassy stare of deprecating horror. A glittering, infectious smile. A gloom overcame him. A golden haze of pensive light. A golden summer of marvelous fertility. A graceful readiness and vigor. A grave man of pretending exterior. A great pain gripped her heart. A great process of searching and shifting. A great sickness of heart smote him. A great soul, smitten and scourged, but still invested with the dignity of immortality. a grim and shuddering fascination, a gush of entrancing melody. A gusty breeze blew her hair about unheeded, a half-breathless murmur of amazement and incredulity, a half-uneasy, half-laughing compunction, a harassing anxiety of sorrow, a harvest of barren regrets, a haunting and horrible sense of insecurity. A heavy oppression seemed to brood upon the air. A helpless anger simmered in him, a hint of death in the icy breath of the gale, a hot and virulent skirmish, a hot uprush of hatred and loathing. A kind of ineffable splendor crowns the day, a lapse from the well-ordered decencies of civilization, a large, rich, copious human endowment. A late star lingered, remotely burning, a laugh of jovial significance, a light of unwonted pleasure in her eyes, a little jaded by gastronomical exertions, a lukewarm and selfish love, a man of imperious will, a man of matchless modesty and refinement, a manner bright with interest and interrogation, a manner nervously anxious to please. A melancholy monotone beat on one's heart, a mere exhibition of fussy diffuseness, a mere figment of poet's fancy, a mien and aspect singularly majestic, a mild and deprecating air, a mind singularly practical and sagacious, a mouth of inflexible decision, a murmur of complacency, a mystery everlastingly impenetrable, a nameless sadness which is always born of moonlight, a new and overmastering impulse. A new doubt assailed her, a new marvel of the sky. A new trouble was dawning on his thickening mental horizon, a nimble-witted opponent. End of section 094. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. A painful thought was flooding his mind. A pang of jealousy not unmingled with scorn. A patience worthy of admiration. A perfect carnival of fun. A perfect crime of clumsiness. A piteous aspect of woe. A portent full of possible danger. A potion to be delicately supped at leisure. A powerful agitation oppressed him. A prevailing sentiment of uneasy discomfort. A prey to listless uneasiness. A profound and absorbing interest. A profound and eager hopefulness. A profound and rather irritating egotist by nature. A prop for my faint heart. A propagated sky marbled with pearly white. A protest wavered on her lip. A puissant and brilliant family. A queer, uncomfortable perplexity began to invade her. A quick flame leaped in his eyes. A quick shiver ruffled the brooding stillness of the water. A quiver of resistance ran through her. A remarkable fusion of morality and art. A random gleam of light. A rare and dazzling order of beauty. A rhythmical torrent of eloquent prophecy. A river of shame swept over him. A sad inquiry seemed to dwell in her gaze. A satisfied sense of completeness. A secret sweeter than the sea or sky can whisper. A sensation of golden sweetness and delight. A sense of desolation and disillusionment overwhelmed me. A sense of infinite peace brooded over the place. A sense of meditative content. A sense of repression was upon her. A sentiment of distrust in its worth had crept into her thoughts. A sheaf of letters. A shimmer of golden sun shaking through the trees. A shiver of apprehension crisped her skin. A shuffling compromise between defiance and prostration. A sigh of large contentment. A sight for the angels to weep over. A skepticism which prompted rebellion. A slight movement of incredulous dissent. a smile full of subtle charm, a smile of exquisite urbanity, a soft insidious plea, a soft intonation of profound sorrow, a soft suspicion of ulterior motives. A solemn glee possessed my mind, a solemn grey expanse that lost itself far away in the grey of the sea, a solemn utterance of destiny. A sombre and breathless calm hung over the deepening eve, a somewhat melancholy indolence, a somewhat sharp and incisive voice. A sonorous voice bade me enter. A soothing and quieting touch was gently laid upon her soul. A sort of eager, almost appealing amiability. A sort of stolid, despairing acquiescence. A sort of stunned incredulity. A soundless breeze that was little more than a whisper. A spacious sense of the amplitude of life's possibilities. A staccato cough interrupted the flow of speech. A state of sullen self-absorption. A steady babble of talk and laughter. A step was at her heels. A stifling sensation of pain and suspense. A stinging wind swept the woods. A strange compound of contradictory elements. A stream of easy talk. A strong convulsion shook the vague indefinite form. A strong susceptibility to the ridiculous. A subtle emphasis of scorn. A sudden and stinging delight. A sudden gleam of insight. A sudden uncontrollable outburst of feeling. A superabundance of boisterous animal spirits. A supercilious scorn and pity. A super-refinement of taste. A swaggering air of braggadocio. A sweet bewilderment of tremulous apprehension. A sweet, quiet, sacred, stately seclusion. A swift knowledge came to her. A swift, unformulated fear. A swiftly unrolling panorama of dreams. A tangle of ugly words. A thousand evanescent memories of happy days. A thousand unutterable fears bore irresistible despotism over her thoughts. A time of disillusion followed. A tiny stream meandering amiably. A tone of arduous admiration. A torn and tumultuous sky. A total impression ineffable and indescribable. A tragic futility. A treacherous throb of her voice. A true similitude of what befalls many men and women. A tumult of vehement feeling. A tumultuous rush of sensations. A twinge of embarrassment. A vague and wistful melancholy. A vast sweet silence crept through the trees. A veritable spring cleaning of the soul. A very practiced and somewhat fastidious critic. A violent and mendacious tongue. A vivid and arresting presentation. A waking dream overshadowed her. A weird world of morbid horrors. A well-bred mixture of boldness and courtesy. A wild vivacity was in her face and manner. A wile of the devils. A wind strayed through the gardens. A withering sensation of ineffable boredom. A wordless farewell. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Absolutely vulgarized by too perpetual a parroting. Absorbed in a stream of thoughts and reminiscences. Absorbed in the scent and murmur of the night. Accidents which perpetually deflect our vagrant attention. Across the gulf of years. Administering a little deft though veiled castigation. Affected an ironic incredulity. Affecting a tone of gaiety. After a first moment of reluctance. After an eternity of resolutions, doubts, and indecisions. Aghast at his own helplessness. agitated and enthralled by daydreams, agitated with violent and contending emotions, alien paths and irrelevant junketings, all embrowned and mossed with age, all her gift of serene immobility brought into play. All hope of discreet reticence was ripped to shreds. All the lesser lights paled into insignificance. All the magic of youth and joy of life was there. All the place is peopled with sweet airs. All the sky was mother of pearl and tender. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him. All the world was flooded with a soft golden light. All was a vague jumble of chaotic impressions. All was incomprehensible. All was instinctive and spontaneous. Aloof from the motley throng, ambition shivered into fragments. Amid distress and humiliation, amid the direful calamities of the time, an acute note of distress in her voice, an agreeably grave vacuity, an air half quizzical and half deferential, an air of affected civility, an air of being meticulously explicit, an air of inimitable, scrutinizing, superb impertinence, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all, an air of uncanny familiarity, an air which was distinctly critical, an almost pathetic appearance of ephemeral fragility, an almost riotous prodigality of energy, an answering glow of gratitude, an antagonist worth her steel, an artful stroke of policy, an assumption of hostile intent, an assurance of good nature that forestalled hostility, an atmosphere of extraordinary languor, an atmosphere thick with flattery and toadyism, an attack of peculiar virulence and malevolence, an audacious challenge of ridicule, an avidity that bespoke at once the restlessness and the genius of her mind. An awe crept over me, an eager and thirsty ear, an easy prey to the powers of folly, an effusive air of welcome, an equal degree of well-bred worldly cynicism, an erect, martial, majestic, and imposing personage. An eternity of silence oppressed him, an expression of mildly humorous surprise, an expression of rare and inexplicable personal energy, an exquisite perception of things beautiful and rare, an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an ignoring eye, an impenetrable screen of foliage, an impersonal and slightly ironic interest, an impervious beckoning motion, an inarticulate echo of his longing, an increased gentleness of aspect, an incursion of the loud, the vulgar, and meretricious, an inexplicable and uselessly cruel caprice of fate, an inexpressible fervor of serenity, an ingratiating, awkward, and wistful grace. An inspired ray was in his eyes. An instant she stared unbelievingly. An intense, an insatiable hunger for light and truth. an intense travail of mind, an obscure thrill of alarm, an odd little air of penitent self-depreciation, an open wit and recklessness of bearing, an oppressive sense of strange, sweet odor, an optimistic after-dinner mood, an overburdening sense of the inexpressible, an uncomfortable premonition of fear, an unfailing sweetness and unerring perception, an unpleasant and heavy sensation sat at his heart, an unredeemed dreariness of thought, an unsuspected moral obtuseness, an utter depression of soul. And day peers forth with her blank eyes. And what is all this pother about? Animated by noble pride, anticipation painted the world in rose. Appalled in speechless disgust, appealing to the urgent temper of youth, apprehensive solicitude about the future, ardent words of admiration, armed all over with subtle antagonisms, artless and unquestioning devotion, as if smitten by a sudden spasm, as the long train sweeps away into the golden distance. August and imperial names in the kingdom of thought, awaiting his summons to the eternal silence. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 97 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Bandied about from mouth to mouth. Barricade the road to truth. Bartering the higher aspirations of life. Beaming with pleasurable anticipation. Before was the open malignant sea. Beguiled the weary soul of man. Beneath the cold glare of the desolate night. Bent on the lofty ends of her destiny. Beset by agreeable hallucinations. Beset with smiling hills. Beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. Betokening an impulsive character. Beyond the farthest edge of night. Birds were fluting in the tulip trees. Biting sentences flew about. Black inky night. Blithe with the bliss of the morning. Blown about by every wind of doctrine. Bookish precision and professional peculiarity. Borne from lip to lip. Borne onward by slow-footed time. Born with the faculty of willing compromise. Bowed with a certain frigid and deferential surprise. Broke in a stupendous roar upon the shuddering air. Browsing at will on all the uplands of knowledge and thought. Buffeted by all the winds of passion. Buried hopes rose from their sepulchres. Buried in the quicksands of ignorance. But none the less peremptorily. By a curious irony of fate. By a happy turn of thinking. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity. Carried the holiday in his eye. Chafed at the restraints imposed on him. Cheeks furrowed by strong purpose and feeling. Childlike contour of the body. cleansed of prejudice and self-interest, cloaked in prim pretense, clothed with the witchery of fiction, clutch at the very heart of the usurping mediocrity, cold gaze of curiosity, collapse into a dreary and hysterical depression, comment of rare and delightful flavor, conjuring up scenes of incredible beauty and terror, conscious of unchallenged supremacy, constant indulgence of wily stratagem and ambitious craft, contemptuously indifferent to the tyranny of public opinion, covered with vegetation and wild luxuriance, crisp sparkle of the sea, crystallize about a common nucleus, cultivated with a commensurate zeal, current play of light gossip, curtains of opaque rain, dallying in maudlin regret over the past, dark with unutterable sorrows, darkness oozed out from between the trees. Dawn had broken. Day stood distinct in the sky. Days of vague and fantastic melancholy. Days that are brief and shadowed. Deep shame and rankling remorse. Deficient in affectionate or tender impulses. Delicately emerging stars. Delicious throng of sensations. Despite her pretty insolence, dignity and sweet patience were in her look. Dim opalescence of the moon, dimly foreshadowed on the horizon, dimmed by the cold touch of unjust suspicion, disfigured by the passages of solemn and pompous monotony, disguised itself as chill critical impartiality, dismal march of death, distinguished by hereditary rank or social position, distract and beguile the soul, distressing in their fatuous ugliness, diverted into alien channels. Diverting her eyes, she pondered. Dogs the footsteps, doled out in miserly measure. Doubt tortured him. Doubts beset her lonely and daring soul. Down the steep of disenchantment, dreams and visions were surpassed. Dreams that fade and die in the dim west. Drear twilight of realities. Drift along the stream of fancy. Drowned in the deep reticence of the sea. Drowsiness coiled insidiously about him. Dull black eyes under their precipice of brows. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 98 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. E. Earth danced under a heat haze. Easily moved to gaiety and pleasure. Either way her fate was cruel. Embraced with ardor the prospect of serene leisure. Endearing sweetness and manner. Endeavoring to smile away his chagrin. Endlessly shifting moods. Endowed with all those faculties that can make the world a garden of enchantment. Endowed with life and emphasis. Enduring with smiling composure the near presence of people who are distasteful. Enjoyed with astonishing unscrupulousness. Enticed irresistibly by the freedom of an open horizon. essay a flight of folly, evanescent shades of feeling. Events took an unexpected sinister turn. Every curve of her features seemed to express a fine arrogant acrimony and harsh truculence. Everywhere the fragrance of a bountiful earth, exasperated by what seemed a wilful pretense of ignorance, exhibits itself in fastidious crotchets. Expectation darkened into anxiety. Experience and instinct warred within her. Exquisite graciousness of manner. Exquisitely stung by the thought. Familiar and enduring intimacy. Fatally and indissolubly united. Fathomless depths of suffering. Fear held him in a vice, feeding his scholarly curiosity, feeling humiliated by the avowal. Felicitousness in the choice and exquisiteness in the collocation of words. Fettered by poverty and toil. Feverish tide of life. Fine precision of intent. Fitful tumults of noble passion. Fleeting touches of something alien and intrusive. Floating in the clouds of reverie. Fluctuations of prosperity and adversity. Flushed with a suffusion that crimsoned her whole countenance. Forebodings possessed her. Foreshadowing summer's end. Forever echo in the heart. Forever sings itself in memory. Formless verbosity and a passionate rhetoric. Fragments of most touching melody. Free from rigid or traditional fetters. Freedom and integrity of soul. Freighted with strange, vague longings. Frosty thraldom of winter. Fugitive felicities of thought and sensation. Full of dreams and refinements and intense abstractions. Full of majestic tenderness. Gathering all her scattered impulses into a passionate act of courage. Gaze dimly through a maze of traditions. Generosity pushed to prudence. Gleams of sunlight, bewildered like ourselves, struggled, surprised, through the mist and disappeared. Glowing with haste and happiness. Go straight, as if by magic, to the inner meaning. Goaded on by his sense of strange importance. Graceful length of limb and fall of shoulders. Great shuddering seized on her. Green hills pile themselves upon each other's shoulders. Grim and sullen after the flush of the morning. Guilty of girlish sentimentality. End of section 98. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 99 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. Half choked by a rising paroxysm of rage. Half suffocated by his triumph. Hardened into convictions and resolves. Haughtiness and arrogance were largely attributed to him. Haunt the recesses of the memory. Haunted with a chill and unearthly foreboding. He accosted me with trepidation. He adroitly shifted his ground. He airily lampooned their most cherished prejudices. He bowed submission. He braced himself to the exquisite burden of life. He condescended to intimate speech with her. He conversed with a colorless fluency. He could detect the hollow ring of fundamental nothingness. He could do absolutely naught. He drank of the spirit of the universe. He drew near to a desperate resolve. He evinced his displeasure by a contemptuous sneer or grim scowl. He felt an unaccountable loathing. He felt the ironic rebound of her words. He flung diffidence to the winds. He flushed crimson. He found the silence intolerably irksome. He frowned perplexedly. He gave her a baffled stare. He gave himself to a sudden daydream. He gave his ear to this demon of false glory. He grew wanton with success. He had acted with chivalrous delicacy of honor. He had the eye of an eagle in his trade. He had the gift of deep, dark silences. He held his breath in admiring silence. He laughed away my protestations. He lent no countenance to insensate prattle. He listened greedily and gazed intent. He made a loathsome object. He made the politest of monosyllabic replies. He murmured a civil rejoinder. He murmured a vague acceptance. He mused a little while in grave thought. He never wears an argument to tatters. He only smiled with fatuous superiority. He paused, stunned and comprehending. He perceived the iron hand within the velvet glove. He raised a silencing hand. He ruled autocratically. He sacrificed the vulgar prizes of life. He sat on thorns. He shambled away with speed. He sighed deeply from a kind of mental depletion. He smote her quickening sensibilities. He submitted in brooding silence. He suppressed every sign of surprise. He surrendered himself to gloomy thought. He threaded a labyrinth of obscure streets. He threw a ton's weight of resolve upon his muscles. He threw out phrases of ill humor. He threw round a measuring eye. He treads the primrose path of dalliance. He used an unguarded adjective. He was a tall, dark, saturnine youth, sparing of speech. He was aware of emotion. He was born to a lively and intelligent patriotism. He was dimly mistrustful of it. He was discreetly silent. He was empty of thought. He was entangled in a paradox. He was giving his youth away by handfuls. He was haunted and begirt by presences. He was measured and urbane. He was most profoundly skeptical. He was nothing if not grandiloquent. He was quaking on the precipice of a bad billows attack. He was utterly detached from life. He went hot and cold. He would fall into the blackest melancholies. He writhed in the grip of a definite apprehension. He writhed with impotent humiliation. Her blank gaze chilled you. Her bright eyes were triumphant. Her eyes danced with malice. Her eyes dilated with pain and fear. Her eyes were full of wondering interest. Her eyes were limpid, and her beauty was softened by an air of indolence and languor. Her face stiffened anew into a gray obstinacy. Her face was lit up by a glow of inspiration and resolve. Her haughty step waxed timorous and vigilant. Her head throbbed dangerously. Her heart appeared to abdicate its duties. Her heart fluttered with a vague terror. Her heart pounded in her throat. Her heart was full of speechless sorrow. Her hurrying thoughts clamored for utterance. Her imagination recoiled. Her interest flagged. Her life had dwarfed her ambitions. Her limbs ran to marble. Her lips hardened. Her lips parted in a keen expectancy. Her mind was a storehouse of innocuous anecdote. Her mind was beaten to the ground by the catastrophe. Her mood was unaccountably chilled. Her musings took a sudden and arbitrary twist. Her scarlet lip curled cruelly. Her smile was faintly depreciatory. Her smile was linked with a sigh. Her solicitude thrilled him. Her stare dissolved. Her step seemed to pity the grass it pressed. Her strength was scattered in fits of agitation. Her stumbling ignorance, which sought the road of wisdom. Her thoughts outstripped her erring feet. Her tone was gathering remonstrance. Her tongue on the subject was sharpness itself. Her tongue stumbled and was silent. Her voice had the coaxing inflections of a child. Her voice trailed off vaguely. Her voice was full of temper, hard-held. Her voice, with a tentative question in it, rested in air. Her wariness seemed put to rout. His accents breathed profound relief. His agitation increased. His brow grew knit and gloomy. His brow was in his hand. His conscience leapt to the light. His constraint was excruciating. His curiosity is quenched. His dignity counseled him to be silent. His ears sang with the vibrating intensity of his secret existence. His eyes had a twinkle of reminiscent pleasantry. His eyes literally blazed with savage fire. His eyes shone with the pure fire of a great purpose. His eyes stared unseeingly. His face caught the full strength of the rising wind. His face dismissed its shadow. His face fell abruptly into stern lines. His face lit with a fire of decision. His face showed a pleasant bewilderment. His face torn with conflict. His face was gravely authoritative. His gaze faltered and fell. His gaze searched her face. His gaze seemed full of unconquerable hopefulness. His hand supported his chin. His hands were small and prehensible. His heart asserted itself again, thunderously beating. His heart rebuked him. His heart was full of enterprise. His impatient scorn expired. His last illusions crumbled. His lips loosened in a furtively exultant smile. His lips seemed to be permanently parted in a good-humored smile. His mind echoed with words. His mind leapt gladly to meet new issues and fresh tides of thought. His mind was dazed and wandering in a mist of memories. His mood yielded. His mouth quivered with pleasure. His passions vented themselves with sneers. His pulses leapt anew. His reputation had withered. His sensibilities were offended. His shrewd gaze fixed appraisingly upon her. His soul full of fire and eagle-winged. His soul was compressed into a single agony of prayer. His soul was wrung with a sudden wild homesickness. His speech faltered. His swift and caustic satire. His temper was dark and explosive. His thoughts galloped. His thoughts were in clamoring confusion. His tone assumed a certain asperity. His torpid ideas awoke again. His troubled spirit shifted its load. His vagrant thoughts were in full career. His voice insensibly grew inquisitorial. His voice was thick with resentment and futile protest. His whole face was lighted with a fierce enthusiasm. His whole frame seemed collapsed and shrinking. His whole tone was flippant and bumptious. His words trailed off brokenly. His youthful zeal was contagious. Hope was far and dim. How sweet and reasonable the pale shadows of those who smile from some dim corner of our memories. Humiliating paltriness of revenge. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain. Section 100 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I capitulated by inadvertence. I cut my reflections adrift. I felt a qualm of apprehension. I suffered agonies of shyness. I took the good day from the hands of God as a perfect gift. I was in a somber mood. I was overshadowed by a deep boding. I was piqued. I yielded to the ingratiating mood of the day. Ill-bred insolence was his only weapon. Ill-dissimulated fits of ambition. Imbued with a vernal freshness. Immense and careless prodigality. Immense objects which dwarf us. Immersed in secret schemes. Immured in a trivial round of duty. Impassioned in earnest language. Impatient in authoritative tones. Impervious to the lessons of experience, implying an immense melancholy, imprisoned within an enchanted circle, in a depreciating tone of apology, in a flash of revelation, in a gale of teasing merriment, in a misery of annoyance and mortification, in amusing ecstasy of contemplation, in a sky stained with purple the moon slowly rose, in a spirit of indulgent irony, in a strain of exaggerated gallantry, in a tone of after-dinner perfunctoriness, in a tone of musing surprise, in a tumult of self-approval and towering exaltation, in a vague and fragmentary way, in a wise, superior, slightly scornful manner, in accents of menace and wrath, in its whole unwieldy compass, in moments of swift and momentous decision, in quest of something to amuse, in requital for various acts of rudeness. In the air was the tang of spring, in the dusky path of a dream, in the face of smarting disillusions, in the flush and heyday of youth and gaiety and loveliness, in the heyday of friendship, in the mild and mellow maturity of age, in the perpetual presence of everlasting verities, in this breathless chase of pleasure, in this chastened mood I left him, incapable of initiative or boldness, inconceivable perversion of reasoning, indolently handsome eyes, indulge in pleasing discursiveness, ineffable sensation of irritability, infantile insensibility to the solemnity of his bereavement, infantine simplicity and lavish waste. Innumerable starlings clove the air, insensible to its subtle influence, inspired by the immortal flame of youth, intangible and indescribable essence, intense love of excitement and adventure, intimations of unpenetrated mysteries. Into her eyes had come a hostile challenge. Into the purple sea the orange hues of heaven sunk silently. Into the very vestibule of death. Involuntarily she sighed. Involuntary awkwardness and reserve. Involved in a labyrinth of perplexities. It came to him with a stab of enlightenment. It elicited a remarkably clear and coherent statement. It is a flight beyond the reach of human magnanimity. It is a thing infinitely subtle. It is not every wind that can blow you from your anchorage. It lends no dazzling tints to fancy. It moved me to a strange exhilaration. It parted to a liquid horizon and showed the gray rim of the sea. It proved a bitter disillusion. It seemed intolerably tragic. It seemed to exhale a silent and calm authority. It was a breathless night of suspense. It was a desolating vision. It was a night of little ease to his toiling mind. It was a night of stupefying surprises. It was all infinitely soft and refreshing to the eye. It was an evening of great silences and spaces, wholly tranquil. It was sheer, exuberant, instinctive, unreasoning, careless joy. It was the ecstasy and festival of summer. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. J. Jealousies and animosities which pricked their sluggish blood to tingling. Joy rioted in his large, dark eyes, judging without waiting to ponder over bulky tomes. K. Kind of unscrupulous contempt for gravity. Kiss-provoking lips. End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 101 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Peter Darby on 23rd of April 2007. Laden with the poignant scent of the garden honeysuckle. Language of excessive flattery and adulation. Lapped in soft music of adulation. Lapse into pathos and absurdity. Large, dark, luminous eyes that behold everything about them. Latent vein of a whimsical humour. Lead to the strangest aberrations. Leaping from lambent flame into eager and passionate fire. Leave to the imagination the endless vista of possibilities. Life flowed in its accustomed stream. Lights and shadows of reviving memory crossed her face. Lionized by fashionable society. Long intertangled lines of silver streamlets. Lost in a delirious wonder. Lost in irritable reflection. Love hovered in her gaze. Ludicrous attempts of clumsy playfulness and tawdry eloquence. Lukewarm assurance of continued love. Lulled by dreamy musings. Luminous with great thoughts. magnanimous indifference to meticulous niceties, making the ear greedy to remark offence, marching down to posterity with divine honours, marked out for some strange and preternatural doom, mawkishly effeminate sentiment, memories plucked from wood and field. Memory was busy at his heart, merged in a sentiment of unutterable sadness and compassion, microscopic minuteness of eye, misgivings of grave kinds. Mockery crept into her tone, moulded by the austere hand of adversity. Moments of utter idleness and insipidity, moods of malicious reaction and vindictive recoil. Morn, in yellow and white, came broadening out of the mountains. Mumble-only jargon of dotage. My body is too frail for its moods. Nature seemed to revel in unwonted contrasts. New ambitions pressed upon his fancy. New dreams began to take wing in his imagination. Night after night, the skies were wine blue and bubbling with stars. Night passes lightly in the open world with its stars and dews and perfumes. Nights of fathomless blackness. No mark of trick or artifice. Noble and sublime patience, nursed by brooding thought. Obsessed with the modishness of the hour. Occasional flashes of tenderness and love. Oddly disappointing and fickle. One gracious fact emerges here. One long torture of soul. One of the golden twilights which transfigured the world. Oppressed and disheartened by an all-pervading isolation. Oppressed with a confused sense of cumbrous material. Outweighing years of sorrow and bitterness. Over and over the paroxysms of grief and longing submerged her, overhung and overspread with ivy, overshadowed by a vague depression. Pale and vague desolation, pallor of reflected glories, palpitating with rage and wounded sensibility, panting after distinction. Peace brooded over all, pelted with an interminable torrent of words, penetrate beneath the surface to the core, peopled the night with thoughts, perpetual gloom and seclusion of life, pertinent to the thread of the discussion, pervasive silence which wraps us in a mantle of content, piles of golden clouds just peering above the horizon, platitudinous and pompously sentimental, plaudits of the unlettered mob. Pleasant and flower-strewn vistas of airy fancy, pledged with enthusiastic fervour, plumbing the depths of my own fears, poignant doubts and misgivings, power of intellectual metamorphosis, power to assuage the thirst of the soul, precipitated into mysterious depths of nothingness, preening its wings for a skyward flight. Pressing cares absorbed him, pride working busily within her, proclaimed with joyous defiance, prodigal of discriminating epithets, prodigious boldness and energy of intellect, products of dreaming indolence, profound and chilling solitude of the spot, proof of his imperturbability and indifference, provocative of bitter hostility, pulling the strings of many enterprises, purge the soul of nonsense, quickened and enriched by new contacts with life and truth, quivering with restrained grief, radiant with the beautiful glamour of youth, ransack the vocabulary, red tape of officialdom, redolent of the night lamp, reflecting the solemn and unfathomable stars, regarded with an exulting pride, rehabilitated and restored to dignity, remorselessly swept into oblivion. Resounding generalities and conventional rhetoric. Respect forbade downright contradiction. Restless and sore haughty feelings were busy within. Retort leapt to his lips. Rigid adherence to conventionalities, rudely disconcerting in her behaviour, rudely reminded of life's serious issues. End of section 101. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Darby of Ruthin, Denbighshire, Wales.
Section 102 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. S. Sacrificed to a futile sort of treadmill. Sadness prevailed among her moods. Scorched with the lightning of momentary indignation, scorning such paltry devices. Scotched but not slain. Scrupulous morality of conduct. Seemed to swim in a sort of blurred mist before the eyes. Seething with suppressed wrath. Sees on greedily. Sensuous enjoyment of the outward show of life. Serenity beamed from his look. Serenity of paralysis and death. Seriousness lurked in the depths of her eyes. Served to recruit his own jaded ideas. Set anew in some fresh and appealing form. Setting all the sane traditions at defiance. Shadowy vistas of sylvan beauty. She affected disdain. She assented in precisely the right terms. She bandies adjectives with the best. She challenged his dissent. She cherished no petty resentments. She curled her fastidious lip. She curled her lip with defiant scorn. She did her best to mask her agitation. She disarmed anger and softened asperity. She disclaimed fatigue. She fell into a dreamy silence. She fell into an abstracted reverie. She felt herself carried off her feet by the rush of incoherent impressions. She flushed an agitated pink. She forced a faint, quivering smile. She frowned in comprehension. She had an air of restrained fury. She had an undercurrent of acidity. She hugged the thought of her own unknown and unapplauded integrity. She lingered a few leisurely seconds. She nodded mutely. She nourished a dream of ambition. She permitted herself a delicate little smile. She poured out on him the full opulence of a proud recognition. She questioned inimically. She recaptured herself with difficulty. She regarded him stonily out of flint blue eyes. She sat eyeing him with frosty calm. She seemed the embodiment of dauntless resolution. She seemed wrapped in a veil of lassitude. She shook hands grudgingly. She softened her frown to a quivering smile. She spoke with hurried eagerness. She spoke with sweet severity. She stilled and trampled on the inward protest. She stood her ground with the most perfect dignity. She strangled a fierce tide of feeling that welled up within her. She swept away all opposing opinion with the swift rush of her enthusiasm. She thrived on insincerity. She twitted him merrily. She was both weary and placated. She was conscious of a tumultuous rush of sensations. She was demure and dimly appealing. She was exquisitely simple. She was gripped with a sense of suffocation and panic. She was in an anguish of sharp and penetrating remorse. She was oppressed by a dead melancholy. She was stricken to the soul. She wore an air of wistful questioning. Sheer superfluity of happiness. Sickening contrasts and diabolic ironies of life. Silence fell. Singing lustily as if to exorcise the demon of gloom. Skirmishes and retreats of conscience. Slender experience of the facts of life. Slope towards extinction. Slow the movement was and tortuous. Slowly disengaging its significance from the thicket of words. So innocent in her exuberant happiness. Soar into a rosy zone of contemplation. Softened by the solitude of untiring and anxious love. Solitary and sorely smitten souls. Some dim remembered and dreamlike images. Some exquisite refinement in the architecture of the brain. Some flash of witty irrelevance. Something curiously suggestive and engaging. Something eminently human beckoned from his eyes. Something full of urgent haste. Something indescribably reckless and desperate in such a picture. Something that seizes tyrannously upon the soul. Sore beset by the pressure of temptation. Spacious show of impeccability. Spectacular display of wrath. Spur and whip the tired mind into action. Stale and facile platitudes. Stamped with unutterable and solemn woe. Startled into perilous activity. Startling leaps over vast gulfs of time. Stem the tide of opinion. Stern emptying of the soul. Stimulated to an ever-deepening subtlety. Stirred into a true access of enthusiasm. Stony insensibility to the small pricks and frictions of daily life. Strange capacities and suggestions, both of vehemence and pride. Strange laughings and glittering of silver streamlets. Stripped to its bare skeleton. Strode forth imperiously. Struck by a sudden curiosity. Struck dumb with strange surprise. Stung by his thoughts and impatient of rest. Stung by the splendor of the prospect. Subdued passages of unobtrusive majesty. Sublime indifference to contemporary usage and taste. Submission to an implied rebuke. Subtle indications of great mental agitation. Subtle suggestions of remoteness. Such things as the eye of history sees. Such was the petty chronicle. Suddenly a thought shook him. Suddenly overawed by a strange, delicious shyness. Suddenly smitten with unreality. Suddenly snuffed out in the middle of ambitious schemes. Suffered to languish in obscurity. Sugared remonstrances and cajoleries. Suggestions of veiled and vibrant feeling. Summer clouds floating feathery overhead. Sunk in a phraseological quagmire. Sunk into a gloomy reverie. Sunny silence broods over the realm of little cottages. Supreme arbiter of conduct. Susceptibility to fleeting impressions. Sweet smoke of burning twigs hovered in the autumn day. Swift summer into autumn flowed. End of section 102. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 103 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Taking the larger sweeps in the march of mind. Tears of outraged vanity blurred her vision. Teased with impertinent questions. Tenderness breathed from her. Tense with the anguish of spiritual struggle. Terror filled the more remote chambers of his brain with riot. Tethered to earth. That which flutters the brain for a moment. The accelerated beat of his thoughts. The affluent splendor of the summer day. The afternoon was filled with sound and sunshine. The afternoon was waning. The air and the sky belonged to midsummer. The air darkened swiftly. The air is touched with a lazy fragrance, as of hidden flowers. The air was caressed with song. The air was full of fugitive strains of old songs. The air was raw and pointed. The allurements of a croquette. The ambition and rivalship of men. The angry blood burned in his face. The anguish of a spiritual conflict tore his heart. The ambition and rivalship of men. The angry blood burned in his face. The anguish of a spiritual conflict tore his heart. The artificial smile of languor. The awful and implicable approach of doom. The babble of brooks grown audible. The babbledom dogs the heels of fame. The bait proved incredibly successful. The balm of solitary musing. The beauty straightway vanished. The beckonings of alien appeals. The benign look of a father. The blandishments of pleasure and pomp of power. The blinding mist came down and hid the land. The blue bowl of the sky, all glorious with the blaze of a million worlds. The bound of the pulse of spring. The buzz of idolizing admiration. The caressing peace of bright, soft sunshine. The chaotic sound of the sea. The chill of forlorn old age. The chill of night crept in from the street. The chivalric sentiment of honor. The chivalrous homage of respect. The clamorous agitation of rebellious passions. The clouded, restless, jaded mood. The constant iteration of the sea's wail. The contingent of extravagant luxury. The conversation became desultory. The crowning touch of pathos. The current of his ideas flowed full and strong. The dance whizzed on with cumulative fury. The dawn is singing at the door. The day sang itself into evening. The day was at once redolent and vociferous. The day was blunt with fog. The day was gracious. The days passed in a stately procession. The days when you dared to dream. The debilitating fears of alluring fate. The deep and solemn purple of the summer night. The deep flush ebbed out of his face. the deep tranquillity of the shaded solitude, the deepening twilight filled with shadowy visions, the deepest wants and aspirations of his soul, the delicatest reproof of imagined distrust, the demerit of an unworthy alliance, the desire of the moth for the star, the dimness of the sealed eye and soul, the dreamy solicitations of indescribable afterthoughts. The dying day lies beautiful in the tender glow of the evening. The early morning of the Indian summer day was tinged with blue mistiness. The earth looked despoiled. The east alone frowned with clouds. The easy grace of an unpremeditated, agreeable talker. The easy-going indolence of a sedentary life. The echo of its wrathful roar surged and boomed among the hills. The empurpled hills standing up, solemn and sharp, out of the green gold air. The enchanting days of youth. The eternal questioning of inscrutable fate. The evening comes with slow steps. The evening star silvery and solitary on the girdle of the early night. The exaggerations of morbid hallucinations. The excitement of rival issues. The extraordinary wistful look, the eye of a scrutinizing observer. The eyes burnt with an amazing fire. The eyes filled with playfulness and vivacity. The father's vigil of questioning sorrow. The fine flower of culture. The first recoil from her disillusionment. The flawless triumph of art. The flight of the autumnal days. The flower of courtesy. The fluttering of untried wings. The foreground was incredibly shabby. The fragrance of a dear and honored name. The freshening breeze struck his brow with a cooling hand. The freshness of some pulse of air from an invisible sea. The fruit of vast and heroic labors. The general effect was of extraordinary, lavish profusion. The give and take was delicious. The gloom of the afternoon deepened. The gloom of winter dwelt on everything. The gloomy insolence of self-conceit. The glow of the ambitious fire. The golden gloom of the past and the bright-hued hope of the future. The golden riot of the autumn leaves. The golden sunlight of a great summer day. The grey air rang and rippled with lark music. The grimaces and caperings of buffoonery. The grotesque nightmare of a haunting fear. The hand of time sweeps them into oblivion. The haunting melody of some familiar line of verse. The haunting phrase leaped into my brain. The headlong vigor of sheer improvisation. The heights of magnanimity and love. The high-bred pride of an Oriental. The hills were clad in rose and amethyst. The hilltops gleam in the morning spring. The hinted sweetness of the challenge aroused him. The hot humiliation of it overwhelmed her. The hungry curiosity of the mind. This is the end of section 103 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/27/07, Lincoln, Maine. This material is in public domain. Section 104 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. The idiosyncratic peculiarities of thought. The idle chatter of the crowd. The immediate tyranny of a present emotion. The incessable solitude of the sky, the incarnation of all loveliness, the incoherent loquacity of a nervous patient, the indefinable air of good breeding, the indefinable yearning for days that were dead, the indefinite atmosphere of an opulent nature, the intercepted glances of wondering eyes, the intrusive question faded, the insidious stigma of selflessness, the iron hand of oppression, the irresistible and ceaseless onflow of time, the irrevocable past and the uncertain future. The landscape ran, laughing, downhill to the sea. The leaden sky rests heavily on the earth. The leaves of time drop stealthily. The leaves syllabled her name in cautious whispers. The lights winked. The little incident seemed to throb with significance. The lofty grace of a prince, the loud and urgent pageantry of the day, the low hills on the horizon wore a haze of living blue, the machinations of a relentless mountebank, the machinations of an unscrupulous enemy, the magical lights of the horizon, the majestic solemnness of the moment yielded to the persuasive warmth of the day, the marvelous beauty of her womanhood, the maximum of attainable and communicable truth. The melancholy day weeps in a monotonous despair. The melodies of birds and bees. The memory of the night grew fantastic and remote. The meticulous observation of facts. The mind freezes at the thought. The mind was filled with a formless dread. The mocking echoes of long-departed youth. The moment marked an epoch. The moon is waning below the horizon. The moors, the pity. The morning beckons. The morning droned along peacefully. The most servile acquiescence. The multiplicity of odors competing for your attention. The murmur of soft winds in the tree-tops. The murmur of the surf boomed in melancholy mockery. The murmur of summer seas, the music and mystery of the sea, the music of her delicious voice. The music of her presence was singing a swift melody in his blood. The music of unforgotten years sounded again in his soul. The mute melancholy landscape, the mystery obsessed him, the naked fact of death, the nameless and inexpressible fascination of midnight music. The narrow glen was full of the brooding power of one universal spirit, the nascent spirit of chivalry. The night was drowned in stars. The old ruddy conviction deserted me. The onrush and vividness of life, the opulent sunset, the orange pomp of the setting sun, the oscillations of human genius, the outpourings of a tenderness reawakened by remorse, the pageantry of sea and sky, the palest abstractions of thought, the palpitating silence lengthened. The panorama of life was unrolled before him. The paraphernalia of power and prosperity, the parting crimson glory of the ripening summer sun. The past slowly drifted out of his thought, the pendulous eyelids of old age. The penetrating odors assailed his memory as something unforgettable, the pent-up intolerance of years of repression. The perfume of the mounting sea saturated the night with wild fragrance, the piquancy of pageant life, the pith and sinew of mature manhood, the plenitude of a piquant ways. The presage of disaster was in the air, the pressure of accumulated misgivings, the preternatural pompicities of the pulpit, the pristine freshness of spring, the pull of soul on body, the pulse of the rebounding sea, the purging sunlight of clear poetry, the purple vaulted night. The question drummed in his head and heart day and night. The question irresistibly emerged. The quick pulse of gain, the radiant serenity of the sky. The radiant stars brooded over the stainless fields, white with freshly fallen snow, the restlessness of offended vanity, the retreating splendor of autumn, the rising storm of words. The river ran darkly, mysteriously by. The river sang with its lips to the pebbles. The roar of the traffic rose to thunder, the romantic ardor of a generous mind. The room had caught a solemn and awful quietude. The rosy-hued sky went widening off into the distance, the rosy twilight of boyhood, the royal arrogance of youth. The sadness in him deepened inexplicably, the scars of rancor and remorse. The scent of roses stole in with every breath of air. The sea heaved silvery far into the night. The sea slept under a haze of golden winter sun. The sea swept enfolds you, satisfying eye and mind. The sea wind buffeted their faces. The secret and subduing charm of the woods. The seesaw of a waving courage. The sentimental tourist will be tempted to tarry. The shadows of the night seemed to retreat. The shadows rested quietly under the breathless sky. The shafts of ridicule, the sheer weight of unbearable loneliness. The shiver of the dusk passed fragrantly down the valley. The silence grew stolid. The silence was uncomfortable and ominous. The silent day perfumed with the hidden flowers. The river silence of the night. The sinking sun made mellow gold of all the air. The sky grew brighter with the imminent day. The sky grew ensaffroned with the indescribable hue that heralds the day. The sky put on the panoply of evening. The sky was a relentless, changeless blue. The sky was dull and brooding. The sky was heavily sprinkled with stars. The sky was turning to the pearly gray of dawn, the smiling incarnation of loveliness. The song of hurrying rivers, the sound of the sea waxed. The spacious leisure of the forest, the spell of a deathless dream was upon them. The star-strewn spaces of the night, the stars looked down in their silent splendor. The stars seemed attentive. The steadfast mind kept its hope. The steady thunder of the sea accented in the silence, the still voice of the poet, the stillness of a forced composure, the stillness of the star-hung night. The strangest thought shimmered through her. The stream forgot to smile. The stream laughed to themselves. The strident discord seemed to mock his mood. The stunning crash of the ocean saluted her. The subtle emancipation of other influence seemed to arrest and chill him. The sudden rush of the awakened mind. The summit of human attainment. The sun blazed torridly. The sun goes down in the flame on the far horizon. The sun lay golden soft over the huddled hills. The sunlight spread on at a gallop along the hillside. The sun was rushing to its height through every possible phase of violence and splendor. The suspicion of secret malevolence, the swelling tide of memory, the swing of the pendulum through the arc of the centuries. This is the end of section 104 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. This recording is in the public domain. Section 105 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. The tempered daylight of an olive garden, the tender grace of a day that is fled, the tension of struggling tears which strove for an outlet, the thought leaped, the timely effusion of tearful sentiment, the tone betrayed a curious irritation, the torture of his love and terror crushed him. The trees rustled and whispered to the streams, the tumult in her heart subsided, the tumult in her mind found sudden speech, the tumult of pride and pleasure, the tone of moving feet in the lamp-lit city, the tyranny of nipping winds and early frosts, the unmasked batteries of her glorious grey eyes. The vacant fields looked blankly irresponsive. The vast and shadowy streams of time, the vast cathedral of the world, the vast unexplored land of dreams, the velvet of the cloudless sky grew darker, and the stars more luminous. The veneer of spurious civilization, the very pulsation and throbbing of his intellect, the very silence of the place appeared as a source of peril. The vision fled him. The vivifying touch of humor. The web of lies is rent in pieces. The wheel of her thought turned in the same desolate groove. The whispering rumble of the ocean. The white seething surf fell exhausted along the shore. The whole exquisite night was his. The whole sea of foliage is shaken and broken up, with little monetary shiverings and shadows. The wide horizon flames with summer. The wild whirl of nameless regret and passioned sorrow. The wild winds flew around, sobbing in their dismay. The wind charged furiously through it, panting toward the downs. The wind piped drearily. The wind was in high frolic with the rain. The winnowed taste of the ages. The woods were silent with adoration. The youth of the soul. The zenith turned shell-pink. Their wreathful but enchanting beauty had expired forever. Their eyes met glancingly. Their troth had been plighted. There was a kind of exhilaration in this subtle baiting. There was a mild triumph in her tone. There was a mournful and dim haze around the moon. There was a strange massing and curving of the clouds. There was a thrill in the air. There was a time I might have trod the sunlit heights. There was no glint of hope anywhere. There was no menace in the night's silveren calmness. There was something so kindly in its easy candor. There was a splendific grandeur. These qualities were raised to the white heat of enthusiasm. They became increasingly turbid, phantasmagorial. They escaped the baffled eye. They sit heavily on the soul. They were vastly dissimilar. This exquisite conjunction and balance, this little independent thread of inquiry, ran through the texture of his mind and died away. This shadowy and chilling sentiment unaccountably creeps over me. The thought shook through her in poignant pictures. Thoughts came thronging in panic haste, thrilled by fresh and indescribable odors, thrilled with a sense of strange adventure, through a cycle of many ages, through endless and labyrinthine sentences, thrilled to the depths of her being. Time had passed unseen, tinsel glitter of empty titles, tired with a dull, listless fatigue, to all intents and purposes, to speak with entire candor, to stay his tottering consistency, to the scourging he submitted with a good grace, tossed disdainfully off from young and ardent lips, touched every moment with shifting and enchanting beauty, touched with a bewildering and elusive beauty, transcendental contempt for money, transformed with an overmastering passion. Trouble gathered on his brow, turning the world topsy-turvy. Twilight creeps upon the darkening mind. This is the end of section 105. This material is in public domain. Section 105 of 15,000 Useful Phrases of Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Section 106 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Unapproachable grandeur and simplicity, unaware of her bitter taunt, under the vivifying touch of genius, unearthly in its malignant glee, unfathomed depths and impossibilities, unforced and unstudied depth of feeling, unspoiled by praise or blame, unspoken messages from some Vestar world, unstable moral equilibrium of boyhood, until sleep overtakes us at a stride, untouched by the ruthless spirit of improvement, upon the mountain-tops of meditation. Urbanely plastic and versatile, uttering grandiose puerilities, vain allurements of folly and fashion, variously ramified and delicately minute channels of expression, varnished over with cold reptilian cynicism, vast sweep of mellow distances, veiled by some equivocation, vibrant with the surge of human passions, vicissitudes of wind and weather, vigor and richness of resource, visible and palpable pains and penalties, voices that charm the ear and echo with a subtle reticence in the soul, volcanic upheavings of imprisoned passions, wantonly and detestably unkind, Wayland destiny and bid him stand and deliver, wayward and strangely playful responses, wearing the white flower of a blameless life. What sorry and pitiful quibbling! When a pleasant countryside tunes the spirit to a serene harmony of mood, when music is allied to words, when the frame and the mind alike seem unstrung and listless, when the profane voices are hushed, when the waves show their teeth in the flying breeze, whilst the morn kissed the sleep from her eyes, whistled life away in perfect contentment, wholly alien to his spirit, with a vanquished and weary sigh, womanly fickleness and caprice, words and acts easily wrenched from their true significance, worn to sledge by anxiety, wrapped in a sudden intensity of reflection, wrapped in an accessible mood, wrapped in scuttling rain, wrapped in odorous and many-colored robe, wrapped inward contemplation, wrought of an emotion infectious and splendidly dangerous, wrought out of intense and tragic experience, yielding to a wave of pity, your mind enthroned in the seventh circle of content. End of section 106. This recording is in the public domain. Section 106 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine.
Section 107 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sue Ann Dozier, May 8, 2007, Kansas City, Kansas. Striking similes. A blind rage like a fire swept over him. A book that rends and tears like a broken saw. A breath of melancholy made itself felt, like a chill and sudden gust from some unknown sea. A cloud in the west like a pall creeps upward. A cloud like a flag from the sky. A cluster of stars hangs like fruit in the tree. A confused mass of impressions, like an old rubbish heap. A cry as of a seabird in the wind. A dead leaf might as reasonably demand to return to the tree. A drowsy murmur floats into the air like thistledown. A face as impenetrable as fate. A face as pale as wax. A face tempered like steel. A fatigued, faded, lusterless air as of a caged creature. A few pens parched by long disuse. A figure like a carving on a spire. A fluttering as of blind, bewildered moths. A giant galleon overhead looked like some misty monster of the deep. A glacial pang of pain, like the stab of a dagger of ice frozen from a poison well. A glance that flitted like a bird. A great moon like a red lamp in the sycamore. A grim face like a carved mask. A hand icily cold and clammy as death. A heart from which noble sentiments sprang like sparks from an anvil. A jeweler that glittered like his shop. A lady that leaned on his arm like a queen in a fable of old fairy days. A life, a presence like the air. A life as common and brown and bare as the box of earth in the window there. A light wind outside the lattice swayed a branch of roses to and fro, shaking out their perfume as from a swinging censer. A lightning phrase as if shot from the quiver of infallible wisdom. A list of our unread books torments some of us like a list of murders. A little breeze ran through the corn like a swift serpent. A little weed-clogged ship, gray as a ghost. A long slit of daylight like a pointing finger. A memory like a well-ordered cupboard. A mighty wind like a leviathan plowed the brine. A mind very like a bookcase. A mystery, soft, soothing and gentle, like the whisper of a child murmuring its happiness in its sleep. A name which sounds even now like the call of a trumpet. A note of despairing appeal which fell like a cold hand upon one's living soul. A purpose as the steady flame. A question deep almost as the mystery of life. A quibbling mouth that snapped at verbal errors like a lizard catching flies. A radiant look came over her face, like a sudden burst of sunshine on a cloudy day. A reputation that swelled like a sponge. A ruby like a drop of blood. A shadow of melancholy touched her lithe fancies, as a cloud dims the waving of golden grain. A silver moon, like a new stamped coin, rode triumphant in the sky. A slow thought that crept like a cold worm through all his brain. A smile flashed over her face, like sunshine over a flower. A soft and purple mist, like a vaporous amethyst. A soft haze like a fairy dream is floating over wood and stream. A soul as white as heaven. A sound like the throb of a bell. A stooping girl as pale as a pearl. A sudden sense of fear ran through her nerves like the chill of an icy wind. A sweet voice caroling like a gold-caged nightingale. A thin, shrill voice, like the cry of an expiring mouse. A thing of as frail enchantment as the gleam of stars upon snow. A vague thought, as elusive as the smell of a primrose. A vanishing loveliness, as tender as the flush of the rose leaf and as ethereal as the light of a solitary star. A voice as low as the sea. A voice soft and sweet as a tune that one knows. A white bird floats there like a drifting leaf, against a sky as clear as sapphire. Age like winter weather. Agile as a leopard. Agitated like a storm-tossed ship. Air like wine. All around them, like a forest, swept the deep and empurpled masses of her tangled hair. All like an icicle it seemed, so tapering and cold. All my life broke up, like some great river's ice at touch of spring. All silent as the sheeted dead. All sounds were lost in the whistle of air humming by like the flight of a million arrows. All that's beautiful drifts away like the waters. All the world lay stretched before him like the open palm of his hand. All unconscious as a flower. Alone, like a storm-tossed wreck on this night of the glad New Year. An anxiety hung like a dark, impenetrable cloud. An ardent face, outlooking like a star. An ecstasy which suddenly overwhelms your mind like an unexpected and exquisite thought. An envious wind crept by like an unwelcome thought. An ideal as sublime and comprehensive as the horizon. An immortal spirit dwelt in that frail body, like a bird in an outworn cage. An impudent trick as hackneyed as conjuring rabbits out of a hat. An indefinable resemblance to a goat. An isle of paradise, fair as a gem. An old, nodding negress, whose sable head shined in the sun like a polished coconut. An omnibus across the bridge crawls like a yellow butterfly. An undefined sadness seemed to have fallen about her like a cloud. An unknown world wild as primeval chaos. An unpleasing strain like the vibration of a rope drawn out too fast. A pinnacle like a fluttered bird came flying from afar. And a tear like silver glistened in the corner of her eye. And all our thoughts ran into tears like sunshine into rain. And at first the road comes moving toward me like a bride waving palms. And dusk, with breast as of a dove, brooded. And eyes as bright as the day, and fell as cold as a lump of clay. And her cheek was like a rose. And here were forests, ancient as the hills, and many a fountain, rivulet, and pond, as clear as elemental diamond or serene morning air. And melting like the stars in June, and night as welcome as a friend. And silence like a poultice comes to heal the blows of sound. And spangled o'er with twinkling points like stars. And the smile she softly uses fills the silence like speech. End of section 107. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas.
Section 108 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. As a child in play scatters the heaps of sand that he has piled on the seashore, as a cloud that gathers her robe like drifted snow, as a flower after a drought drinks in the steady plunging rain, as a leaf that beats on a mountain, as a lion grieves at the loss of her whelps, as a man plowing all day longs for supper and welcomes sunset, as a sea disturbed by opposing winds, as amusing as a litter of likely young pigs, as arbitrary as a cyclone and as killing as a pestilence, as austere as a Roman matron, as beautiful as the purple flush of dawn, as blind as a mole, as brief as sunset clouds in heaven, as bright as sunlight on a stream, as busy as a bee, as cattle driven by a gadfly, as chimney sweepers come to dust, as clear as a whistle, as clear as the parts of a tree in the morning sun, as close as oak and ivy stand, as delicate and as fair as a lily, as delightful to the mind as cool well water to thirsty lip, as diamond cuts diamond, as direct and unvarying as the course of a homing bird, as distinct as night and morning, as dry as desert dust, as dumb as a fish, as easily as the sun shines, as easy as a turn of the hand, as elastic as a steel spring, as extinct as the dodo, as faint as the memory of a sound, as familiar to him as his alphabet, as fatal as the fang of the most venomous snake, as fleeting and elusive as our dreams, as foam from a ship's swiftness, as fresh and invigorating as a sea breeze, as full of eager vigor as a mountain stream, as full of spirit as a gray squirrel, as gay and busy as a brook, as gently as the flower gives forth its perfume, as gently as withered leaves float from a tree, as graceful as a bough, as grave as a judge, as great as the first day of creation, as high as heaven, as I dropped like a bolt from the blue, as I dwelt like a sparrow among the spires, as if a door were suddenly left ajar into some world unseen before, as impossible as to count the stars in illimitable space, as in the footsteps of a god, as inaccessible to his feet as the clefts and gorges of the clouds, as inexorable as the flight of time, as innocent as a new-laid egg, as iridescent as a soap bubble, as locusts gather to a stream before a fire, as mellow and deep as a psalm. As men strip for a race, so must an author strip for the race with time. As merry as bees in clover, as nimble as water, as one who has climbed above the earth's eternal snow line and sees only white peaks and pinnacles, as pale as any ghost, as patient as the trees, as quick as the movement of some wild animal, as quiet as a nun breathless with adoration, as radiant as the rose, as readily and naturally as ducklings take to water, as reticent as a well-bred stockbroker, as ruthlessly as the hoof of a horse tramples on a rose, as shallow streams run dimpling all the way, as simple as the intercourse of a child with its mother, as sleep falls upon the eyes of a child tired with a long summer day of eager pleasure and delight, as some vast river of unfailing source, as stars that shoot along the sky, as still as a stone, as stupid as a sheep, as sudden as a dislocated joint slipping back into place, as summer winds that creep from flower to flower, as supple as a stepladder, as swaggering and sentimental as a penny novelette, as swift as thought, as the accumulation of snowflakes makes the avalanche, as the bubble is extinguished in the ocean, as the dew upon the roses warms and melts the morning light, as the fair cedar, fallen before the breeze, lies self-embalmed amidst the mouldering trees, as the light straw flies in darkening whirlwinds, as the lightning cleaves the night, as the loud blast that tears the skies, as the slow shadows of the pointed grass mark the eternal periods, as those move easiest who have learned to dance, as though a rose should shut and be a bud again, as though Pharaoh should set the Israelites to make a pen instead of a pyramid, as approachable as a star, as weird as the elfin lights, as well try to photograph the other side of the moon, at extreme tension like a drawn bow. Away he rushed like a cyclone, awkward as a cart horse. End of section 108. This recording is in the public domain. Section 109 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Babbling like a child. Balmy in manner as a bland southern morning. Be like the granite of thy rock-ribbed land. Beauteous she looks as a water lily. Beautiful as the dawn, dominant as the sun. Beauty maddens the soul like wine. Beheld great Babble, wrathful, beautiful, burn like a blood-red cloud upon the plain. Beneath a sky as fair as summer flowers. Bent like a wand of willow. Black as a foam-swept rock. Black his hair as the wintry night. Blithe as a bird. Bounded by the narrow fences of life. Bowed like a mountain. Breaking his oath and resolution like a twist of rotten silk. Breathed like a sea at rest. Bright as a diamond in the sun. Bright as a fallen fragment of the sky. Bright as the coming forth of the morning in the cloud of an early shower. Bright as the sunbeams. Bright as the tear of an angel glittered a lonely star. Brilliant and gay as a Greek. Brisk as a wasp in the sunshine. Brittle and bent like a bow. Bronze-green beetles tumbled over stones and lay helpless on their backs with the air of an elderly clergyman knocked down by an omnibus. Brown as the sweet-smelling loam. Brute terrors like the scurrying of rats in a deserted attic. Buried in his library like a mouse in a cheese. Burns like a living coal in the soul. But across it, like a mob's menace, fell the thunder. But thou art fled, like some frail exhalation. Butterflies like gems. Calm as the night. Calm like a flowing river. Calm like a mountain brooding o'er the sea. Calmly dropping care like a mantle from her shoulders. Cast thy voice abroad like thunder. Charm upon charm in her was packed, like rose leaves in a costly vase. Chaste as the icicle. Cheeks as soft as July peaches. Chill breath of winter. Choked by the thorns and brambles of early adversity. Cities scattered over the world like ant hills. Cities that rise and sink like bubbles. Clear and definite like the glance of a child or the voice of a girl. Clear as a forest pool. Clear as crystal. Clenched little hands like rumpled roses, dimpled and dear. Cloud-like that island hung afar. Clouds like the petals of a rose. Cloudy mirror of opinion. Cold and hard as steel. Cold as the white rose waking at daybreak. Cold, glittering monotony like a frosting around a cake. Collapsed like a concertina. Colored like a fairy tale. Companionless as the last cloud of an expiring storm whose thunder is its knell. Consecration that like a golden thread runs through the warp and woof of one's life. Constant as gliding waters. Contending like ants for little molehill realms. Continuous as the stars that shine. Cowslips like chance-found gold. Creeds like robes are laid aside. creeping like a snail unwillingly to school, cruel as death, curious as a lynx, cuts into the matter as with a pen of fire, dainty as flowers, dance like a wave of the sea, dark and deep as night, dark as pitch, dark trees bending together as though whispering secrets, dazzling white as snow in sunshine, deafening and implacable as some elemental force, dear as remembered kisses after death, dear as the light that visits these sad eyes, dearer than night to the thief, debasing fancies gather like foul birds, deep as the fathomless sea, deep dark well of sorrow, delicate as nymphs, delicate as the flush on a rose or the sculptured line on a Grecian urn, denominational lines like stone walls. Dependency had dropped from her like a cast-off cloak. Despondency clung to him like a garment that is wet. Destructive as the lightning flash. Die like flies. Dip and surge lightly to and fro, like the red harbor buoy. Disappearing into distance like a hazy sea. Dissatisfaction had settled on his mind like a shadow. Dissolve like some unsubstantial vision faded. Do make a music like to rustling satin, dogging them like their own shadow. Dost thou not hear the murmuring nightingale like water bubbling from a silver jar? Drop like a feather softly to the ground. Drown like rats. Dull as champagne. End of section 109. This recording is in the public domain. Section 110 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Each like a corpse within its grave. Each moment was an iridescent bubble fresh blown from the lips of fancy. Eager-hearted as a boy. Eager with the headlong zest of a hunter for the game. Ears that seemed as deaf as dead man's ears. Easy as a poet's dream. Emotions flashed across her face like the sweep of sun-rent clouds over a quiet landscape. Eternal as the skies. Evanescent as bubbles. Every flake that fell from heaven was like an angel's kiss. Every lineament was clear as in the sculptor's thought. Everyone on the watch like a falcon on its nest. Every phrase is like the flash of a scimitar. Exploded like a penny squib. Eyes as deeply dark as are the desert skies. Eyes as luminous and bright and brown as waters of a woodland river. Eyes half veiled by slumberous tears, like bluest waters seen through the mists of rain. Eyes like a very dark topaz. Eyes like deep wells of compassionate gloom. Eyes like limpid pools in shadow. Eyes like mountain water that o'erflowing on a rock. Faces pale with bliss like evening stars. Fade away like a cloud in the horizon. Faint and distant as the light of a sun that has long set. Faintly like a falling dew. Fair and fleet as a fawn. Fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Fallen like dead leaves on the highway. Falling away like a speck in space. Fanciful and extravagant as a caliph's dream. Fawning like dumb neglected lapdogs. Felt her breath upon his cheek like a perfumed air. Fields of young grain and verdant pastures like crushed velvet. Fierce as a bear in defeat. Fierce as the flames. Fills life up like a cup with bubbling and sparkling liquor. Fit closely together as the close-set stones of a building. Fixed like a beacon tower above the waves of a tempest. Flame like a flag unfurled. Flap loose and slack like a drooping sail. Flashed with the brilliancy of a well-cut jewel. fled like sweet dreams, fleet as an arrow, flitted like a sylph on wings, flowers as soft as thoughts of budding love, fluent as a rill that wanders silver-footed down a hill, fluid as thought, fluttered like gilded butterflies in giddy mazes, fragile as a spider's web, free as the air, from zone to zone I flew, free as the winds that caress, fresh and unworn as the sea that breaks languidly beside them, fresh as a jewel found but yesterday, fresh as the first beam glistening on a sail, frightened like a child in the dark, full-throated as the sea, furious as eagles, gaze like a star into the morning light, glaring like noontide, gleam like a diamond on a dancing girl, glistening like threads of gold, glitter like a swarm of fireflies tangled in a silver braid, glittering like an aigrette of stars, gone astray as a sheep that is lost, gone like a glow on the cloud at the close of day, gone like tenants that quit without warning, gorgeous as the hues of heaven, grazing through a circulating library as contentedly as cattle in a fresh meadow. Great scarlet poppies lay in drifts and heaps, like bodies fallen there in vain assault. End of section 110. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 111 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. Age. Hair as harsh as tropical grass and grey as ashes. Hangs like a blue thread loosened from the sky. Hard, sharp, and glittering as a sword. Harnessed men, like beasts of burden, drew it to the riverside. Haunts you like the memory of some former happiness. He began to laugh with that sibilant laugh which resembles the hiss of a serpent. He bent upon the lightning page like some rapt poet over his rhyme. He bolted down the stairs like a hare. He clatters like a windmill. He danced like a man in a swarm of hornets. He fell as falls some forest lion fighting well. He fell down on my threshold like a wounded stag. He had acted exactly like an automaton. He lay as straight as a mummy. He lay like a warrior taking his rest. He lived as modestly as a hermit. He looked fagged and sallow like the day. He looked with the blunt, expressionless stare of an overgrown baby. He played with grave questions as a cat plays with a mouse. He radiated vigor and abundance like a happy child. He sat down, quaking like a jelly. He saw disaster like a ghostly figure following her. He snatched furiously at breath like a tiger snatching at meat. He spoke with a uniformity of emphasis that made his words stand out like the raised type for the blind. He swayed in the sudden grip of anger. He sweeps the field of battle like a monsoon. He that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed. He turned on me like a thundercloud. He turned white as chalk. He wandered restlessly through the house like a prowling animal. He was as splendidly serious as a reformer. He was as steady as a clock. He was as a wax in those clever hands. He was bold as the hook. He was so weak now, like a shrunk cedar white with the hoar frost. Hearts unfold like flowers before thee. Heavy was my heart as stone, hurled like an avalanche to leeward. Her arms like slumber over my shoulders crept. Her banners like 1,000 sunsets glow. Her beauty broke on him like some rare flower. Her beauty fervent as a fiery moon. Her breath is like a cloud.
Her cheeks are like the blushing cloud. Her cheeks were wan and her eyes like coals. Her dusky cheek would burn like a poppy. Her expression changed with the rapidity of a kaleidoscope. Her eyes as bright as blazing star. Her eyes as stars of twilight fair. Her eyes glimmering starlight in her pale face. Her eyes were as a dove that sickeneth. Her face changed with each turn of their talk, like a wheat field under a summer breeze. Her face collapsed as if it were a pricked balloon. Her face was as solemn as a mask. Her face was dull as lead. Her face was like a light. Her face was passionless, like those by sculpture graved for niches in a temple. Her hair dropped on her pallid cheeks like seaweed on a clam. Her hair hung like summer twilight. Her hair shone like a nimbus. Her hair was like a coronet. Her hands are white as the virgin rose that she wore on her wedding day. Her hands like moonlight brushed the keys. Her head dropped into her hands like a storm-broken flower. Her heart has grown icy as a fountain in the fall. Her holy love that like a vestal flame had burned. Her impulse came and went like fireflies in the dusk. Her lashes as fans upon her cheek. Her laugh is like a rainbow-tinted spray. Her lips are like two-budded roses. Her lips like a lovely song that ripples as it flows. Her lips like twilight water. Her little lips are tremulous as brook water is. Her long black hair danced round her like a snake. Her mouth as sweet as a ripe fig. Her neck is like a stately tower. Her pale robe clinging to the grass seemed like a snake. Her pulses fluttered like a dove. Her skin was as the bark of birches. Her sweetness halting like a tardy May. Her two white hands like swans on a frozen lake. Her voice cut like a knife. Her voice like mournful bells crying on the wind. Her voice was like the voice the stars had when they sang together. Her voice was rich and vibrant, like the middle tones of a cello. Her words sounding like wavelets on a summer shore. Herding his thoughts as a collie dog herds sheep. Here and there a solitary volume greeted him like a friend in a crowd of strange faces. Here, in statue-like repose, an old wrinkled mountain rose. Hers was the loveliness of some tall white lily cut in the marble, splendid, but chill. His bashfulness melted like a spring frost. His brow bent like a cliff over his thoughts. His cheeks were furrowed and written like rain-washed cracks. His eyes blazed like deep forests. His eyes glowed like blue coals. His eyes were hollows of madness, his hair like mouldy hay. His face burned like a brand. His face was glad as dawn to me. His face was often lit up by a smile, like pale wintry sunshine. His fingers were knotted like a cord. His formal kiss felt chill as a flake of snow on the cheek. His fortune melted away like a snow in a thaw. His glorious moments were strung like pearls upon a string. His indifference fell from him like a garment. His invectiveness and vituperations bite and flay like steel whips. His mind murmurs like a harp among the trees. His mind was like a lonely wild. His mind was like a summer sky. His nerves thrilled like throbbing violins. His retort was like a knife cut across the sinews. His revenge descends perfect, sudden like a curse from heaven. His spirit sank like a stone. His talk is like an incessant play of fireworks. His voice is as the thin faint song when the wind wearily sighs in the grass. His voice rose like a stream of rich distilled perfumes. His voice was like the clap of thunder which interrupts the warbling birds among the leaves. His whole soul wavered and shook like a wind-swept leaf. His words gave a curious satisfaction as when a coin, tested, rings through gold. Hopeful as the break of day. How like a scent she sleeps. How like a winter hath my absence been. How like the sky she bends over her child, howling in the wilderness like beasts, huge as hippopotamus, hummingbirds like lake of purple fire, hushed as the grave, hushed like a breathless lyre. End of section 111. This recording is in the public domain. Section 112 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. I had grown pure as the dawn and the dew. I have heard the hidden people like the hum of swarming bees. I have seen the ravens flying like banners of old wars. I saw a face bloom like a flower. I saw a river of men marching like a tide. I saw his senses swim dizzy as clouds. I wandered lonely as a cloud. I was as sensitive as a barometer. I was no more than a straw on the torrent of his will. I will face the wrath, though it bite as a sword. Ideas which spread with the speed of light. Idle hopes like empty shadows. Impassive as a statue. Impatient as the wind. Impregnable as Gibraltar. Impressive as a warrant of arrest for high treason. Incredible little white teeth like snow shut in a rose. Infrequent carriages sped like mechanical toys guided by mannequins. In honor spotless as unfallen snow. In that head of his a flame burned that was like an altar fire. In yonder cottage shines a light, far gleaming like a gem. Instantly she revived like flowers in water. Intangible as a dream. It came and faded like a wreath of mist at eve. It cuts like knives, this air so chill. It drops away like water from a smooth statue. It pealed through her brain like a muffled bell. It poured upon her like a trembling flood. It racked his ears like an explosion of steam whistles. It ran as clear as a trout brook. It seems as motionless and still as the zenith in the skies. It set his memories humming like a hive of bees. It staggered the eye like the sight of water running uphill. It stung like a frozen lash. It was as futile as to oppose an earthquake with argument. It was as if a door had been opened into a furnace, so the eyes blazed. It would collapse as if by enchantment. Its temples and its palaces did seem like fabrics of enchantment piled to heaven. J. Jealousy, fierce as the fires. K. Kindle like an angel's wings the western skies in flame. Kindly mornings when autumn and winter seemed to go hand in hand like a happy aged couple. Kingdoms melt away like snow. End of section 112. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 113 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007 in Toronto, Canada. L. Laboring like a giant. Languid streams that cross softly, slowly, with a sound like smothered weeping. Laughter like a beautiful bubble from the rosebud of babyhood. Laughter like the sudden outburst of the glad bird in the treetop. Lazy merchantmen that crawled like flies over the blue enamel of the sea. Leapt like a hunted stag. Let his frolic fancy play like a happy child. Let in confusion like a whirling flood. Let thy mouth murmur like the dove's. Life has been arrested, as the horologist with interjected finger arrests the beating of the clock. Life stretched before him alluring and various as the open road. Life sweet as perfume and pure as prayer. Light as a snowflake. Lights gleamed there like stars in a still sky. Like a ball of ice it glittered in a frozen sea of sky. Like a blade sent home to its scabbard. Like a blast from a horn. Like a blast from the suddenly opened door of a furnace. Like a blossom blown before a breeze, a white moon drifts before a shimmering sky. Like a bright window in a distant view. Like a caged lion shaking the bars of his prison. Like a calm flock of silver-fleeced sheep. Like a cloud of fire. Like a cold wind, his words went through their flesh. Like a crowd of frightened porpoises, a shoal of sharks pursue. Like a damp-handed auctioneer. Like a deaf and dumb man wondering what it was all about. Like a dewdrop ill-fitted to sustain unkindly shocks. Like a dipping swallow the stout ship dashed through the storm. Like a distant star glimmering steadily in the darkness. Like a dream she vanished. Like a festooned girdle encircling the waist of a bride. Like a flower her red lips parted. Like a game in which the important part is to keep from laughing. Like a glowworm golden. Like a golden-shielded army. Like a great express train roaring, flashing, dashing headlong. Like a great fragment of the dawn it lay. Like a great ring of pure and endless light. Like a great tune to which the planets roll. Like a high and radiant ocean. Like a high-born maiden. Like a jewel every cottage casement showed. Like a joyless eye that finds no object worth its constancy. Like a night worn out by conflict. Like a knot of daisies lay the hamlets on the hill. Like a lily in bloom. Like a living meteor. Like a locomotive engine with unsound lungs. Like a long arrow through the dark the train is darting. Like a mirage, vague, dimly seen at first. Like a miser who spoils his coat with scanting a little cloth. Like a mist the music drifted from the silvery strings. Like a moral lighthouse in the midst of a dark and troubled sea. Like a murmur of the wind came a gentle sound of stillness. Like a noisy argument in a drawing room. Like a pageant of the golden year, in rich memorial pomp the hours go by. Like a pale flower by some sad maiden cherished. Like a poet hidden. Like a river of molten amethyst. Like a rocket discharging a shower of golden stars. Like a rose embowered in its own green leaves. Like a sea of upturned faces. Like a shadow never to be overtaken. Like a shadow on a fair sunlit landscape. Like a sheeted ghost. Like a ship tossed to and fro on the waves of life's sea. like a slim bronze statue of despair, like a snowflake lost in the ocean, like a soul that wavers in the valley of the shadow, like a stalled horse that breaks loose and goes at a gallop through the plain, like a star his love's pure face looked down, like a star that dwelt apart, like a star unhasting, unresting, like a stone thrown at random, like a summer cloud youth indeed has crept away, like a summer-dried fountain, like a swift eagle in the morning glare, breasting the whirlwind with impetuous flight, like a thing at rest, like a thing read in a book or remembered out of the faraway past. Like a tide of triumph through their veins, the red rejoicing blood began to race. Like a triumphing fire, the news was born. Like a troop of boys let loose from school, the adventurers went by. Like a vaporous amethyst, like a vision of the morning air. Like a voice from the unknown regions. Like a wandering star, I fell through the deeps of desire. Like a watch-worn and weary sentinel, like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed. Like a whirlwind they went past, like a withered leaf the moon is blown across the bay. Like a world of sunshine, like a yellow silken scarf the thick fog hangs. End of section 113. This recording is in the public domain. Section 114 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Like an alien ghost I stole away. Like an eagle clutching his prey, his arm swooped down. Like an eagle dallying with the wind. Like an engine of dread war, he set his shoulder to the mountainside. Like an enraged tiger. Like an enthusiast leading about with him an indifferent tourist. Like an icy wave, a swift and tragic impression swept through him. Like an unbidden guest. Like an unbodied joy whose race is just begun. Like an unseen star of birth. Like an unwelcome thought, like apparitions seen and gone, like attempting to number the waves on the shore of a limitless sea, like bells that waste the moments with their loudness, like blasts of trumpets blown in wars, like bright Apollo, like bright lamps the fabled apples glow, like building castles in the air. Like bursting waves from the ocean, like cliffs which have been rent asunder, like clouds of gnats with perfect lineaments, like cobwebs woven round the limbs of an infant giant, like crystals of snow, like dead lovers who died true, like death who rides upon a thought and makes his way through temple, tower, and palace. Like dew upon a sleeping flower, like dining with a ghost, like drawing nectar in a sieve, like earth's decaying leaves, like echoes from a hidden lyre, like echoes from an antenatal dream, like fixed eyes whence the dear light of sense and thought has fled, like footsteps upon wool, like fragrance from dead flowers, like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, like ghosts the centuries come and go, like golden boats on a sunny sea, like great black birds the demons haunt the woods, like green waves on the sea, like having to taste 100 exquisite dishes in a single meal, like heaven's free breath, which he who grasps can hold not, like helpless birds in the warm nest, like iridescent bubbles floating on a foul stream, like kindred drops mingled into one, like laying a burden on the back of a moth, like lead his feet were, like leaves in wintry weather, like leviathans afloat, like lighting a candle to the sun, like making a mountain out of a molehill, like mariners pulling the lifeboat, like mice that steal in and out as if they feared the light, like mountain over mountain huddled, like mountain streams we meet and part, like music on the water, like notes which die when born but still haunt the echoes of the hill, like oceans of liquid silver, like one pale star against the dusk, a single diamond on her brow gleamed with imprisoned fire, like one who halts with tired wings, like one who talks of what he loves in dream, like organ music came the deep reply, like pageantry of mist on an autumnal stream, like phantoms gathered by the sick imagination, like planets in the sky, like pouring oil on troubled waters, like roses that in deserts bloom and die, like rowing upstream against a strong downward current, like scents from a twilight garden, like separated souls, like serpents struggling in a vulture's grasp, like sheep from out the fold of the sky stars leapt, like ships that have gone down at sea, like shy elves hiding from the traveler's eye, like skeletons the sycamores uplift their wasted hands, like some grave night thought threading a dream, like some new-gathered snowy hyacinth, so white and cold and delicate it was, like some poor nigh-related guest that may not rudely be dismissed, like some suppressed and hideous thought which flits athwart our musings but can find no rest within a pure and gentle mind, like some unshriven churchyard thing the friar crawled, like something fashioned in a dream, like sounds of wind and flood, like splendor-winged moths about a taper, like stepping out on summer evenings from the glaring ballroom upon the cool and still piazza, like straws in a gust of wind, like summer's beam and summer's stream, like sunlight in and out the leaves the robins went, like sweet thoughts in a dream. End of section 114. This recording is in the public domain. Section 115 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Like the awful shadow of some unseen power, like the bellowing of bulls, like the boar encircled by hunters and hounds, like the bubbles on a river sparkling, bursting, borne away, like the cold breath of the grave, like the creaking of doors held stealthily ajar, like the cry of an itinerant vendor in a quiet and picturesque town, like the dance of some gay sunbeam, like the dawn of the morn, like the detestable and spidery araucaria, like the dew on the mountain, like the dim scent in violets, like the drifting foam of a restless sea when the waves show their teeth in the flying breeze, like the embodiment of a perfect rose, complete in form and fragrance, like the faint cry of unassisted woe, like the faint exquisite music of a dream, like the fair flower dishevelled in the wind, like the fair sun when in his fresh array he cheers the morn and all the earth revealeth,
like the falling thud of the blade of a murderous axe, like the fierce fiend of a distempered dream, like the fitting of an old glove to a hand, like the foam on the river, like the great thunder sounding, like the jangling of all the strings of some musical instrument, like the jewels that gleam in baby eyes, like the kiss of maiden love the breeze is sweet and bland, like the long wandering love the weary heart may faint for rest, like the moon in water seen by night, like the music in the patter of small feet, like the prodigal whom wealth softens into imbecility, like the quivering image of a landscape in a flowing stream, like the rainbow thou didst fade, like the rustling of grain moved by the west wind, like the sap that turns to nectar in the velvet of the peach, like the sea whose waves are set in motion by the winds, like the sea worm that perforates the shell of the mussel, which straightway closes the wound with a pearl, like the setting of a tropical sun, like the shadow of a great hill that reaches far out over the plain, like the shadows of stars in the upheaved sea, like the shudder of a doomed soul, like the silver gleam when the poplar trees rustle their pale leaves listlessly, like the soft light of an autumnal day, like the springtime, fresh and green, like the stern lights of a ship at sea, illuminating only the path which has been passed over, like the sudden impulse of a madman, like the swell of summer's ocean, like the tattered effigy in a cornfield, like the vase in which roses have once been distilled, like the visits of angels, short and far between, like the whole sky when to the east the morning doth return, like thistles of the wilderness, fit neither for food nor fuel, like those great rivers whose course everyone beholds, but their springs have been seen by but few, like thoughts whose very sweetness yielded proof that they were born for immortality, like to diamonds her white teeth shone between the parted lips, like torrents from a mountain source we rushed into each other's arms, like troops of ghosts on the dry wind past, like two doves with silvery wings let our souls fly, like two flaming stars were his eyes, like vaporous shapes half seen, like village curs that bark when their fellows do, like wasted hours of youth, like winds that bear sweet music when they breathe through some dim latticed chamber, like wine stain to a flask the old distrust still clings, like winged stars the fireflies flash and glance, like young lovers whom youth and love make dear, lingering like an unloved guest, lithe as a panther, little white hands like pearls, lofty as a queen. Loneliness struck him like a blow, looked back with faithful eyes like a great mastiff to his master's face, looking as sulky as the weather itself, looking like a snarling beast balked of its prey. Loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed, lost like the lightning in the sullen clod. Love as clean as starlight, love brilliant as the morning. Love had like the cankerworm consumed her early prime. Love is a changing lord as the light on a turning sword. Love like a child around the world doth run. Love like a miser in the dark his joys would hide. Love shakes like a windy reed your heart. Love smiled like an unclouded sun. Love that sings and has wings as a bird. Lovely as starry water. Lovely the land unknown and like a river flowing. End of section 115. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 116 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Jennings. March on, my soul, nor like the laggard stay, me on whose heart as a worm she trod, meaningless as the syllables of an unknown tongue. Men moved hither and thither like insects in their crevices. Mentality as hard as bronze. Mentally round-shouldered and decrepit. Merge imperceptibly into one another like the hues of the prism. Meteors that dart like screaming birds. Milk-white pavements, clear and richly pale, like alabaster. More variegated than the skin of a serpent. Motion like the spirit of that wind whose soft step deepens slumber. Motionless as a plumb line. Mountains like frozen wrinkles on a sea. Moving in the same dull round, like blind horses in a mill. Mute as an iceberg. My age is as a lusty winter. My body broken as a turning wheel. My breath to heaven like vapor goes. My head was like a great bronze bell with one thought for the clapper. My heart is as some famine-murdered land. My heart is like a full sponge, and must weep a little. My heart like a bird doth hover. My heart will be as wind fainting in the hot grass. My life floweth away like a river. My life was white as driven snow. My love for thee is like the sovereign moon that rules the sea. My love's like the steadfast sun. My lungs began to crow like chanticleer. My mind swayed idly like a water lily in a lake. My muscles are as steel. My skin is as sallow as gold. My soul was as a lampless sea. My spirit seemed to beat the void like the bird from out the ark. My thoughts came yapping and growling round me like a pack of curs. My thoughts ran leaping through the green ways of my mind like fawns at play. Night falls like fire. No longer shall slander's venomed spite crawl like a snake across his perfect name. Now every nerve in my body seemed like a strained harp string ready to snap at a touch. Now like a wild nymph she veils her shadowy form. Now like a wild rose in the fields of heaven slipped forth the slender figure of the dawn. Now memory and emotion surged in my soul like a tempest. Now thou seemest like a bankrupt bow, stripped of his gaudy hues. Obscured with wrath, as is the sun with cloud. Odorous as all Arabia. Often enough life tosses like a fretful stream among rocky boulders. Oh, lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. Old as the evening star. Old happy hours that have long folded their wings. Once again, like madness, the black shapes of doubt swing through his brain. One bleared star, faint glimmering like a bee. One bright drop is like the gem that decks a monarch's crown. One by one flitting like a mournful bird. One deep roar as of a cloven world. One winged cloud above like a spread dragon overhangs the west. Oppressed by the indefinitiveness which hung in her mind, like a thick summer haze. Or shedding radiance like the smiles of God. Our enemies were broken like a dam of river reeds. Our hearts bowed down like violets after rain. Our sail like a dew-lit blossom shone. Overhead the intense blue of the noonday sky burst like a jewel in the sun. Pale and grave as a sculptured nun. Pale as a drifting blossom. Passed like a phantom into the shadows. Passive and tractable as a child. Peaceful as a village cricket green on Sunday, peevish and impatient like some ill-trained man who is sick. Perished utterly like a blown-out flame. Philosophy evolved itself like a vast spider's loom, pillowed upon its alabaster arms like a child o'er-wearied with sweet toil. Polished as the bosom of a star, poured his heart out like the rending sea in passionate wave on wave, pouting like the snowy buds of roses in July. Presently she hovered like a fluttering leaf or flake of snow. Pride and self-disgust served her like first-aid surgeons on the battlefield. Proud as the proudest of church dignitaries, pure as a wildflower, pure as the azure above them, pure as the naked heavens, pure as the snowy leaves that fold over the flower's heart, purple, crimson, and scarlet like the curtains of God's tabernacle. Put on gravity like a robe, quaking and quivering like a short-haired puppy after a ducking, questions and answers sounding like a continuous popping of corks, quiet as a nun's face. Quietly as a cloud he stole, quietude which seemed to him beautiful as clear depths of water, quivering like an eager racehorse to start. End of section 116. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 117 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. R. Rage, rage yet is, that never more should creep like hounds about God's footstool. Run like a young fawn. Rattle in the ear like a flourish of trumpets. Rays springing from the east like golden arrows. Red as the print of a kiss might be. Redolent with the homely scent of old-fashioned herbs and flowers. Reflected each in the other like stars in a lake. Refreshed like dusty grass after a shower. Refreshing as descending rains to sunburnt climes. Remote as the hidden star. Restless as a blue butterfly on a warm summer's day. Revealed his doings like those of bees in a glass hive. Rich as the dawn. Right like the wind through the night. Rivers that like silver threads run through the green and gold of pasture lands. Rolled like mountain torrents. Rolling it under the tongue as a sweet morsel. Round my chair the children run like little things of dancing gold. Ruddy as sunrise. Ruddy his face as the morning light. Ruffling out his cravat with a crackle of starch like a turkey when it spreads its feathers. Running to and fro like frightened sheep. Rushing and hurrying about like a June bug. S. Sanctuaries, where the passions may like wild falcons cover their faces with their wings. Sayings that stir the blood like the sound of a trumpet. Scattered love as stars do light. Seagulls flying like flakes of the sea. Sentences level and straight like a herald lance. Shadowy faces known in dreams pass as petals upon a stream. Shake like an aspen leaf. Shaken off like a nightmare. Shapeless as a sack of wool. Shattered like so much glass. She brightened like a child whose broken toy is glued together. She could summon tears as one summons servants. She danced like a flower in the wind. She disclaimed weariness that dragged upon her spirits like leaden weights. She exuded a faint and intoxicating perfume of womanliness like a crushed herb. She felt like an unrepentant criminal. She fled like a spirit from the room. She flounders like a huge conger reel in an ocean of dingy morality. She gave him a surprised look, like a child catching an older person in a foolish statement. She gave off antipathies like a liquid gives off vapor. She has great eyes like the doe. She heard him like one in a dream. She let the soft waves of her deep hair fall like flowers from paradise. She looked like a tall golden candle. She looked like the picture of a young rapt saint, lost in heavenly musing. She moved like mirth incarnate. She nestles like a dove. She played with 100 possibilities, fitfully and discursively as a musician runs his fingers over a keyboard. She played with grave cabinets as a cat plays with a mouse. She saw this planet like a star hung in the glistening depths of even. She seemed as happy as a wave that dances on the sea. She shall be sportive as the fawn. She stood silent a moment, dropping before him like a broken branch. She that passed had lips like pinks. She walked like a galley slave. She walks in beauty like the night. She was as brilliant and as hot too as electric light. She was silent, standing before him like a little statuesque figure, shining like the dewy star of dawn, shivering pine trees like phantoms, showy as damask rose and shine as musk, shrill as the loon's call, shrivel like paper thrust into a flame, shy as the squirrel, sight-seen as a travelling swallow might see them on the wing. Silence deep as death. Silence now is brooding like a gentle spirit over the still and pulseless world. Silence that seemed heavy and dark like a passing cloud. Sinks clamorous like mill waters at wild play. Sits like the maniac on his fancied throne. Skies as clear as baby's eyes. Slick and thick and yellow as gold. Slender and thin as a slender wire. Slowly as a tortoise. Slowly as the finger of a clock her shadow came. Slowly moved off and disappeared, like shapes breathed on a mirror and melting away. Slowly unnoted, like the creeping rust that spreads insidious, had its strange man come. Small as the grain of mustard seed. Smooth as a pond. Smooth as the pillar flashing in the sun. Snag as a bug in a rug. Soaring as swift as smoke from a volcano springs. So elusive that the memory of it afterwards was wont to come and go like a flash of light. So my spirit beat itself like a caged bird against its prison bars in vain. Soft as a zephyr. Soft as sleep the snow fell. Soft as spring. Soft as the dawn of the turtle dove. Soft as the landscape of a dream. Soft as the south wind. Soft in their color as grey pearls. Soft vibrations of verbal melody, like the sound of a golden bell rung far down under the humming waters. Some gleams of feeling pure and warm as sunshine on a sky of storm. Some like veiled ghosts hurrying past, as though driven to the land of shadows by shuddering fear. Some minds are like an open fire, how direct and instant our communication with them. Something divine seemed to cling around her like some subtle vapor. Something resistant and inert like the obstinate rolling over of a heavy sleeper after he has been called to get up. Something sharp and brilliant like the glitter of a sword or a forked flash of lightning. Sorrowful eyes like those of worried kine spent from the plowing. Spread like wildfire. squirrel in the cage kind of movement, stamping like a ploughman to shuffle off the snow, stirred about like calves in a pen, steadfast as the soul of truth, still lingering like a river smooth, still as death, stood like a wave-beaten rock, straight as a ray of light, straight as an arrow, streamed like a meteor through the troubled air, streamed over his memory like a forest flame, streaming tears like pearl drops from a flint, striking with the force of an engine of destruction, strong as a bison. Style comes, if at all, like the bloom upon fruit or the glow of health upon the cheek, subtle as jealousy. Sudden a thought came like a full-blown rose flushing his brow. Sudden sprays of rain, like volleys of sharp arrows, rattled gustily against the windows. Suddenly, like death, the truth flashed on them. Sunbeams flashing on the face of things, like sudden smilings of divine delight. Sunday mornings, which seemed to put on, like a Sabbath garment, an atmosphere of divine quietude. Supple and sweet as a rose in a bloom, sway like blown moths against the rose-white flame. Sweet as a summer night without a breath. Sweet as music she spoke. Sweet as the rain at noon. Sweet as the smile of a fairy. Swift as a swallow heading south. Swift as lightning. Swift as the panther in triumph. Swifter than the twinkling of an eye. End of section 117. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 118 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of June 2007. Talking and thinking became to him like the open page of a monthly magazine. Tall lance-like reeds wave sadly over his head, that like a wounded snake drags its slow length along. The animal that weeps at daybreak like a silly girl before her lover. The army blazed and glowed in the golden sunlight like a mosaic of 100,000 jewels. The army like a witch's cauldron feast. The beating of her heart was like a drum. The beauty of her quiet life was like a rose in blowing. The curling worth like turban's seam. The dark hours are swept away like crumbling ashes. The dark mass of her hair shook round her like a sea. The dawn is rising from the sea like a white lady from her bed. The dawn had whitened in the mist like a dead face. The dawn with silver-sandaled feet crept like a frightened girl. The day stunned me like light upon some wizard way. The day was sweeter than honey and the honeycomb. The day have trampled me like armed men. The dead past flew away over the fens like a flight of wild swans. The deep like one black maelstrom round her whirls. The deepening east like a scarlet poppy burnt. The desolate rocky hills rolled like a solid wave along the horizon. The doom of heaven is like one drop of dew. The dreams of poets come like music heard at evening from the depths of some enchanted forest. The eagerness faded from his eyes, leaving them cold as a winter sky after sunset. The earth was like a frying pan, or some such hissing matter. The eternal sea which like a childless mother still must crown her ancient sorrows to the cold white moon. The evening sky was as green as jade. The excitement had spread through the whole house like a piquant and agreeable odor. The excitement of the thought buoyed his high-strung temperament like a tonic. The feathery meadows like a lilac sea. The firm body like a slop of snow. The first whiff of reality dissipated them like smoke. The floor, newly waxed, gleamed in the candlelight like beaten moonbeams. The fragrant clouds of hair, they flew drawn to him like a snare. The gathering glory of life shone like the dawn. The gesture was all strength and will, like the stretching of a sea-bird's wings. The girl's voice rang like a bird call through his rustling fantasies. The glimmer of tall flowers standing, like pensive moon-worshippers in an ecstasy of prayless bloom. The guide sniffed like Comus the air. The heavens are like a scroll unfurled. The hills across the valley were purple as thunder clouds. The hoofs of the horses rang like the dumb candies of an old saga. The hours crawled by like years. The hum of the camp sounds like the sea. The hurrying crowds of men gathered like clouds. The ideas succeeded each other like a dynasty of kings. The impalpable presence of the new century rose like a vast empty house through which no human feet has walked. The inexorable facts closed in on him like prison warders handcuffing a convict. The lake glimmered as still as a mirror. The land of gold seemed to hold him like a spell. The land was like a dream. The level bows like bars of iron across the setting sun. The light of London flaring like a dreary dawn. The lights blazed up like day. The lilies were dropping, white and wan, like the head and skin of a dying man. The mellowing hand of time. The melody rose tenderly and lingeringly, like hunting perfume and pressed flowers. The Milky Way lay like diamond dust upon the robe of some great king. The monk's face whitened like sea foam. The moon drowsed between the trees like a great yellow moth. The moon on the tower slept soft as snow. The moonbeam rested like a pale spotless shroud. The moonlight lay like snow. The moonlight like a fairy mist upon the mesa spreads. The mortal cloudness of the soul, like death itself, comes down. The mountain shadows, mingling, lay like pools above the earth. The mountains loomed up dimly, like phantoms through the mist. The music almost died away. Then it burst like a pent-up flood. End of reading.
Section 119 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush, in Marquette, Michigan, July 2007. Striking Similes. The name that cuts into my soul like a knife. The nervous little train winding its way like a jointed reptile. The new ferns were spread upon the earth like some lacy coverlet. The night, like a battle-broken host, is driven before. The night yawned like a foul wind. The ocean swelled like an undulating mirror of the bowl of heaven. The old books look somewhat pathetically from the shelves, like aged dogs wondering why no one takes them for a walk. The old infamy will pop into daylight like a toad out of fissure in the rock. The penalty falls like a thunderbolt from heaven. The phrase was like a spear thrust. The pine trees waved as waves a woman's hair.
The place was like some enchanted town of palaces. The plains to northward changed their color like the shimmering necks of doves. The poppy burned like a crimson ember. The prime of man has waxed like cedars. The public press would chatter and make odd, ambiguous sounds, like a shipload of monkeys in a storm. The purple heather rolls like dumb thunder. The rainbows flashed like fire. The river shouted as ever its cry of joy over the vitality of life, like a spirited boy before the face of inscrutable nature. The roofs with their gables like hoods. The roses lie upon the grass like little shreds of crimson silk. The satire of the word cut like a knife. The scullion with face shining like his pans. The sea reeled round like a wine-vat splashing. The sea-song of the trampling waves is as muffled bells. The sea spread out like a wrinkled marble floor. The sea that gleamed still like a myriad-petalled rose. The sea was as untroubled as the turquoise vault which it reflected. The setting of the sun is like a word of peace. The sharp hail rattles against the panes and melts on my cheeks like tears. The ships, like sheeted phantoms, coming and going. The silence seemed to crush to earth like a great looking-glass and shiver into a million pieces. The silvery morning, like a tranquil vision, fills the world. The sky burned like a heated opal. The sky gleamed with the hardness and brilliancy of blue enamel. The sky was as a shield that caught the stain of blood in battle from the dying sun. The sky was clear and blue, and the air as soft as milk. The sky was like a peach. The sky where stars like lilies, white and fair, shine through the mists. The solid air around me there heaved like a roaring ocean. The solid mountains gleamed like the unsteady sea. The soul is like a well of water springing up into everlasting life. The sound is like a noonday gale. The sound is like a silver fountain that springeth in a golden basin. The sound of 1,000 tears, like softly pattering wings. The sound of your running feet that like the sea hoofs beat. The spear-tongued lightning slipped like a snake. The spring breaks like a bird. The stacks of corn in brown array, like tattered wigwams on the plain. The stars come down and trembling glow like blossoms on the waves below. The stars lay on the lapis lazuli sky like white flower petals on still deep water. The stars pale and silent as a seer. The strange cold sense of aloofness that had numbed her senses suddenly gave way like snow melting in the spring. The sudden thought of your face is like a wound when it comes unsought. The sun, like a great dragon, writhes in gold. The sun on the sea wave lies white as the moon. The surf was like the advancing lines of an unknown enemy flinging itself upon the shore. The terrible past lay afar, like a dream left behind in the night. The tide was in the saltweed, and like a knife it tore. The time gliding like a dream. The torrent from the hills leaped down their rocky stairways like wild steeds. The tree whose plumed boughs are soft as wings of birds. The uproar and contention pierced him like arrows. The veiled future bowed before me like a vision of promise. The velvet grass that is like padding on earth's meager ribs. The villa dips its foot in the lake, smiling at its reflection, like a bather lingering on the brink. The voice of fate, crying like some old bellman through the world. The voice that rings in the night like a bugle call. The warm kindling blood burned her cheeks like the breath of a hot wind. The waves were rolling in, long and lazy, like sea-worn travelers. The whole truth naked, cold, and fatal as a patriot's blade. The wind all round their ears hissed like a flight of white-winged geese. The wind comes, and it draws its length along like the genii from the earthen pot. The wine flows like blood. The woman seemed like a thing of stone. The words kept ringing in my ears like the tolling of a bell. The words of the wise fall like the tolling of sweet grave bells upon the soul. The world has vanished like a phantasmagoria. The world is bitter as a tear. The world is in a simmer like a sea. The world wavers within its circle like a dream. The years stretched before her like some vast blank page out to receive the record of her toil. The years vanished like a May snowdrift. The yellow apples glowed like fire. Their glances met like crossed swords. Their joy, like sunshine, deep and broad, falls on my heart. Their minds rested upon the thought, as chasing butterflies might rest together on a flower. Their music frightful as the serpent's hiss. Their touch affrights me as a serpent's sting. Then fall unheeded like the faded flower. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies. Then it swelled out to rich and glorious harmonies, like a full orchestra playing under the sea. Then the lover sighing like furnace. End of Section 119 of 15,000 Useful Phrases. This recording is in the public domain. Section 120 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush, in Marquette, Michigan, July 2007. Striking similes. Theories sprouted in his mind like mushrooms. There is an air about you like the air that folds a star. There, like a bird, it sits and sings. There seemed to brood in the air a quiet benevolence of a father watching his myriad children at play. There she soars like a seraph. There she stood, straight as a lily on its stem. There slowly rose to sight a country like a dragon fast asleep. There streamed into the air the sweet smell of crushed grass, as though many fields had been pressed between giants' fingers and so had been left. These eyes like stars have led me. These final words snapped like a whiplash. These thoughts pierced me like thorns. They are as cruel as creeping tigers. They are as white foam on the swept sands. They are as white swans in the dusk, thy white hands. They are painted sharp as death. They broke into pieces and fell on the ground like a silvery, shimmering shower of hail. They dropped like panthers. They fly like spray. They had hands like claws. They had slipped away like visions. They have as many principles as a fish has bones. They have faces like flowers. They hurried down like plovers that have heard the call. They look like rosebuds filled with snow. They seem like swarming flies, the crowd of little men. They seemed like floating flowers. They shine as sweet as simple doves. They stand like solitary mountain forms on some hard, perfectly transparent day. They vanished like the shapes that float upon a summer's dream. Thick as wind-blown leaves innumerable. Thickly the flakes drive past, each like a childish ghost. Thine eyes like two twin stars shining. This life is like a bubble blown up in the air. This love that dwells like moonlight in your face. This thought is as death. This tower rose in the sunset like a prayer. Those ancestral themes, past which so many generations have slept, like sea-going winds over pastures. Those death-like eyes unconscious of the sun. Those eyelids folded like a white rose-leaf. Those eyes like bridal beacons shine. Thou art to me but as a wave of the wild sea. Thou as heaven art fair and young. Thou hast a voice whose sound was like the sea. Thou must wither like a rose. Thou shalt be as free as mountain winds. Thou wouldst weep tears bitter as blood. Though bright as silver, the meridian beams shine. Though thou be black as night, thoughts vague as the fitful breeze. Three-cornered notes fly about like butterflies. Through the forest, like a fairy dream through some dark mind, the ferns in branching beauty stream. Through the moonlit trees, like ghosts of sounds haunting the moonlight, stole the faint tinkle of a guitar. Through the riot of his senses, like a silver blaze, ran the legend. Thy beauty like a beast it bites. Thy brown, benignant eyes have sudden gleams of gladness and surprise, like woodland brooks that cross a sunlit spot. Thy carven columns must have grown by magic, like a dream in stone. Thy favors are but like the wind that kisses everything it meets. Thy heart is light as a leaf of a tree. Thy name burns like a gray and flickering candle flame. Thy name will be as honey on men's lips, till death like sleep might steal on me, till he melted like a cloud in the silent summer heaven. Time drops in decay like a candle burnt out. Time like a pulse shakes fierce, to drag life on, which, like a heavy chain, lengthens behind with many a link of pain. To forsake as the trees drop their leaves in autumn. Toys with smooth trifles like a child at play. Transitory as clouds without substance. Transparent like a shining sun. Tree and shrub altered their values and became transmuted to silver sentinels. Trees that spread their forked boughs like a stag's antlers, trembling like an aspen leaf. Truths which forever shine as fixed stars, turning easily and securely as on a perfect axle. End of section 120 of 15,000 Useful Phrases. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 121 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. You unbends like a loosened bow, unbreakable as iron, unconscious as an oak tree of its growth. Under the willow tree glimmered her face like a foam flake drifting over the sea. Unheralded like some tornado loosed out of the brooding hills it came to pass. Unknown like a seed in fallow ground was the germ of a plan. Unmoving as a tombstone, untamable as flies, unutterable things pressing on my soul like a pent-up storm craving for outlet, upcast like foam of the effacing tide, uplifting the soul as on dove-like wings, uplifting their stony peaks around us like the walls and turrets of a gigantic fortress. Urgent as the seas, uttering wild cries like a creature in pain. V. Vague as a dream. Vague thoughts that stream shapelessly through her mind like long, sad vapors through the twilight sky. Vanish into thin air like ghosts at the cockcrow. Vanished like snow when comes a thaw. Vanished like vapor before the sun. Vibrations set quivering like harp strings struck by the hand of a master. Vociferous praise following like a noisy wave. W. Walking somewhat unsteadily like a blind man feeling his way. Waves glittered and danced on all sides like millions of diamonds. We left her and retraced our steps like faithless hounds. Weak and frail like the vapor of a veil, wearing their wounds like stars. Weary wind who wanderest like the world's rejected guest, when a draught might puff them out like a guttering candle. When arm in arm they both came swiftly running like a pair of turtle doves that could not live asunder day or night. When cards, invitations, and three-cornered notes fly about like white butterflies. When she died, her breath whistled like the wind in a keyhole. When the fever pierced me like a knife. Where a lamp of deathless beauty shines like a beacon. Where heroes die as leaves fall. Where the intricate wheels of trade are grinding on like a mill, where the source of the waters is fine as a thread, whilst the lagging hours of the day went by like windless clouds or a tender sky, whistled sharply in the air like a handful of vipers, white as a ghost from darkness, white as chalk, white as dove or lily or spirit of the light, white as the driven snow, white as the moon's white flame, white as the seabird's wing, white clouds like daisies, white hands she moves like swimming swans, white hands through her hair like white doves going into the shadow of a wood. White like flame, white sails of sloops like specters, whose bodies are as strong as alabaster, whose hair was as gold raiment on a king, whose laugh moves like a bat through silent haunted woods, whose little eyes glow like the sparks of fire, whose music, like a robe of living light, reclothed each newborn age. Windy speech which hits all around the mark like a drunken carpenter, winged like an arrow to its mark, with a sting like a scorpion, with all the complacency of a homeless cat, with an angry broken roar like billows on an unseen shore their fury burst, with hate darkling as the swift winter hail, with music sweet as love, with sounds like breakers, with strength like steel, with the whisper of leaves in one's ear, with words like honey melting from the comb, wits as sharp as gimlets, women with tongues like polar needles, words as fresh as spring verdure, words as soft as rain, words like the gossamer film of the summer, words sweet as honey from his lips distilled. Words were flashing like brilliant birds through the boughs o'erheard. Wordsworth, thy music like a river rolls, worthless like the conjurer's gold, wrangle over details like a grasping pawnbroker, wrinkled and scored like a dried apple, writhing with an intensity that burnt like a steady flame. Why? Yielding like melted snow. Yonder filmy crescent bent like an archer's bow above the snowy summit. You are as gloomy tonight as an undertaker out of employment. You are as hard as stone. You gave me such chill embraces as the snow-covered heights receive from clouds. Your blood is red like wine. Your charms lay like metals in a mine. Your eyes are like fantastic moons that shiver in some stagnant lake. Your eyes as blue as violets. Your eyes, they were green and gray like an April day. Your frail fancies are swallowed up like chance flowers flung upon the river's current. Your hair was golden as tints of sunrise. Your heart is as dry as a reed. Your locks are like the raven. Your love shall fall about me like sweet rain. Your steps like the rain to summer-vexed farmer. Your thoughts are buzzing like a swarm of bees. Your tongue is like a scarlet snake. Your voice had a quaver in it, just like the linnet. Youth like a summer morn. End of section 121. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 122 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Christopher Pannier. June 22nd, 2007. Section 9. Conversational Phrases. A most extraordinary idea. 1,000 hopes for your success. Accept my best wishes. All that is conjecture. Allow me to congratulate you. An unfortunate comparison, don't you think? And even if it were so, and how am I to thank you? And in the end, what are you going to make of it? And yet the explanation does not wholly satisfy me. Apparently, I was wrong. Are we wandering from the point? Are you a trifle bored? Are you fully reconciled? Are you not complicating the question? Are you prepared to go to that length? Are you still obdurate? As it happens, your conjecture is right. Assuredly, I do. At first blush, it may seem frantic. B. Banish such thoughts. But are you not taking a slightly one-sided point of view? But consider for a moment. But I look at the practical side. But I wander from my point. But now, I'll confide something to you. But perhaps I'm hardly fair when I say that. But seriously speaking, what is the use of it? But surely that is inconsistent. But that's a tremendous hazard. But the thing is simply impossible. But there's one thing you haven't said. But wait, you haven't heard the end. But what do you, yourself, think about it? But who could foresee what was going to happen? But you are open to persuasion. But you do not know for certain. But you must tell me more. By a curious chance, I know it very well. By no means desirable, I think. C. Can I persuade you? Can you imagine anything so horrible? Certain circumstances make it undesirable. Certainly not, if it displeases you. Certainly, with the greatest pleasure. Come, where's your sense of humor? Consult me when you want me, at any time. D. Decidedly so. Dine with me tomorrow night, if you are free. Do I presume too much? Do I seem very ungenerous? Do not misunderstand me. Do not the circumstances justify it? Don't be so dismal, please. Don't delude yourself. Don't let me encroach on your good nature. Don't think I am unappreciative of your kindness. Do you attach any particular meaning to that? Do you know I envy you that? Do you know what his chief interests are, now? Do you mind my making a suggestion? Do you press me to tell? Do you really regard him as a serious antagonist? Do you think there is anything ominous in it? Does it please you so tremendously? Does it seem incredible? E. Either way is perplexing. Eminently proper, I think. Everyone looks at it differently. Excuse my bluntness. F. Fanciful, I should say. For the simplest of reasons. Forgive me if I seem disobliging. Fortunate, to say the least. Frankly, I don't see why it should. Frugal, to a degree. Fulsome praise, I call it. G. Give me your sympathy and counsel. Glorious to contemplate. Good, that is at least something. Gratifying, I am sure. H. Happily, there are exceptions to every rule. Has it really come to that? Have I incurred your displeasure? Have you any rooted objection to it? Have you anything definite in your mind? Have you reflected what the consequences might be to yourself? He does me too much honor. He feels it acutely. He has a queer conception of the proprieties. He is a poor dissembler. He is anything but obtuse. He is so ludicrously wrong. He is the most guileless of men. He was so extremely susceptible. He writes uncommonly clever letters. Heaven forbid that I should wound your sensibility. His sense of humor is unquenchable. How amiable you are to say so. How can I tell you how much I have enjoyed it all? How can I thank you? How can you be so unjust? How delightful to meet you! How does the idea appeal to you? How droll you are! How extraordinary! How intensely interesting! How perfectly delightful! How utterly abominable! How very agreeable this is! How very interesting! How very surprising! How well you do it! However, I should like to hear your views. Human nature interests me very much indeed. End of section 122. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 123 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for the LibriVox.org by Mark Mascalino. April 21st, 2007, Cincinnati, Ohio. I admire your foresight. I admit it most gratefully. I agree, at least, I suppose I do. I agree that something ought to be done. I always welcome criticism, so long as it is sincere. I am absolutely bewildered. I am afraid I am not familiar enough with the subject. I am afraid I cannot suggest an alternative. I am afraid I've allowed you to tire yourself. I am afraid I must confess my ignorance. I am afraid you will call me a sentimentalist. I am always glad to do anything to please you. I am anxious to discharge the very onerous debt I owe you. I am appealing to your sense of humor. I am at your service. I am bound to secrecy. I am compelled to, unluckily. I am curious to learn what his motive was. I am deeply flattered and grateful. I am delighted to hear you say so. I am dumb with admiration. I am entirely at your disposal. I am extremely glad you approve of it. I am far from believing the maxim. I am fortunate in being able to do you a service. I am glad to be able to think that. I am glad to have had this talk with you. I am glad to say that I have entirely lost that faculty. I am glad you can see it in that way. I am glad you feel so deeply about it. I am giving you well-deserved praise. I am going to make a confession. I am grateful for your good opinion. I am honestly indignant. I am, I confess, a little discouraged. I am in a chastened mood. I am inclined to agree with you. I am incredulous. I am indebted to you for the suggestion. I am listening. I was about to propose. I am lost in admiration. I am luckily disengaged today. I am more grieved than I can tell you. I am naturally overjoyed. I am not a person of prejudices. I am not an alarmist. I am not an unreasonable as you suppose. I am not at all in the secret of his ambitions. I am not capable of unraveling it. I am not going into sordid details. I am not going to let you evade the question. I am not going to pay you any idle compliments. I am not impervious to the obligations involved. I am not in sympathy with it. I am not in the least surprised. I am not inquisitive. I am not prepared to say so. I am not sure that I can manage it. I am not vindictive. I am overjoyed to hear you say so. I am perfectly aware of what I am saying. I am persuaded by your candor. I am quite convinced of that. I am quite discomfited. I am quite interested to see what you will do. I am quite ready to be convinced. I am rather of the opinion that I was mistaken. I am ready to make great allowances. I am really afraid I don't know. I am really gregarious. I am sensible of the flattery. I am seriously annoyed with myself about it. I am so glad you think that. I am so sorry, so very sorry. I am sorry to disillusion you. I am sorry to interrupt this interesting discussion. I am sorry to say it is impossible. I am speaking plainly. I am still a little of an idealist. I am suppressing many of the details. I am sure it sounds very strange to you. I am sure you could pay me no higher compliment. I am sure you will hear me out. I am surprised, I confess. I am sustained by the prospect of a good dinner. I am vastly obliged to you. I am vastly your debtor for the information. I am very far from being a fanatic. I am very glad of this opportunity. I am very grateful, very much flattered. I am wholly in agreement with you. I am willing to accept all the consequences. I am wonderfully well. I am wondering if I may dare ask you a very personal question. I am your creator unawares. I anticipate your argument. I appreciate your motives. I assure you it is most painful to me. I assure you my knowledge of it is limited. I bear no malice about that. I beg your indulgence. I beg your pardon, but you take it too seriously. I brazenly confess it. I can easily understand your astonishment. I can explain the apparent contradiction. I can find no satisfaction in it. I can hardly agree with you there. I can never be sufficiently grateful. I can only tell you the bare facts. I can scarcely accept the offer. I can scarcely boast that honor. I can scarcely imagine anything more disagreeable. I can sympathize with you. I cannot altogether acquit myself of interested motives. I cannot explain it even to myself. I cannot find much real satisfaction in it. I cannot forbear to press my advantage. I cannot imagine what you mean. I cannot precisely determine. I can't pretend to make a jest of what I'm going to say. I cannot say definitely at the moment. I cannot say that in fact it is always so. I cannot see how you draw that conclusion. I cannot thank you enough for all your consideration. I compliment you on your good sense. I confess I find it difficult. I could ask for nothing better. I could never forgive myself for that. End of section 123. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Mascalino, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Section 124 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. I dare say your intuition is quite right. I decline to commit myself beforehand. I detest exaggeration. I didn't mean that exactly. I do not comprehend your meaning. I don't deny that it is interesting. I don't doubt it for a moment. I do not doubt the sincerity of your arguments. I do not exactly understand you. I do not feel sure that I entirely share your views. I don't feel that it is my business. I do not find it an unpleasant subject. I don't insist on your believing me. I don't justify my presumption. I don't know quite why you should say that. I don't know that I can do that. I don't know when I have heard anything so lamentable. I don't know why you should be displeased. I don't make myself clear. I see. I don't pretend to explain. I don't see anything particularly wonderful in it. I don't underrate his kindness. I don't want to disguise that from you. I don't want to exaggerate. I don't want to seem critical. I doubt the truth of that saying. I endorse it, every word. I entirely approve of your plan. I fancy it's just that. I fear I cannot help you. I fear that's too technical for me. I feel a certain apprehension. I feel an unwanted sense of gaiety. I feel it my duty to be frank with you. I feel myself scarcely competent to judge. I feel very grateful to you for your kind offer. I find it absorbing. I find it rather monotonous. I find this agreeable mental exhilaration. I frankly confess that. I generally trust my first impressions. I give my word gladly. I give you my most sacred word of honor. I had better begin at the beginning. I had no intention of being offensive. I hadn't thought of it in that light. I hardly think that could be so. I have 100 reasons for thinking so. I have a peculiar affection for it. I have an immense faith in him. I have been constrained by circumstances. I have been decidedly impressed. I have been longing to see more of you. I have been puzzling over a dilemma. I have every reason to think so. I have given you the best proof of it. I have gone back to my first impressions. I have known striking instances of the kind. I have never heard it put so well. I have no delusions on that score. I have not succeeded in convincing myself of that. I have not the influence you think. I have not the least doubt of it. I haven't the remotest idea. I have often a difficulty in deciding. I have often marveled at your courage. I have quite changed my opinion about that. I have something of great importance to say to you. I have sometimes vaguely felt it. I have the strongest possible prejudice against it. I heartily congratulate you. I hope it will not seem unreasonable to you. I hope we may meet again. I hope you will forgive an intruder. I hope you will not think me irreverent. I hope you will pardon my seeming carelessness. I indulge the modest hope. I know it is very presumptuous. I know my request will appear singular. I like it immensely. I like your frankness. I make no reflection whatever. I mean it literally. I might question all that. I mistrust these wild impulses. I most certainly agree with you. I most humbly ask pardon. I must add my congratulations on your taste. I must apologize for intruding upon you. I must ask you one more question, if I may. I must confess I have never thought of that. I must refrain from any comment. I must respectfully decline to tell you. I must take this opportunity to tell you. I need not remind you that you have a grave responsibility. I have never heard anything so absurd. I offer my humblest apologies. I owe the idea wholly to you. I partly agree with you. I personally owe you a great debt of thankfulness. I place myself entirely at your service. I place the most implicit reliance on your good sense. I prefer to reserve my judgment. I purposely evaded the question. I quite appreciate the very clever way you put it. I quite see what the advantages are. I really am curious to know how you guessed that. I realize how painful it must be to you. I recollect it clearly. I rely on your good sense. I remember the occasion perfectly. I resent that kind of thing. I respect you for that. I respect your critical faculty. I say it in all modesty. I see disapproval in your face. I see it from a different angle. I see you are an enthusiast. I see your point of view. I seem to have heard that sentiment before. End of section 124. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 125 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Howlett. I shall at once proceed to forget it. I shall await your pleasure. I shall be glad if you will join me. I shall be interested to watch it develop. I shall be most proud and pleased. I shall certainly take you at your word. I shall feel highly honored. I shall make a point of thinking so. I shall never forget your kindness. I shall respect your confidence. I should appreciate your confidence greatly. I should be very ungrateful were I not satisfied with it. I should feel unhappy if I did otherwise. I should like your opinion of it. I should not dream of asking you to do so. I should think it very unlikely. I simply cannot endure it. I spoke only in jest. I stand corrected. I suppose I ought to feel flattered. I surmised as much. I sympathize deeply with you. I take that for granted. I think extremely well of it. I think he has very noble ideals. I think I can answer that for you. I think I know what you are going to say. I think it has its charm. I think it is superb. I think it quite admirable. I think its tone is remarkably temperate. I think that is rather a brilliant idea. I think what you say is reasonable. I think you are quibbling. I think you are rather severe in your opinions. I think you have great appreciation of values. I think you have summed it up perfectly. I think your candor is charming. I thoroughly agree with you. I thought it most amusing. I thought you were seriously indisposed. I trust you will not consider it an impertinence. I understand exactly how you feel about it. I understand your delicacy of feeling. I venture to propose another plan. I very rarely allow myself that pleasure. I want to have a frank understanding with you. I was at a loss to understand the reason for it. I was hoping that I could persuade you. I was on the point of asking you. I was speaking generally. I watched you with admiration. I will answer you frankly. I will listen to no protestations. I will take it only under compulsion. I will tell you what puzzles me. I will think of it since you wish it. I will with great pleasure. I wish I could explain my point more fully. I wish I knew what you meant by that. I wish to be perfectly fair. I wish to put things as plainly as possible. I wonder how much truth there is in it. I wonder if you have the smallest recollection of me. I would agree if I understood. I wouldn't put it just that way. If ever I can repay it, command me. If I mistake not, you were there once? If I speak strongly, it is because I feel strongly. if I were disposed to offer counsel, if I were sure you would not misunderstand my meaning, if you don't mind my saying so, if you insist upon it, if you will pardon me the frankness, in a manner that sometimes terrifies me. In one respect you are quite right. In that case, let me rob you of a few minutes. In what case, for example? Incredible as it sounds, I had for a moment forgotten. Indeed, but it is quite possible. Indeed, how? Indeed, you are wholly wrong. Indifferently so, I am afraid. Irony was 10,000 leagues from my intention. Is it sane? Is it reasonable? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it extraordinarily funny? Isn't it preposterous? Isn't that a trifle unreasonable? Isn't that rather a hasty conclusion? Is that a fair question? It always seemed to me impossible. It amuses you, doesn't it? It blunts the sensibilities. It could never conceivably be anything but popular. It depends on how you look at it. It depends upon circumstances. It doesn't sound plausible to me. It has a lovely situation as I remember it. It has amused me hugely. It has been a relief to talk to you. It has been an immense privilege to see you. It has never occurred to me. End of section 125. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Section 126 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. It is a curious fact. It is a great pleasure to meet you. It is a huge undertaking. It is a most unfortunate affair. It is a perfectly plain proposition. It is a rather melancholy thought. It is a truth universally acknowledged. It is all very inexcusable. It is all very well for you to be philosophical. It is altogether probable. It is an admirable way of putting it. It is an error of taste. It is an extreme case, but the principle is sound. It is an ingenious theory. It is an uncommonly fine description. It is extremely interesting, I can assure you. It is for you to decide. It is historically true. It is I who should ask forgiveness. It is incredible. It is indeed generous of you to suggest it. It is inexplicable. It is interesting as a theory. It is literally impossible. It is merely a mood. It is most unfortunate. It is my deliberately formed opinion. It is my opinion you are too conscientious. It is nevertheless true. It is not a matter of the slightest consequence. It is not always fair to judge by appearances. It is not so unreasonable as you think. It is often very misleading. It is one of the grave problems of the day. It is only a fancy of mine. It is perfectly defensible. It is perfectly trite. It is permissible to gratify such an impulse. It is possible, but I rather doubt it. It is quite an easy matter. It is quite conceivable. It is quite too absurd. It is rather startling. It is really impressive. It is really most callous of you to laugh. It is sheer madness. It is sickening and so insufferably arrogant. It is simply a coincidence. It is the most incomprehensible thing in the world. It is to you that I am indebted for all this. It is true, I am grieved to say. It is true none the less. It is very amusing. It is very far from being a fiction. It is very good of you to do this for my pleasure. It is very ingenious. It is very splendid of you. It is wanton capriciousness. It is your privilege to think so. It's a difficult and delicate matter to discuss. It's a matter of immediate urgency. It's absolute folly. It's absurd. It's impossible. It's all nonsense. It's as logical as it can be under the circumstances. It's been a strange experience for you. It's deliciously honest. It's going to be rather troublesome. It's inconceivable that it should ever be necessary. It's mere pride of opinion. It's my chief form of recreation. It's not a matter of vast importance. It's past my comprehension. It's quite wonderful how logical and simple you make it. It's really very perplexing. It's so charming of you to say that. It's so kind of you to come. It's such a bore having to talk about it. It's the natural sequence. It's too melancholy. It's very wonderful. It makes it all quite interesting. It may sound strange to you. It must be a trifle dull at times. It must be fascinating. It must be very gratifying to you. It must have been rather embarrassing. It seems an age since we've last seen you. It seems entirely wonderful to me. It seems incredible. It seems like a distracting dream. It seems preposterous. It seems the height of absurdity. It seems to me that you have a perfect right to do so. It seems unspeakably funny to me. It seems very ridiculous. It shall be as you wish. It should not be objectionable. It sounds plausible. It sounds profoundly interesting. It sounds rather appalling. It sounds very alluring. It strikes me as rather pathetic. It was an unpardonable liberty. It was inevitable that you should say that. It was most stupid of me to have forgotten it. It was not unkindly meant. It was peculiarly unfortunate. It was really an extraordinary experience. It was so incredible. It was the most amazing thing I ever heard. It was very good of you to come out and join us. It will create a considerable sensation. It will divert your thoughts from a mournful subject. It will give me pleasure to do it. It will not alter my determination. It would be ill-advised. It would interest me very much. It would seem to be a wise decision. It would take too long to formulate my thoughts. End of section 126. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 127 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Join us, please, when you have time. Just trust to the inspiration of the moment. Justify it if you can. Let me persuade you. Let me say how deeply indebted I feel for your kindness. Let me speak frankly. Let us grant, for the sake of the argument, let us take a concrete instance. Many thanks. How kind and good you are. May I ask to whom you allude? May I be privileged to hear it? May I speak freely? May I venture to ask what inference you would draw from that? Might I suggest an alternative? Most dangerous. My attitude would be one of disapproval. My confidence in you is absolute. My idea of it is quite the reverse. My information is rather scanty. My meaning is quite the contrary. My point of view is different, but I shall not insist upon it. My views are altered in many respects. No, I am speaking seriously. No, I don't understand it. Not at all. Not to my knowledge. Nothing could be more delightful. Now is it very plain to you? Now you are flippant. Obviously, the matter is settled. Of course, but that again isn't the point. Of course I am delighted. Of course, I don't want to press you against your will. Of course, you will do what you think best. Oh, certainly, if you wish it. Oh, do not form an erroneous impression. Oh, I appreciate that in you. Oh, that's mere quibbling. Oh, that's splendid of you. Oh, that was a manner of speaking. Oh, yes, I quite admit that. Oh, yes, you may take that for granted. Oh, you are very bitter. Oh, you may be as scornful as you like. On the contrary, I agree with you thoroughly. On the face of it, it sounds reasonable. One assumption you make, I should like to contest. One has no choice to endure it. One must be indulgent under the circumstances. One thing I beg of you. Pardon me, but I don't think so. Pardon me, I meant something different. Perhaps I am indiscreet. Perhaps not in the strictest sense. Perhaps you do not feel at liberty to do so. Perhaps you think me ungrateful. Personally, I confess to an objection. Please continue to be frank. Please do not think I am asking out of mere curiosity. Please forgive my thoughtlessness. Please make yourself at home. Pray don't apologize. Pray forgive me for intruding on you so unceremoniously. Pray go on. Precisely, that is just what I meant. Put in that way, it certainly sounds very well. Question me if you wish. Quibbling, I call it. Quite so. Quite the wisest thing you can do. Rather loquacious, I think. Reading between the lines. Really? I should have thought otherwise. Really? You must go? Reassure me, if you can. Reflect upon the possible consequences. Relatively speaking. Reluctantly, I admit it. Reverting to another matter. Shall we have a compact? She has an extraordinary gift of conversation. She is easily prejudiced. She seems uncommonly appreciative. She will be immensely surprised. Show me that the two cases are analogous. So far, so good. So I inferred. So much the better for me. So you observe the transformation? Something amuses you. Sometimes the absurdity of it occurs to me. Speaking with all due respect, still, you might make an exception. Strangely, it's true. Such conduct seems to me unjustifiable. Surely there can be no question about that. Surely we can speak frankly. Surely you sound too harsh a note. Surely you would not countenance that. End of section 127. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 128 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Tell me in what way you want me to help you. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for your good intentions. That, at least, you will agree to. That depends on one's point of view. That doesn't sound very logical. That is a counsel of perfection. That is a fair question, perhaps. That is a question I have often proposed to myself. That is a stroke of good fortune. That is a superb piece of work. That is a very practical explanation. That is admirably clear. That is certainly ideal. That is eminently proper. That is hardly consistent. That is inconceivable. That is just like you, if you will forgive me for saying so. That is most fortunate. That is most kind of you. That is most unexpected and distressing. That is not fair, to me. That is not to be lightly spoken of. That is precisely what I mean. That is quite true, theoretically. That is rather a difficult question to answer. That is rather a strange request to make. That is rather awkward. That is really good of you. That is the prevailing idea. That is tragic. That is true, and I think you are right. That is very amiable in you. That is very curious. That is very felicitous. That is very gracious. That is what I call intelligent criticism. That is what I meant to tell you. That is a humiliating thought. That is a most interesting idea. That is such a hideous idea. That is the most incredible part of it. That might involve you in lifelong self-reproach. That must be exceedingly tiresome. That ought to make you a little lenient. That reassures me. That shows the infirmity of his judgment. That theory isn't tenable. That was exceedingly generous. That was intended ironically. That was very thoughtful of you. That was very well reasoned. That will blast your chances, I am afraid. That will suit me excellently. That would be somewhat serious. That would be very discreditable. The agreement seems to be ideal. The idea is monstrous. The inference is obvious. The notion is rather new to me. The pleasure is certainly not all on your side. The reason is not so far to seek. The same problem has perplexed me. The sentiment is worthy of you. The simplest thing in the world. The situation is uncommonly delicate. The story seems to me incredible. The subject is extremely interesting. The tone of it was certainly hostile. The very obvious moral is this: the whole thing is an idle fancy. Then I have your permission? Then you're really not disinclined? Then you merely want to ask my advice? There are endless difficulties. There are reasons which make such a course impossible. There's a good deal of sense in that. There is a grain of truth in that, I admit. There is food for reflection in that. There is my hand on it. There is no resisting you. There is nothing I should like so much. There is one inevitable condition. There is something almost terrifying about it. There must be extenuating circumstances. They amuse me immensely. This is a most unexpected pleasure. This is charmingly new to me. This is indeed good fortune. This is really appalling. This is really not a laughing matter. Those are my own private feelings. Those things are not forgotten at once. To me, it's simply outrageous. To speak frankly, I do not like it. True, I forgot. End of section 128. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 129 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Palmer, Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. You. Undeniably true. Unfortunately, I must decline the proposal. Unlikely to be so. Unquestionably superior. Unwholesome influence, I would say. V. Very good, I'll do so. Very well, I will consent. Vivacity is her greatest charm. Virtually accomplished, I believe. Boach for its truth. W. We are all more or less susceptible. We are drifting away from our point. We are impervious to certain rules. We are merely wasting energy in this duel. We can safely take it for granted. We couldn't have a better topic. We had better agree to differ. We have had some conclusions in common. We must judge it leniently. We must not expose ourselves to misinterpretation. We owe you a debt of gratitude. We shall be glad to see you, if you care to come. We will devoutly hope not. Well, as a matter of fact, I have forgotten. Well done, I congratulate you. Well, I'm not going to argue that. Well, I call it scandalous. Well, I confess they don't appeal to me. Well, more's the pity. Well, perhaps it's none of my affair. Well, that is certainly ideal. Well, this is good fortune. Well, yes, in a way. Well, you are a dreamer. What a beautiful idea. What a charming place you have here. What a curious coincidence. What a pretty compliment. What a tempting prospect. What an extraordinary idea. What are your misgivings? What can you possibly mean? What conceivable reason is there for it? What do you imagine my course should be? What do you propose? What is the next step in your argument? What is there so strange about that? What, may I ask, is your immediate object? What unseemly levity on his part. What very kind things you have to say to me. What would you expect me to do? What you have just said is even truer than you realize. What you propose is utterly impossible. Who is your sagacious adviser? Why ask such embarrassing questions? Why did you desert us so entirely? Why do you take it so seriously? Will you allow me to ask you a question? Will you be more explicit? Will you have the kindness to explain? Will you pardon my curiosity? Will you permit me a brief explanation? Would you apply that to everyone? Would you mind telling me your opinion? End of section 129. This recording is in the public domain. Section 130 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Palmer, Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. Why? Yes and no. Yes, but that is just what I fail to comprehend. Yes, I dare say. Yes, if you will be so good. Yes, it was extraordinarily fine. Yes, that is my earnest wish. Yes, that's undeniable. Yes, you were saying. You agree with me, I know. You are a profound philosopher. You are a severe critic. You are delightfully frank. You are greatly to be envied. You are heartily welcome. You are incomprehensible. You are incorrigible. You are kind and comforting. You are most kind. You are not consistent. You are not serious, I hope. You are not seriously displeased with me? You are quite delightful. You are rather puzzling today. You are right to remind me of that. You are unduly distressing yourself. You are very complimentary. You are very gracious. You are so tremendously kind about it. You're succeeding admirably. You're taking it all much too seriously. You're talking nonsense. You're very good, I'm sure. You ask me, but I shouldn't wonder if you knew better than I do. You astonish me greatly. You behaved with great forbearance. You can hardly be serious. You cannot regret it more than I do. You could not pay me a higher compliment. You did it excellently. You did not clearly understand what I meant. You don't seem very enthusiastic. You excite my curiosity. You flatter my judgment. You have a genius for saying the right thing. You have asked me a riddle. You have asked the impossible. You have been wrongly informed. You have done me a great service. You have had a pleasant time, I hope. You have my deepest sympathy. You have my unbounded confidence. You have received a false impression. You have such an interesting way of putting things. You interest me deeply. You judge yourself too severely. You know I'm in an agony of curiosity. You know I'm not given to sentimentality. You know the familiar axiom? You leave no alternative. You look incredulous. You may be sure of my confidence. You may rely on me absolutely. You might make an exception. You must have misunderstood me. You must not fail to command me. You overwhelm me with your kindness. You really insist upon it? You rebuke me very fairly. You say that as though you were surprised. You see how widely we differ? You see, it's all very vague. You see things rose-colored. You seem to be in a happy mood. You seem to take a very mild interest in what I propose. You shock me more than I can say. You speak in enigmas. You speak with authority. You surely understand my position. You take a great deal for granted. You take a pessimistic view of things. You take me quite by surprise. You will admit I have some provocation. You will become morbid if you're not careful. You will have ample opportunity. You will, of course, remember the incident. You will please not be flippant. You will understand my anxiety. Your argument is facile and superficial. Your consideration is entirely misplaced. Your judgments are very sound. Your logic is as clever as possible. Your opinion will be valuable to me. Your request is granted before it is made. Your statement is somewhat startling. End of section 130. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 131 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rose. A fact of vast moment. A few words will suffice to answer. A further objection is, a great many people have said, a little indulgence may be due to those. A majority of us believe. A man in my situation has. A more plausible objection is found. A proof of this is, a servile mind can never know. A short time since, a specific answer can be given. A thought occurred to me. Able men have reasoned out. Above all things, let us not forget. Absolutely true it is. Abundant reason is there. Accordingly, by reason of this circumstance, add this instance to, after a careful study of all the evidence, after full deliberation, after reminding the hearer. After this it remains only to say, again can we doubt? Again I ask the gentleman. Again in this view. Again it is quite clear that. Again it is urged. Again let us compare. Again very numerous are the cases. Again we have abundant instances. Against all this concurring testimony, all confess this to be true. All I ask is, all of us know. All that I will say now, all the facts which support this, all the signs of the time indicate, all these things you know, all this being considered, all this is historical fact, all this is very well, all this suggests, all this we take for granted. Allow me for a moment to turn to. Allow me to tell a story. Although I say it to myself, amazing as it may seem, am I mistaken in this? Among many examples, among the distinguished guests who honour, among the problems that confront us, an answer to this is now ready. An argument has often been put forward. An example or two will illustrate. An indescribably touching incident. An opinion has now become established. And again it is said. And again it is to be presumed. And coming nearer to our own day. And did a man try to persuade me? And do you really think? And everybody here knows. And for myself, as I said, and further all that I have said, and hence the well-known doctrine, and here again when I speak, and here allow me to call your attention, and here I am led to observe, And here I come to the closing evidence. And here I have an opportunity. And here I reproach. And here I wish you to observe. And here let me define my position. And here let me give my explanation. And here let us recall to mind. And how is it possible to imagine? And I am bound to say. And I beg of you. And I call on you. And I might say this. And I refuse assent. And I rejoice to know. And I say it were better for you. And I should in like manner repudiate. And I speak with reverence. And I submit to you. And I trust that you will consider. And I will make a practical suggestion. And I will tell you why. And I would moreover submit. And if a man could anywhere be found, and if any of you should question, and if I know anything of my countrymen, and if I may presume to speak, and if I take another instance, and if this be true, and if you come to a decision, and if you think it your duty, and in conclusion, and in like manner, and in order to see this, and in thus speaking I am not denying, and is this not lamentable, and is there not a presumption, and it happens, and it is certainly true, and it is doubtful if, and it is not difficult to see, and it is not plain, and it is one of the evidences, and it is precisely in this, and it is strikingly suggested to us, and it is undeniable, I say, and it is well that this should be so, and last of all, and lest any one should marvel, and let it be observed, and lo, and behold, and more than this, and next I would ask. End of section 131. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 132 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. And now allow me to call attention. And now behold a mystery. And now consider. And now having discussed. And now I beg that I may be permitted. And now I go back to the statement. And now I have completed my review. And now I have said enough to explain. And now I must touch upon one point. And now, if I may take for granted, and now it would be very pleasant for me, and now observe how, and now, sir, what I had first to say, and now supposing this point to be settled, and now that I have mentioned, and now the chief points of it, and now the question is asked me, and now, to close, let me give you, and now, to what purpose do I mention? And of course you are aware, and of this I am perfectly certain, and quite as difficult is it to create. And right here lies the cause. And, sir, a word, and so, again, as regard, and so I am reminded of a story, and so I leave these words with you, and so I may point out, and so I might recount to you, and so in the other cases I have named, and so in the present case, and so on, and so through all phases, and so upon every hand, and sometimes it will be difficult. And that gave another distorted view, and the reason is very obvious. And the same holds good, and then again, and then hastily to conclude, and then I may be reminded, and then there is another thought, and then when it is said, and there are reasons why, and there is also this view, and therefore I am truly glad, and therefore it is not unfrequently quoted, and therefore it is not without regret. And this brings me to the last thing. And this is really the sense. And this leads me to say a word, and thus consistently, and thus it is conceivable, and thus it seems to me, and thus we are led on then to further question. And to all this must be added, and to return to the topic, and to this conclusion you must come, and unquestionably, and we are brought to the same conclusion, and what do you suppose will be? And when I have shown to you, and when I recall that event, and when we pass beyond the bounds of, and where, let me ask, and why should I insist? And will you still insist? And with these thoughts come others. And yet I cannot but reflect. And yet I feel justified in believing. And yet I think we all feel. And yet let me say to you. And yet one more quotation. And yet this notion is, I conceive. And yet, though this be true, and yet we ought, if we are wise, and you may also remember this, another circumstance that adds to the difficulty, another consideration which I shall adduce, another instance of signal success, another of these presumptions, another point is made clear as crystal, another reason of a kindred nature, another reflection which occurs to me, another sign of our times, another signal advantage, another striking instance. Answers doubtless may be given. Are there not many of us? Are we content to believe? Are we forever to deprive ourselves? Are we not startled into astonishment? Are we satisfied to assume? As a general rule, I hold, as a last illustration, as a matter of fact, as a proof of this, as an illustration of this truth, as briefly as I may, as far as my limits allow, as far as this is true, as far as this objection relates, as far as we know, as for the rest, as I have now replied to, as I look around on this assembly, as I rise to respond to the sentiment, as I understand this matter, as memory scans the past, as society is now constituted, as someone has well said, as the foregoing instances have shown, as to the particular instance before us, as well might we compare, as we shall see in a few moments, assuredly it is this. At the outset of this inquiry, at the risk of digression, at the same time I candidly state, at the utmost we can say, at this juncture, at this solemn moment, away then with the notion. End of section 132. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.